that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. I just rolled out of bed because the internet god said, T-REV, you are not going live early this week. We're going to go live at night, and we are going to cut this internet off. So you can't go live today at 1 p.m. like you planned on doing. So go ahead and just take a nap and sit back. But we are here now. It's all right. 3/19/2024, 19 days, no arrest in the Madeline Soto case. What is going on, K9 Rescue? Nice to see you, by the way. Ren, how are you guys doing tonight? How's everybody doing? Rachel, how you doing? Jackie, how you doing? Hi, T-REV and everyone, moderators from Chicago. By the way, before you come in, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new, but most of you probably aren't new. And we're going to jump into this tonight. Again, 19 days, no charges. What is going on in the Madeline Soto case? Now, we all know that Jennifer Soto, the mother of Madeline Soto, has been found to have inconsistencies in her statements regarding the timeline of her daughter's disappearance and subsequent death. Now, it says specifically, she initially claimed to have her daughter see her daughter getting dressed for school on the morning of her disappearance, and that her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, dropped Maddie off at school. However, this account conflicts with evidence suggesting that Maddie was likely dead earlier than what was said by Jennifer provided in the timeline. Okay, I see what they're saying. Orange County Sheriff John Mina mentioned that detectives determined Maddie was never dropped off at the school as claimed. Furthermore, surveillance footage showed Stearns dumping her items at 7:35 a.m. in the morning, while Jennifer claims that she's seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m. So those are the inconsistencies there. Now, these inconsistencies have led investigators to question everything about Jennifer's accounts of what happened that morning. Now, that's crazy. As we jump into it for 19 days, that's very crazy. Is there an investigation going on behind the scenes right now? I'm still thinking about it. See, when I close my eyes and I wake up, I think about it right away. So I don't know if she is being investigated at this point, and we are still talking about it. Why? Because Madeline Soto hasn't gotten justice for it. Nobody's arrested. Yeah, Stephen Stearns is arrested for what he did to her back in 2019. I don't know if that's a different person or not, but we do know it goes back as far as 6 years, as we've seen pictures with him and her together. So I don't know what's going on. Donna, welcome to the stream. Let's check this out. I want to dive into this, and then we're going to also dive into Riley Strain in a little bit. Which Riley Strain, a 22-year-old, right, from Missouri, he went down to Nashville, and there was some weird stuff going on. Now, I've heard some stuff about some weird text with some weird slang in it. I don't know what's going on with that. I've seen the body cam footage. I've seen some people trying to stretch some things, like there was somebody in the background in the shadows, and I don't know. I didn't see nobody in the shadows, and I definitely watched the video, and I didn't see that either. What you were circling in that video that I seen, the person that I watched the video, they were circling something in the background like, oh, that's a person. No, it wasn't. That was not no person. But wow, we got a lot to jump into tonight. So let's dive into it now. I'm going to start off with this video, then I'll open up some lines and we'll take some calls. So let's check this out.
Should have been a great day for Madeline Soto. Her 13th birthday.
You said she was living a tortured life. I think so too. I think she was living a tortured life too, Smith. I really do. Madeline was living a tortured life where this dude, Stephen Stearns, controlled everything about Madeline. Everything. I bet and if it was different, and if mom didn't know, just imagine how awkward it was for her when this guy was around. Because you know that there was times when both of them were around, right? Just imagine that. It's hard to imagine, but it's crazy.
Celebrating a new phase in her life, becoming a teenager. But it wasn't a great day.
What's going on, Cindy?
It was her last day. Madeline was reported missing the following day, and 4 days later, her body was found 22 miles from home.
That's a fact.
Off the side of the road in some brush. So what happened to this little girl?
Don't worry, I'm still waking up. We're good.
Madeline was living with her mom, Jen Soto.
You said, what if she killed herself? Because, bro, Woody, please, I need you to realize this. If she killed herself, we wouldn't be looking at the police say a homicide investigation. They wouldn't put out, hey, this is a homicide investigation, and we are looking at this as a homicide, and our prime suspect is Stephen Stearns. If she took her own life, wouldn't they put that out there? Wouldn't they say, hey, the public that so much wants justice for Madeline Soto, she unfortunately took her life. Don't you think? I don't know. I kind of feel like at this point, as many people in this world right now, in the nation, think that she was murdered. I'm one of them that thinks she was murdered. I don't think there was nothing with suicide in here. And the reason why is if you go back and you revisit those things and those pressers and different things that are talked about, it's a homicide investigation per police's mouth. And that's coming from the police. So I got to roll with it's a homicide still until proven otherwise, because they said their own self, this is a homicide investigation and Stephen Stearns is the prime suspect. But now it's super quiet 19 days in. And where is Jen Soto? Where's Jen Soto? Is Stephen Stearns no more the prime suspect? Is Jen Soto the possible prime suspect? I don't know.
I don't know. Who had been in her life for about 6 years. His name is Stephen Stearns. Stephen is currently locked up. Police found disturbing images on his phone, resulting in 20 counts of child sex abuse-related charges and 40 charges involving hundreds of images and videos of that abuse. Jen refers to Stephen as Madeline's stepfather, although they were never married. Stephen is the prime suspect in Madeline's death and the last person known to be with her. Jen Soto has not made any public statements since her daughter's body was found and has not been named as a suspect. Right now, the murder investigation continues, and tonight we will take a closer look at Madeline's family dynamics. Where is her father? And
okay, so that is, I thought it was Stephen for a minute. I'm like, what am I looking at?
how much of a role did he play in her life? Then we'll take a much closer look at the photographs, including this one of Madeline's 13th birthday. Who is that in the reflection in the glass? Who was at that party? We're looking for answers as we continue to investigate.
That's what we want to know.
Life and death of Madeline Soto.
Absolutely, Joe Rice. I'm glad you mentioned that, and I'll probably feature that in tomorrow's stream. There's some new information in that blanket, etc. Absolutely, and maybe we even talk about it in this one too.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Great to have you aboard on this Friday night as we continue to cover the story
of
Madeline Soto,
around here,
who was just a little girl. We have to remember that.
To put him in this stream
through all of this. This is just a little girl. And any of you who have raised little girls, or maybe you were a little girl years ago, think about her life and what she went through, what she had to deal with at such a young age. 13 years. That's it. Then she's gone. But what she went through and suffered in the years building up to that, unimaginable. Now,
That's crazy.
when I think of this little girl, you have to think about when you're a child, you know, your world is a little smaller, right? When you get older, the world gets bigger. You meet more people, you go more places. But when you're a child, your world is small. It's your group of friends. It's the kids in your class, and obviously it's the people in your home. So what exactly was Stephen Stern's role? Was he actually the so-called stepfather? Now, it's clear from the allegations that he didn't act.
Hell no, he wasn't no stepfather, Vinny. That dude was a piece of shit. He was in there hurting that girl. A fucking stepfather. That dude wasn't no fucking stepfather. He was a piece of shit. In fact, he was in there doing the creepy shit to her, Vinny. He is a monster. Don't ever say that. Don't ever say that word again. That dude was not no stepfather, no dad, no nothing. He was a piece of shit in there hurting that little girl. And then now her life is taken. And who did it? Vinny, who did it? We want to know. Talk to us.
The way a stepfather should, but is that the role that he was playing or portraying inside that household? Did she look to him as a stepfather, father figure? Did he have some?
I get what Vinny's saying, though. I get what he's saying. But it's just like you can't even fathom that, right? Because of the things that Stephen Stearns did to her. And it's in those documents what he did to her. That shit's triggering. When you read that, I just can't. I can't think of that word stepfather after reading those documents. I just can't.
Level of authority and control over her. Right? Children live in houses. There are rules, and we know that the parents are in charge. Right? The parents are in charge, and the kids follow the rules. And you know, you don't want to get in trouble. You have to get permission. All things like that. Are these the things that Stephen Stearns, did he have that level of power and control in that household? Was he really her stepfather?
No, absolutely not, Benny. Absolutely
was this a family?
Not.
Stop the cap.
Was this a functional family? Okay, well, put aside, and it's difficult too, and
Telomere.
What is alleged to have happened here, but the rest of their lives, were they functioning as like mom, dad, child? Because in most households with a mom, dad, and a child, mom and dad make decisions about what's best for the child. They take family vacations. Sometimes dad is doing things with the child. Sometimes mom. Sometimes everybody together. Family dinners. You know, all things like that. Did you clean your room? Right? Are these things?
I can't imagine that, Vinny. I just can't. I can't imagine that. This guy was doing sexual things to this little girl. Okay. I bet he was treating her like a damn girlfriend, this weird, sick prick. Bury him under the jail.
Happening. And are they functioning as a family? Despite the fact that they didn't get married. I don't think they got married.
A straight up demon.
Maybe they did. Maybe they secretly got married. I don't know. I haven't heard that. But was this really like back to school night? Does he go to back to school night?
Oh, I know he does.
Does he know the teachers? Was he one of the emergency numbers that they would call and you would put it down? Oh, if you can't get through to mom, get through to Stephen. Is that the way this family was functioning? And then another question, well, what about dad though? Like her actual dad? What was his role in their life, in her life? How much time did they spend together? How was that relationship? Because the one thing I think we know, based on the allegations, if they're true, and investigators say they're documented on a phone, so that seems to be relatively strong evidence, reliable evidence. Would she have a relationship with her father where she could trust him to tell him things? I mean, maybe you're in the house, mom's there, and you know, mom's living with Stephen, the accused abuser in all of this. So maybe there's some fear about that. Did she have the type of relationship with her father that maybe she could tell him? Or was she intimidated not to do so? And what are the dynamics between her mother and her father? Like, did everyone get along? Did they know each other? Did they ever do things together? How was all this working, and how did that affect Madeline, and how would that affect her?
Look at this little girl right here. Look at this little girl right here. So innocent. So innocent. So innocent. Stolen. And again, I seen somebody mention in chat about Elijah View. Yeah, Elijah View's blanket was allegedly found by a river, and I was actually looking at that. And I'm actually mad I didn't add that into the title of this live so I could talk about it. But that's not going to stop me from talking about that anyways. Yeah, Elijah View still missing. And as far as I know, Sebastian Rogers also.
Her ability to speak out, her ability to try to find someone for help, because she was suffering. She was suffering through this abuse. So let's try to lay out this family, Madeline's family, right? So we begin Jennifer Soto and Tyler Wallace together. They have a child. They conceive a child, and that child is Madeline.
Yeah.
Madeline is born on February 22nd, 2011. Okay, so we go back to 2011. What a cute baby. What a cute baby.
Oh,
right? So there's dad, there's mom.
Cute.
Now,
very
Tyler
cute.
Wallace marries Tatiana Wallace in April of 2011, the same year.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple of months after his daughter is born from Jennifer, he marries Tatiana. So what happened? What was going on here? What are the circumstances of Madeline's birth in all of this? And then at some point, Jennifer Soto, we think it's about 6 years ago, begins dating Stephen Stearns.
How you doing, Guidance?
And he now enters the picture. So you see Madeline's in the middle. And what was going on here? We you know, it's tough. It's tough being when mom and dad aren't together, but from the time she's born, dad's with someone else, and mom brings someone else in. So
thank you, Carla.
Perhaps her norm. But let's bring in our guests and start working through some of all of this. Joining us tonight in Orlando, Florida, Osceola News Gazette reporter Ken Jackson is with us. In New York, clinical and forensic psychologist, researcher, and expert on violent crime.
Yeah, but you know, we want to know something. We're still here sitting and wondering why on day 19 is there no arrest on Stephen Stearns? Is it because they think they have him already with these other charges? I see the theories rolling out there like, okay, at this point, I don't think they're going to charge him because they can put him to death with these other charges. And I'm like, nah, after watching a few panels with some people talking about it, can they try him for death for what he did? They're teetering with that. They're arguing with that. But it doesn't matter. The murder of Madeline Soto needs to be pushed forward. She's not. Where's the murder charges? We know that mom lied because obviously WFTV 9 put it out there that police said there was inconsistencies within their interview and what she told law enforcement. So we know she lied. Did she lie because she was threatened to lie? Or did she lie because she had something to hide? That's what I want to know. Did mom have something to hide here? And now she's hiding out, lawyered up, and police are trying to put the puzzle together because they have no idea. They know that the body was in the vehicle, obviously. They seen it. They told us that. They told the public that, hey, we seen the body in the vehicle. We think she was deceased. What is going on? Help me make sense of that. I will be opening them lines in about 10 minutes.
And the author of the book, The New Evil, Dr. Gary Brucato, is back with us. And in Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, host of the Body Bags podcast, and professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Welcome to everyone. Before we get into the family dynamics and everything, Ken, I wanted to go to you on the latest news tonight in terms of what's happening in the case involving Stephen Stearns, because he has been charged facing, 60 counts?
Right. Thanks for having me on, Vinny, to close out the week. Yeah. So this week, the state attorney's office levied 60 charges, among them sexual abuse on a child under 12, sexual abuse on a child between 12 and 18, lewd and lascivious molestation, and then 40 counts of basically possessing child porn with the act of a child. So court dates were set this week. First of all, he was scheduled for an arraignment on April 2nd. I'm going to be using terms that you'll be familiar with from your time in the courtroom. It was set for the morning of April 2nd, which is a Thursday. Sometime today, this morning, this afternoon, that appearance was waived. Now, when he was first arrested back on February, the last week of February, he refused an initial court appearance. And then for the reading of the charges, he did not appear in court either. His public defender appeared in his stead. So Stephen Stearns has yet to appear in court, and it appears that he's trying to avoid this at all costs to make an appearance. Now, court dates have been set. His trial has been set to start for the week of the May 13th docket, with a pretrial hearing set for April 24th. Now, you and I know that in many cases like this, especially with something with an expansive amount of evidence, many times
I got a question for you guys. And I'm asking all of you, did you see the video where the guy went out there and actually went to the location where her body was found, and allegedly where Stephen Stearns was changing his tire? I'm curious if you guys seen that one. I know it was on Court TV, and I watched it. What was it, last night? I think I watched it last night late. You know, we were on. I was on for 6 hours. The shit started echoing. I got angry. I was mad because I wanted to be on for like 8 to 10 hours. I was really locked in yesterday, but I ended up going to sleep. But I seen that video where they went out to the location where Madeline's body was dumped at, and allegedly it was between like a tree line, right? And I was looking at it. I was like, I thought they said it was a little further back, but allegedly it was between the trees or like right by one of the bushes or whatever. But I seen him go out there to the location. No, I didn't see that. All right, we'll find it. Some of y'all seen it. I see some of you seen it. Simple Things. Adrian seen it. Oh, Trisha seen it too. Okay.
Attorneys will
check it out
for continuance. You know, put it down a couple months down the line. There have been more than one people that have said that. In fact, Belvin Perry, who was the judge in a case you're very familiar with back in Orlando here about a decade ago, said much the same thing. They may ask for a continuance to delay the trial in order to, you know, build a defense.
Yeah, you're going to have to build that from scratch. Just a tough case.
Exactly. And the other thing is these may just be dates on a website, since we still don't have murder charges in the case. And I think once murder charges are filed, I think all this is going to go up in the air.
Absolutely. I agree 1,000%. Dr. Gary Brucato, I want to pick up on something Ken just said. This guy doesn't want to be seen in public. What does that tell you about Stephen Stearns? He doesn't.
That tells me that the dude is ashamed. But how could you be so ashamed? I don't even think it's just ashamed. I think that he just doesn't want others to hear what he did. He's one of those people that it's hard to face it. You could just tell by the way that he was acting, even on those interviews. Like he's a closet freak. That dude acts normal in front of everybody. This is the vibe I get from him in the videos that I've seen of him. I've seen leaked footage of Stephen Stearns out there in family environments hanging out, literally, on multiple different pages. And this dude is like a closet freak. Probably appears normal to everybody else outside. When he gets behind them doors, he's doing this monster, demonic shit to this little girl that he did it to, Madeline Soto. I'm not going to call that dude a stepfather. He ain't a stepfather. That's the monster. It's the monster everybody should be afraid of. Friggin' wolves and sheep. This dude, man, I cannot stand this guy.
Doesn't show up for his arraignment. Wait, I don't want to be seen. Don't put me in. He knows in Florida there's cameras in every courtroom.
Well, it's impossible to say precisely what it means, but I think that we have to begin to envision that this offender, if he is guilty, is a lot like a lot of other people who engage in pedophilic acts, a rather interpersonally odd, detached, fantasy-oriented kind of an individual. But at the same time, what we see here are interesting elements of the groomer type of offender who tends to be a little bit more interpersonally adept and clever. Right, the whole point of a groomer is that you use your relationship skills to lure the victim, as opposed to a more odd person who just snatches somebody in a car or something like that. But I think that what you're getting is a sense of a person who's just not very adept interpersonally, which is probably why he engages in a relationship with a child. I wouldn't expect this person to be particularly good at having adult normal relationships.
And one follow-up on all this, Dr. Gary Brucato.
I don't know, Dr. Gary Brucato. He seemed pretty good to have mom on lockdown. Mom was over there hugging the shit out of him, and it'll be okay, baby. You know, like it was just like one of them things, you know? It should be him comforting her, but it was the other way around. It'll be okay, baby. Trust me. Like, what? Are you kidding me? The dude that was seen discarding your daughter's stuff, you're over there hugging this piece of shit? I'm sorry, but I'm just speaking what I feel at this point. 19 days in, and everything you hear here is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. But I just got to say it as I feel it.
Madeline Soto, understanding this family tree, that her father marries someone who's not her mother right around the time she's born. So stepmom is in her life, presumably her entire life. What's it like for that child? And if that child is being abused, what are your thoughts about the child coming forward or not coming forward to either parent about what's happening?
Well, first of all, I will say that I think one of the things that makes this type of figure so particularly diabolical in the public's eye is that you're talking about an offender who probably took advantage of the fact that this child was missing a certain kind of a figure in her life, which creates a vulnerability where you can come in and be a dad figure, spend time with the person, engage in creating a kind of a confidence. And it's a way of sort of taking a kid who might be feeling kind of abandoned or dropped and suddenly making them feel special. And that is taken advantage of by this type of offender to groom a child and then engage in increasingly perverse contact. What I think is you probably had a child who, where the offenses were so normalized over time that she perhaps didn't realize that some of these things were outrageous, or engaged in this kind of relationship thinking that it connected her to this outrageous person. And that's why it is very interesting to think about why the child would have to be eliminated at 13. It makes you wonder if it's that she was getting to an age where she was realizing that what was happening was wrong, or could talk about it, or perhaps had aged out of the age range that this offender was attracted to. But it's unclear what that's about. But I think we have to understand the dynamics of abuse, and that there's a mixture of fear and being confused that this person loves you.
I want to put up on the screen a social media post. This is from 2012 to give you an idea again about the family dynamics and the family that Madeline Soto was a part of. On February 4th, 2012, Tyler Wallace, her dad, posts a picture of Madeline on Facebook, and his mother, Donna Wallace, writes, "I am meeting my precious grandbaby in less than 2 weeks." And I don't know if grandma lives out of town or whatever, but it seems like she was going to be there with the grandbaby for birthday number 1.
I pray that too with you. I'm being honest. I pray that we don't want that to be. Let's not get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. I want to put that out there, and even for the people who are the people that believe that this mother is involved allegedly. Again, we don't want her to be involved. We're not sick and twisted in the head to the point where we want her to be involved. We just see the inconsistencies in her interviews and what's being reported. And we can only go off that. It's not like we can kick the doors into the detective office and open up the files and you know what I mean? We can't do that. Obviously, we know that. But we don't want Jennifer Soto to be involved in this. We don't. Nobody wants a mom to be involved in this shit. But we want to know what's up with those inconsistencies. We want to know what the lies were about. Why did you lie? Why did you say you seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m.? Yeah, we want to know. We're in court now. And this is a real, I'm not joking. We're in court. We want to know why. Tell us. I know you don't got to tell us, right? Because I know the folks are going to be like, oh, man, you can't just, you got to be patient. You got to wait the wheels of justice. I get it. I get it. Trust me. But every case that I followed, when somebody's arrested, somebody's arrested. So what is the holdup 19 days in? Again, March 1st, she was found dumped like a piece of trash. Dumped like a piece of trash. And we're just supposed to accept that and be okay with it? No fucking way. No. 19 days in. Tell me what other case you've seen, and it's probably a rare one, that when somebody was arrested, they had to take forever to put some stuff together, even when seeing a dead body in a vehicle? Come on.
Another interesting note, we haven't heard much from Dad, and I can imagine this has got to be tearing him apart, but there he is with Tatiana, his wife. And dailymail.com reported this on March 2nd, a quote from Tatiana, who is the stepmom. There she is. My stepdaughter, Madeline, has been missing for more than 72 hours. With Stephen Stearns behind bars, we can concentrate on finding her, share her photo with everyone you know. That was Tatiana Wallace, who was the stepmom, who was stepping in. Joseph Scott Morgan, looking at the world that this little girl was in, it is incredibly sad and tragic to think that she got stuck in that house with this man, Stephen Stearns. And I'm wondering what his role was in that house, if they were functioning like a family and he had that sort of, parental power that we have with our children.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think for me, one of the things that comes up here is this idea that he is documenting all of this. There's one date that sticks out in my mind in this, and I think that there is a date that goes back on, I think, this affidavit that was filed with some of this imagery that goes back to 2019. And you can do the arithmetic there and get an idea that she would have been about 8 years old. Just let that settle down into your groundwater there for a moment, moving forward. And you think about how long this has been going on, and Dr. Gary had made a very salient point about the normalization of this activity that's been going on, and he has documented it all along. And I got to tell you that for the prosecution, this is a gold mine, what they're talking about here, because you're talking about being able to have all of these benchmarks along the way, methodically documented within that household, moving forward. And it's going to be one whale of the case that the prosecution's going to have on their hand. It's going to be a mountain of evidence is what it's come down to. And my friend, we haven't even talked about, what the medical examiner is going to conclude at this point, because we don't know.
Yeah, with that hasn't been concluded yet. And we're waiting to hear manner, cause, and any other details that may come out. Mm-hmm. Ken Jackson, let me ask you about these family dynamics. What have you uncovered about Dad and stepmom? Jen Soto, any word on where she is? I know she's kind of been out of sight for a while here.
DC?
I tell you, she's playing the great role of prisoner of war. We have not heard from her. What I had heard last week was that I heard second or third hand that she had lawyered up. When we go back through social media, you see references to Stephen going back to about 2018. And the scary part about this is that the charges, the forensic evidence that Kissimmee police have put together is that that a lot of the cases in the charges likely occurred starting in June of 2019. That's less than a year or so from 2018. So what scares me as the parent of a teenage daughter is that, how long did it take for Jen Soto, mom, to enter into the relationship with Stephen Stearns, the boyfriend / stepdad? I have a hard time calling him stepdad in everything that I've read. Before all this started to happen. Mm-hmm. That's the chilling thing, where when we get the investigation from KPD, hopefully soon. It will answer those questions, and we've got a lot of questions and a lot of dots to connect and a lot of the T's to cross when that investigation comes out.
Yeah, main suspect or remains main suspect in a murder, but it's like they're trying to piece together mom's involvement here, allegedly. Just my thoughts, allegedly.
Dr. Gary Brucato, what do you think of that timeline of the relationship of Jen and Stephen Stearns, like 2018, and then the first allegation here, based upon what they found on the phone, the digital images, is in June of 2019. Like that, would that be quick in your mind, going from, getting into mom's life and then doing what he's alleged to have done to her daughter?
Not at all. In fact, offenders that I've spoken to.
And I love that point, October Skies. Excuse me. I love that point. I really do. And it's something that should be touched on. So you said no, if they don't know cause of death, a murder case would be hard to get a conviction. And that's a great point too. Is the autopsy taking a little longer because they're looking into things? Are they waiting for that autopsy to come back still? It's a great point that you made there. And that may be what is being held up right now, because I know that it could take up to 15 weeks. I forget exactly what they said, but I know that an autopsy can take a good minute. So it could be a couple months before we hear anything. And that's kind of like with the Kansas City 3 when I covered that case. We were waiting for those results to come back. And now that case is completely silent, ladies and gentlemen. Not one peep in the Kansas City 3 case that we covered here where they fell out back and all 3 fell from a drug fentanyl overdose. So in this case, there's no charges, no murder charges. Day 19, after her body was found, and the prime suspect with her body in his vehicle is not charged for it, just the crimes that he committed against her beforehand. So again, let's finish this up, and I'm gonna open them lines. I know I keep talking, but I'm sorry. I got a lot on my mind here when I'm looking at this case and hearing stepdad, and we're not seeing mom being talked about right now. Is she working with the police? Is she not working with the police? Is it because she lawyered up? People say that she's in a mental asylum right now. Is she in a mental asylum, ladies and gentlemen? Is that where mom is, in a mental asylum? I don't know. I can't say that. Again, I'm speculating like the rest of you.
Told me that sometimes they choose to marry a woman because they have spied the child that the woman has. You remember, for example, that occurs in the Nabokov book Lolita, where he chooses to marry a woman because she has the underage daughter that he's attracted to, grooms her, and then winds up in a relationship with her. And so the idea would be to become involved, and then there's a period of some months to a year, so forth, etc., depending upon the case, where you groom the child, break down boundaries, and normalize things. One very important elephant in the room here that I haven't heard anybody else talk about is that a person who engages in pedophilic behaviors like this does not start doing that in their 30s. Chances are what is eventually going to happen, if he's guilty of this, is we're probably going to determine that this was not his first experimentation with this. Usually these kinds of offenders have scores of victims. Sometimes they've even worked jobs that have put them in contact with children.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So they can experiment with touching children, finding ways to earn their confidence.
Hence Disney, Dr. Gary Brucato. Disney, hence Disney. I said Disney, listen to me. Disney. And that would make so much sense of why he worked or chose to work at Disney, because he had a fetish with children. And again, we can't rehabilitate these pricks. So please stop giving them deals in our justice system. Stop giving these pricks deals who decide to do these dirty things to kids. And I'm sorry to say, but they do. That should be automatic life in prison. I hate to break it to you, but it should be automatic life in prison if you decide to touch a child. We can't rehabilitate those sick pricks.
For example, I had heard some idea that he potentially worked at Disney World. And this is very interesting because it would place a person easily in contact with children, particularly if you're wearing a costume. We all know the story of John Wayne Gacy dressing up as a clown so that children would touch him. So that this becomes a way of breaking down boundaries and gaining confidence of children. And I think when we look at that age, we have to be very, very concerned that there probably were priors. And then, of course, it raises the question, if he turns out to be involved in the murder, is this the first time that has happened? I would say that I would not be surprised.
Okay, I do want to show you one thing. Excuse me, before I open up the lines. There was this, okay, I think it was this one.
February 25th was Madeline Soto's 13th birthday party. A big day.
So there's a crime scene walkthrough on this. I want to show you guys I've seen some people say they haven't seen the crime scene walkthrough. We got to see it.
In any child's life, celebrating the end of one phase and the start of the next, the teen years. But tragically for Madeline, this was not the beginning of her teen years. It was the end of her life. She was reported missing the next day, but investigators believe she was already dead by 8:19 the following morning. They also say she was in the car of a man named Stephen Stearns, her mother Jen Soto's boyfriend. Stephen is currently locked up after police found disturbing images on his phone, resulting in 20 counts of child sex abuse-related charges and 40 charges involving hundreds of images and videos of that abuse. Madeline's body was found 4 days later, 22 miles from her home. And tonight, we return to the scene, examining the location where Madeline was recovered. How could someone discard a body here in broad daylight? And what about the environment the body was in? Will the ME be able to recover useful evidence from the autopsy? What is the status of the murder investigation? And when will someone be...
Man, tell me about it. You don't even want to know about the taxes. Man, I just did mine, and oh my God. Imagine all that going to Stephen Stearns and all these. Oh my, don't get me started.
Charged. Tonight, we take a look at these questions live on the ground in Central Florida as we investigate the tragic life and death of Madeline Soto.
Thank you, Raptor. I appreciate you. Love you back.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. We have a big hour straight ahead. And of course, we're beginning with the case involving Madeline Soto. You think about what happened to this young girl. She turns 13 and then she's discarded, tossed, dead on the side of the road in some brush in Central Florida. Yes, it reminds us of another case of another young girl who was also discarded off of the side of the road in some brush. We know how that turned out. That's why we've got a lot of focus on this story, on this case, taking a look at each and every piece of evidence connected to this girl who had just celebrated her 13th birthday. And we think about what a significant day that is, right? You know, I remember when I was, boasting to everyone, I'm a teenager now.
Hold on, what do you mean the reporter went the wrong way? What do you mean the reporter went the wrong way? Where are you seeing that? What's going on with that?
Right, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a teenager. And as I sit here tonight, I'm just wondering if that was what Madeline was saying. And was that perhaps the reason that someone took her life? Because now she was maturing. She was becoming more grown up, and maybe was feeling the power and the ability to speak out about what was happening to her. Now, Stephen Stearns is the suspect, and the day that his so-called, and I say so-called because I have a hard time saying this, his so-called stepdaughter disappeared, he had a really strange day. Like, what was going on? Really strange day. He's apparently at the dumpster at 7:35 in the morning.
How you doing, SW?
What's going on there? Well, we kind of know what's going on there. Then he's driving all around. Like, did he have work? Was he delivering for Uber Eats? What was he doing? Where was he going? Why was he there? Why did he get a flat tire? Where did he go to get this flat tire? What was he doing on that side of town? Because he's not close to where I think he lives with Jen and Madeline. So on the same day that his stepdaughter goes missing and gets a flat tire, missing child, same day, does that make any sense to you? Is that like just a really bad day? Oh, you wouldn't believe it. My stepdaughter went missing, and I got a flat tire.
Anytime,
Got a flat tire doing what? Where? When? Why? We're going to talk about all this tonight. All of this tonight. Because this is a big part of this story. We're going to try to tie it together and see if there is a connection to all of it as we return to the scene. We, Closing Arguments, Court TV, returning to the scene of where Madeline's body was recovered. Important. So let's go back in time. Let's listen to.
Okay, so allegedly this is the scene. I'm gonna jump up to it because I know people are trying to call through right now. Now when we get up here, this is where he jumps into talking to this guy. I want to show you at least out in the area. The day, remember we covered it here on the channel, and if you go back to the first live that we covered on Madeline Soto, the helicopter was in the sky. We were watching, we were looking over. This place will be very familiar to those who were there that day when I covered it. And again, I'm just going to play this part real quick so we can just open the lines. I see a lot of people calling in.
Outside the Kissimmee Police Department, who's heading up this investigation. He has spent all day today down there. So let's start with where you went today. Give us sort of the backstory, where you went, why you were going there.
Well, good evening, Vinny. Of course, we went down Hickory Tree Road where Madeline Soto's body was ultimately found by the Osceola Police Department. And as I was going down that road today, I noticed on either side, there's not really much there. It's pretty flat. I know she was found in a wooded area. And of course, as we kept going down that 3 to 4 mile span of road, we ended up finding the exact place where she was found, signified by a memorial by the community. Let's take a look. So we just turned onto Hickory Road where Madeline Soto's body was found, not to be confused with Old Hickory Road. That's where police and investigators say they did catch Stephen Stearns in that 2010 Lincoln MKZ changing a tire the morning of February 26th when Maddie Soto went missing. But as we look out here on Hickory Road, we see that it's pretty flat. There are some wooded areas to the left, but it's pretty flat, not too hilly. There's some cows out here, some private farmland. It's a little bit residential, not too busy. We've seen 4, 5, maybe 6 cars tops, and we've been on the road maybe about a mile, a little over a mile. And as I'm noticing some of these light posts, there's no sort of security camera type deal going on out here. And again, on either side of the road, it's pretty flat. You know, not many woods except for way back at the tree line, at the wood line off the land away from the road. I don't see much wooded area up towards the asphalt, but that's not to say there isn't some of those areas as we continue on down the road. Now, as we continue on down Hickory Road, we are starting to see a couple more cars. There were 3 that just passed us right there. And actually, as we're coming up down here, I see some cars parked off to the right, or to the left of me, excuse me. And this actually looks like on the right, if you look up to the right of the road, that is it. That's the exact spot where Maddie Soto was found. You can see that memorial. We have some community members out here putting some things together. So, and these trees right here off to my right, that is where Maddie Soto's body was found dead by police. Now, we are actually at that site on Hickory Road where Madeline Soto's body was found. And if you follow me and look down the stretch of this road, there's not much on either side. I know she was found in a wooded area. It's kind of desolate on the left, a little desolate on the right. You could easily view something from the road if you're passing by. But right here behind me is the memorial site, actually where she was found, right in between those trees. And we actually have some community advocate members out here with us, and they tell us that one of them actually has been in contact with the owner of this land right here behind me. And that day, that morning of February 26th, they say that gate was open. They've talked to this owner of this land. The gate was open, and that owner is mourning because now they're having those thoughts. What if the gate was closed? What could I have done different? But ultimately, again, right over here between these trees is where Madeline Soto was found, here on Hickory Road. Now, just across the street here in this area, this little divot off of Hickory Road, is where a witness online describes where he saw Stephen Stearns kneeling down, changing a tire that morning of February 26th when Maddie Soto went missing. Now you can see it's just a little gravel divot, a lot of flat land back here, private farmland. Now, police described the area they saw that flat tire situation on Old Hickory Road. There's an Old Hickory Road and a Hickory Road. Hickory Road, again, across the street where Madeline Soto's body was found. So there could be a little confusion as far as what witnesses may or may not have saw between the two, that is Hickory Road and Old Hickory Road. But one thing we do know, again, right across the street and that tree line behind that memorial over the fence is where Madeline Soto's body was found on March 1st.
I seen you. Okay, now we're gonna open up the lines. I'm opening up the lines right now. 219-885-9693. As I love, this is my favorite part, is conversating with you guys and hearing from you. So lines are open. I've seen a lot of people calling in. They are open. Again, 219-885-9693. Let's get into the good part where you hear from everybody. 573, you're on with me. Talk to me. Can you hear me?
Hey.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm great. How are you? I finally got through. I've been trying since last night.
Yes, ma'am. You were in. I hear myself echoing though.
Okay, let me get out of that room. My name is Missy. Did you get my message?
Which one?
I was calling about, remember you were talking about the boy last night that was from the zoo that was found in Durham?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I live in Missouri, in Columbia, and they had said they found a body, and they pulled up a body with a boy with a tattoo on his arm, a tiger tattoo on his left arm. And I just wanted to let you know that that's our mascot.
Interesting.
And my second part is, if I was Jen, I would check myself into a mental hospital too, because when my ex-husband cheated on me, they're both military, and in order for them not to get in trouble or to get, kicked out under bad circumstances, she checked herself into the hospital. So just letting you know, if you want, I don't know if you know anybody that you can tell if they did find that boy or not. I've been sleeping because I tried to call you all night. So yeah, and I didn't have your email.
Do you have me on speakerphone? Because I can hear myself echoing. I can't even say a word without it echoing. I don't know if it's your side or mine. I don't think it's mine though.
How's that? Is that better?
No, I can hear myself echoing when I talk to you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'll let you go. Hopefully you got some of it.
No, I can hear you.
I was just, talking about the boy, that was drinking and may have fell in the water last night.
Riley,
exactly. Well, he was from where I'm at in Columbia, Missouri, and all of our people here, the mascot is the tiger. The Missouri Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
University of Missouri, Mizzou.
Right.
Anyway, they said they found a tattoo on his left arm, but they said he was Mexican. I don't know. But anyway, that tattoo is our, mascot. So it could be possible that could be him. And so I didn't know how to get in touch with anybody but you. And I want to let you know that I woke up on Monday morning, February 26th, never heard of you, never seen you, and turned the TV on, and I haven't stopped watching you since my birthday, February 26th.
Wow. I feel like I can't even hear. Hold on. Let me hear what it sounds like.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
It's
good. Let me hear what it
phone.
sounds like. I'm gonna hear what it sounds like real quick. No, that's her background. It's like she's in the bathroom talking, right? And I can hear myself coming out her phone.
How'd you know I was in the bathroom? I'm going to the bedroom. I was trying to get away from the TV.
No, I can hear myself echoing through. Like when I play back the stream, I can hear myself coming out your phone, so I can't conversate with you without it being annoying. To like the listener.
Okay.
To the listener.
All right. How do I sound now?
It's echoing. Like when I talk.
It must be my phone. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't be sorry. I'm just telling you what I hear. When I talk, I hear myself coming out like your speaker.
I just want to let you know that I haven't stopped watching you since I woke up on my birthday. And I wanted you to know about that guy. And maybe you probably know that Mizzou, their mascot is the tiger, the thing that was on that guy's arm. And women tend to put themselves into mental institutions to get out of shit. You know what I mean? So it's very, very common. And I'm just waiting for a press conference like the rest of the world. And I apologize about the phone.
No, hold on.
I have a new phone coming tomorrow. I should have waited.
No, you sound perfect now.
Oh, okay. I was in my room when the TV came on. I had dialed you so many times, like maybe 500. And then I went in the bathroom. I didn't want the TV to hear. So now I'm in a bedroom where there's no TV, no bathroom, no noise. But anyway.
I appreciate you calling in.
The boy? Did they find the boy?
No, they didn't find him. They didn't. But I appreciate, and I'm gonna do an update on that here in a little bit. I appreciate you calling in.
Do the tattoo thing though, because that is our mascot here in Missouri and Columbia.
Yes, ma'am. I'll check it out. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. Happy belated.
God bless you, man.
Shout out to her. I can't. The echo is crazy on that. 219-885-9693. That echo was insane. Please don't be like that tonight. Come on, call gods. You got to help me out on this one. That one I could hear myself coming through her speaker. I went and that was 662. I'm on with you. Talk to me.
What's up, Trev? It's your boy Matt.
What's going on, Matt? You sound crystal clear tonight. How you doing, brother?
Oh man, I'm doing all right. A lot better than I was the other night or the other day that I talked to you. So listen, I've been watching your stream. I want to say something open without getting in any kind of trouble, but people like that guy, he needs to be took outside and hung from the highest tree that they can find. People like that can't be helped. I mean, why do they deserve to live? Speculation, allegedly.
Facts. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I mean, like, why would you do that to an innocent little girl? And as far as on the paranormal side of it, why have you tried taking the spirit box, communicating with her, and asking, was the mother involved?
Nah, man, you're late. We've been on that days ago. I got a video I just dropped today that I need you to go listen to. It's on TikTok. It's on my other channel. It's a minute, 16 seconds. That'll fill you in on what you just asked me.
Right.
That'll answer every question you just dropped to me. Next, let's go. Because Jen Soto, nobody being arrested, right? Or Jen Sotos, per nanny. Jen Sotos. What's going on right now? Why is there no charges day 19? We're about to go into day 20.
Facts. And why is there not being a voice? I mean, why is the cop? And it goes back to the justice system. Why are they not doing their job properly? Why? Where's the mother? Where's the mother in all this? Why is she not being in custody? Why are there not questions being raised to her? Where was she the day of her daughter's murder? I think it's time to break out the spirit box, Trev, and ask Madeline yourself, you know, was her mother involved? See what the spirit box tells you. See if you're communicating with Madeline. And
You're late.
You're
late on that. You're late on that. That's on the other channel uploaded right now. You got to go click and hit play.
Oh,
We
bro.
did that. Like that. I do that on my other channel.
Cool.
So if you go and hit play on the last video I uploaded, that'll answer exactly what you were just talking about.
Yeah, I watched that earlier. I think that's the one I watched earlier. Yeah, you did do that.
Yeah, but we do that all the time. When I come over here and I'll do a 6 to 8 hour live, I'll go over there, or I mean, even if it's 4 or 5 hours, I'll go over there and do 4 to 6 hours. So it's like that's what I do. That goes hand in hand with what I do.
But the question is where is her mother?
Well, last time we checked, let's try to get that answer for you. Last time we checked, she was parked in some parking garage. I think it was her mom's, maybe, possibly. That's what was being reported to us anyways. I seen that on a few channels, but JLR specifically is the first one I seen it on.
Allegedly, or speculating wise, she's in a mental institute. I don't believe that.
I don't know if I believe that either, without there being some proof of her walking into a mental institution, or because they said that about Jordan Willis.
Right.
They said the same thing about Jordan Willis, that he was in rehab, and I think he was at the time, but there was rumors beforehand. I wonder if these rumors are true, like it ended up being for Jordan Willis with him going to rehab, or if these are just rumors and she didn't go in there to this mental hospital, like some people are speculating she did.
I don't think she did. I think she's on the run with somebody. I think she knows a little too much. I think she's on the run. I'm allegedly speculating that she's on the run, and she knows. She knows what happened to her own daughter, and then she's over here making like you said earlier. She's over here comforting this motherfucker. Hang that son of a bitch from the tallest tree you can find. He's a pedophile. Back in the old day, if a grown man would have fucking saw that, they would have killed his ass with a damn 6-shooter pistol.
Yeah,
that's just the way us country folks down here do it. You fucking around with a kid, you get shot in the head, no questions asked.
That's a fact too.
That's a proven fact. I know a guy down here that got his ass dusted, and I'm not going to mention no names because live streaming. But I know a guy that got caught for doing it, and it sickened me to the point of one of my former buddies got put in the pen because of a drug charge. And when they got out, apparently both of them made bond. He got sent back to prison because when he got out, he went after dude and hung dude from a tree and then took a damn shotgun and just filled that motherfucker full of lead, and he's already dead.
Oh, my God. Damn.
Right.
That's crazy.
And apparently, allegedly, he was fed to a alligator in a swamp. Allegedly.
That's crazy.
Right. So I'm still telling this case as of right now. And another case that I'm working on, her name is Latasha Crump Coleman. She was a correctional officer, and I posted this on my Facebook. Her estranged husband was blowing her phone up the day prior before she went missing. She was 46 years old. And, it's weird how he was abusive, but yet, okay, the day prior before she goes missing, all ties get cut with family communication and everything. She's been missing since last year of July.
Interesting. So, I mean, the 6 minutes just ended. What is the last thing you want to say about the Madeline Soto case, and what's your thoughts and opinions before I move on to the next caller?
Speculation-wise, I think the mom is in on it. It's plain and simple. I think the mom knows. I think the mom I'm allegedly accusing the mom of being there on the murder scene as well. She could have been hiding somewhere.
And to touch up on that, wouldn't they see that on CCTV?
Right. I mean, there's deer cameras everywhere. I mean, people like that's got farms that surely to God, somebody had a tracker cam up that would have caught that.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious, when you say that, I think about, there possibly being, how would they see him on CCTV? They're so, confident about them seeing him. Did they see her?
Right.
That's my curious. That's just the thoughts I get. Or did possibly he hit her up and met up with her? Allegedly. But I appreciate you calling in, brother. Thank you for being a voice in the community. God bless you. I hope you have a great night, man. Great phone call.
Rev gang strong.
My man. God bless.
A bit.
Shout out to him. Good phone call. I'm going to open up the lines. 219-885-9693. Again, Jen Soto. Jen Sotos. You said this caller is working on a case. Man, don't be rude. Don't be rude. You said this caller is working on a case. I see people calling in. Now it's not ringing. Welcome to me being defeated by the internet. I seen one come through, another one come through. I can see the calls coming through and it's not ringing. Welcome to the Sotos Live. I will turn this into another live. 312, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hey, it is FT from Chirac. I can't believe I got on. This is my dream. That's right, in the house.
Doing the night, personally.
Wow. I'm doing pretty good. Good to join on with you. I gotta admit, I just hopped on about 2 minutes ago and I caught some of this stuff, and normally I'm on for longer, so I'm not totally up to date, but I am gonna check out your paranormal channel. Because I've been down with you for like the past 2 weeks, and been feeling a little need to like get some light from God.
50-50
like
grain of salt when you look at that channel. You hear me? Because that's
that's
how I look at it too. I look at all of that 50-50 grain of salt. Obviously, it's nobody really knows about it that much, and I've always been into it and went to locations and investigated paranormal in general. But for this, it goes hand in hand with me, just from the empath connection that I have with the other side.
I was just going to say, the energies that we all bring to each other, something brought me to your channel, something keeps bringing me back. If anything else, we need to find an outlet for these energies, because we're all sitting here pondering things. We don't have the answers. We need an outlet for these energies. And if we can have a little posse to bring these energies to, every day you're on here doing the best you can do. Everyone else here is doing that too. All I have to say is I do think that the mom should be worried, and my own experience in the court as a law clerk and an intern, I'd be very concerned, and I'm quite concerned, and I just want to say I think we should all trust in the process. I know it's really hard. No one harder than me and you. We've all been through the same traumas. Most of us that are here and keep coming back. It's a safe space.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do believe, sir, we gotta trust in the process, and you're fortunate enough to get some really good law enforcement people coming on, and you got these weird trolls too that are dropping some weird wisdom somehow. That's karma too.
That's funny how you said that. I'm about to fall out. You said these weird trolls, they come out of left field like, yeah, I hung out with Mike Pence back in 1995, and I also voted. I was hanging out with Trump. I was the assistant of Trump's lead investigation on the, it's like, what? Really? Come on, get that shit out of here.
Stop the cap. The energy is coming to you, man. You got to take it for what it's worth, and read it. And then you got the rest of us here right beside you witnessing, we're all just trying to work it out, and we're all hurting, for Maddie and all the other victims out there that haven't gotten justice yet. And we're doing the best we can do. And man, I just consider myself lucky right now. I got in first time I called you, first time I dialed your number, so I won't take up too much of the precious time, but I will check out that channel, and I think you're just a master at handling all of these energies, my friend, all of them, and you're the great mediator here, and you're doing the good deed, and I'm just so proud I got through, and Thank you for what you do, my friend. I'm going to hang out for a little while and try to get some sleep. And if not, I'll be back for however the remainder of the time you've got here. So keep on keeping on, my friend.
I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. But before you go, I do need to ask you one thing. Do you think Jennifer Soto is involved or not involved, allegedly?
Allegedly, absolutely, sir, yes. Because my own personal experiences have informed me. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, I do. I'm sorry.
All right. We'll see. We'll see. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, opinions, and theories. And thank you for the compliments and everything that you said. I appreciate you. God bless you.
Absolutely. Bless you.
Make sure you lock your doors and stay vigilant too. Shout out to her. Nice person. I really appreciate it. 219-885-9693. We're talking about the Madeline Soto case that has lies all across it. No charges on anyone. No one. Not Jennifer Sotos, not Stephen Stearns, not the man on the corner, not Santa Claus. Nobody's charged yet. 831. What is going on? You were live.
What's going on, T-REV?
How you doing, brother?
You know who this is?
Yes, Mab Investigates. Of course I know who it is. What's going on, brother? All I got to hear is a couple words, and I know who it is in case I haven't talked to you yet.
Right. So
what's going on with you?
What questions do you got for me?
What questions or what theories or how can you help me think about the 19 days with no charges? I need your help.
Well, 19 days with no charges.
They got enough to friggin' arrest this guy, right? The body in the vehicle, or at least tampering with a corpse, right?
Yeah, abuse of a corpse they got.
Or abuse of a corpse. Thanks for correcting me there. Abuse of a corpse. Do they have evidence of a murder taking place, though?
Well, that's a good question. They may have the body, but the body may not. They may be waiting on DNA still, but the body may not be giving them the evidence they need to tie Stearns to the murder. Unless they have video of the murder, they have to have evidence. The DA is looking at this and going, I need an airtight case here. Or he doesn't want to take it, right? Because it's high profile case. So the DA is looking at this and he says, you got to give me more. You got to give me something solid. I got to have an airtight case here. Where they're going through, they did the autopsy. They got samples of her tissues and everything like that for tox. And even if tox comes back that she was drugged or whatever, they don't know who drugged her. She could have drugged herself. Right? I don't think she did, but they have to have an airtight case with murder charges. Now, he is never going to see the light of day already because of all the 60 or whatever charges he's already got for being a pedo.
Correct.
So that's going to put him away for life, but we still want justice for Maddie.
Absolutely. I mean, I think everyone would definitely want to know. I mean, especially the family members that don't know, and I'm just talking about family members in her family that loved her, that may have not known what was going on. They probably want, they want to know. Her dad wants to know, I'm sure, but everybody's like, where's her dad at? Her dad, we haven't seen much of. Maybe he's grieving right now.
Yeah, he's probably grieving, laying low. He probably knows the YouTube streets. He didn't want to come out here and get pounded for months. They're going to look into his background. They're going to, he was there, he did it, who knows? If I was in his position, I'd be laying low too. I heard he was in law enforcement. Is that true?
Military.
So my thoughts are they got the autopsy done and she was cremated. So people who think she was cremated and they don't have what they need is BS. They took all the samples. They got they did a rape kit. They did all of the things that they have to do, for the autopsy. Then once that's done, they can cremate. So, but if he hadn't raped her in a few days, it's not going to come back to him. As far as his DNA being on her, they lived together.
Right.
Okay. So they're trying to find that evidence that ties Stearns to the murder. Now, did the mom do it? Mom's DNA is going to be on her too, on her clothes, everywhere. What I hope they did is take that house and do a thorough forensic examination of that house, garage, both vehicles. That's going to tell them what they need to know, hopefully, to get an arrest charge on Stearns. But in my opinion, the only reason why they haven't had arrest charges, they don't have the evidence yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. They don't have the evidence, as in, like, yeah,
they got
I agree.
Circumstantial evidence, and people have been, you can get found guilty with circumstantial evidence, like the video of her allegedly.
But if we let's go like this, okay, Matt. Let me throw a scenario out to you here, right? Okay, let's say she was strangled, right? She's strangled. What do they need? If she's strangled, and obviously they see her in the vehicle of Stephen Stearns, 2 and 2 together,
right? So they're going to need fiber analysis. They're going to do swabs of her neck. They're going to find fibers, whatever, try to find out what strangled her. Was it a handkerchief? Was it a scarf? Was it a cord? Was it a whatever? If they can tie that back to the house, then they know that somebody in the house strangled her.
That's a good point.
Could it be an intruder? Could it be Stearns? Could it be the mom? How are you going to prove that in a court of law?
That's a really good point.
I think they're hitting a dead end here with the evidence. And that's why they piled all these charges on him. They piled all the charges on because he actually did it. He was probably doing it a long time before that.
The funeral home here, I remember seeing this early on about the funeral home covering the cost to this. A lot of people are speculating that the money used from here was used for a lawyer for Jennifer Soto. And I'm like, I don't know.
She could use it to buy a car if she wants. I mean, it's her money at this point. She could use it for a lawyer or whatever. I'm worried about it because of what exactly I've been talking about. They're searching for the evidence that's going to tie him to the murder solidly. Now, I'm assuming they got more video than we were aware of, because somebody had to have video of him. Did they have a garage? I don't know.
The video of the garage?
If they have a garage, he could have loaded her up in the garage. And then posed her in the back seat and then drove off and dumped her. But if they have the video of him carrying her out, putting her in the car, that would be the kind of evidence they need for a conviction, followed by DNA and fiber analysis, that kind of thing. So I'm worried about this case.
Yeah, it's in my opinion.
He likes young ones. What?
I said I was completely frozen just a second ago. I don't know if it's the internet. Internet's been messing up lately.
Oh.
I was frozen in chat. I was looking at myself like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm thinking in my head. So they would have to prove if she was strangled. I'm thinking they have to prove whether it was someone else or Stephen Stearns who did the strangling, allegedly. But
right, and what was the strangulation weapon?
And we're speculating if that did happen, if it was strangulation.
Right.
Out. I mean, they're just trying to figure out who actually took her life at this point.
Yeah.
Is that where they're at? That's what I think.
In my opinion, it was one or the other or both. And they could have drugged her, like Tammy Fletcher just said. If he had the drugs, he had the prescriptions for the drugs that could have taken her out.
But I appreciate you, Mab. We'll see what it ends up being, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a voice in the community as usual. This is again day 19, no charges. Crazy.
19. Lord.
Day 19.
All right, brother.
God bless you, brother. You have a great night. Shout out to Mab. Stay vigilant and lock them doors. 219-885-9693 as we sit around and still talk about the Madeline Soto case. Yes, we are. And we will be diving into Riley Strain also. Next. Shit don't make no sense. With her discrepancies in those lives. Doesn't make sense.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
How are you doing this evening?
I am hanging in there. How about yourself?
Good, good, good. So I have a question. When was the picture that they showed of him at Epcot?
Mm-hmm.
What was the date on that? And that was that like the last most recent picture? I don't know if I'm saying it correctly.
Which picture?
The one where he's like welcoming people in, that video.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. The
Some
Disney
family,
one?
Yeah, Epcot.
I don't know the date on that.
I thought
thank you,
it was like July 29th or 27th, something like that. I thought that's what I remember hearing.
It could be. I'm not sure about the date on there. I'm really not sure about that one.
Okay, well, my reasoning for it, I took my grandson to Disney World right at that time, and we went on that ride. Epcot was one of the places that, one of the parks that we went to. And that just, okay, they said he wasn't an employee, but probably, I think most people were just assuming that maybe he's like through a temp agency.
Temp agency.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay.
Now, was it a temp agency? I get what you're saying too. Like temp agency, as far as
not a temp agency. It might not be a temp agency.
But no, I get what you're saying though. Like a contracted company that hires for Disney.
Yeah, like a third party company.
Yes, ma'am.
Where they contract them. Okay.
I've worked for those before. I've did that back in my early 20s. I was working for temp companies that would contract you through different places. You could work for Amazon through there. You could work for tons of different places through contracting companies. So it is possible that there was a company handling the hiring for Disney. There absolutely is a possible chance.
Wouldn't that be? We're going to assume that Disney does a background check. I would assume, right?
Absolutely. Even the places that hired me for Amazon did background checks. So they're doing that.
And then, with assuming that Disney does it, I would assume that Disney would, whatever company they use to contract employees, so that would be one of their requirements to be employed there. I mean, wouldn't you assume?
Yeah, but he didn't have much on his record.
Didn't he? Well, what was the one child star? I don't even remember what it was called. Didn't he have like one thing on his record?
Not that I know of.
In regards to, I can't think.
No, he had nothing on his record. This guy had nothing on his record as far as what we're talking about. Anything with a child, nothing whatsoever.
Okay. And maybe I dreamt that.
They absolutely do background checks also. Agreed, Floor. I remember them doing background checks on me just for Amazon through temp companies. So what the temp companies are doing are making like $3-4 an hour off each person.
Yeah.
That's how they make their money.
That's how they make their money. Yeah. And we had to use the temp agency at one time at a place, and we were paying that company $20 an hour.
Wow.
Those people were getting paid $10 an hour.
Yeah, certain places pay decent.
Kind of shitty, but
yeah, some places pay. Oh, here's that picture you're talking about. It doesn't have a timestamp on this one that I have, but this is the one you're talking about. I'm pretty sure.
I can't see it on the screen.
I just pulled it. It'll take a second. You're probably.
Oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I unmuted you just a second. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, I can definitely hear it.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay. But in general, I want to ask you before we, before I move on to the next caller, which you got a minute and 30 seconds, but I do want to know if you think Jennifer Soto is involved, or do you think this is a solo act by Stephen Stearns?
I think I don't know. I know everybody says, how could you not have seen it?
Absolutely.
But my sister was married to a fucking asshole. That's the nicest thing that I can say about him. We didn't know it. My sister didn't know it. Everything come to light. He had been molesting my nephew, his stepson. Then he had ended up touching my daughter, and luckily she knew enough to no, this isn't, and that happened. We were at the lake, and she didn't say anything to me. My nephew did not say anything to my sister at all about that happening.
Nothing.
After he left to go to college, he kind of started spiraling down, and we were just like, what the hell is going on with you? Well, that's when it all come to light. And there's a lot of work that's got to be done between my sister and my nephew. It tore up their relationship because evidently it went far with my nephew.
Wow.
I don't want to say his name or anything, but I'm going to call him Billy Bob. He was Billy Bob, my nephew.
That's sad to hear.
Now he goes by a 3-lettered name.
Who's beating on the door like that? Hold up. Go ahead. You're good.
He doesn't know what identity he is. He's very angry at our family, and he has moved. I live in Missouri, but he has moved all the way out to the West Coast, and he has nothing. There's so much anger. These people, they need to be taken out in a field and just give us a big old barrel of bullets, and let's just play some Russian roulette and see who shits their pants first. Just to see him sweat. But let him know, yeah, you're getting it. You just don't know. They are ruining people's lives. There's so much damage and scars.
And you know what? You got a good point. And I see where you're going with this too. Like the sneakiness that these people the shit that they can pull off, the sneakiness of the stuff that they can pull out under people's nose. Right?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I know exactly where you're going with it. And maybe she doesn't have a part in this, allegedly. But why are those lies there? Why are the lies there?
I think the lies and maybe she honestly believed when he said, I think she's simple. I think she's a little simple. I don't know if that medicine plays a part in that. But I do think she has a low self-esteem. And I think she wanted him to be, and so he was, and maybe she didn't see any signs. We think back now, looking back on my nephew, well, him acting out on certain things. Well, it made sense now. All makes sense. Makes sense why he couldn't sit down with his stepdad either and talk about it. Because, well, here he was the one and around with them doing this. Oh, Lord. But That's what I called for. I didn't
Yes,
know.
ma'am. No, great conversation, and I appreciate you calling in. And also, I do want to say this
Sorry, I
too.
didn't mean to get that deep.
No, no. There's not. It's cool. I understand everybody has a story, and I appreciate you having the courage to share that, because some people don't share certain things, and I get that too. And I know a lot of you speak from experience or things that family members have went through, and I appreciate you again calling up and speaking from experience and from things that you have seen. And before I let you go right now, I just want to hear a yes or a no. Do you think that Jen Soto possibly is involved with this case?
Possibly.
Allegedly.
Possibly,
Okay.
allegedly.
I again, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your story.
Thank you for answering. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, anytime. And again, justice for Madeline Soto, day 19, no charges. God bless you, ma'am. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and I can't wait to hear.
Be good.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. As I see the lines ringing, it's going crazy. You can get through now. Shout out to her for sharing this. 716, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Hi. So, I have a theory on this.
Yes, ma'am. Let's hear it.
I believe that we all remember little Kaylee Anthony, right? And everyone thought for sure that her mother would be found guilty, and she wasn't. And I couldn't understand it. So I read up on the jury, and they said they didn't have enough DNA. They didn't have evidence to prove that she did it. So my theory is that Madeline's mother is being protected somewhere in a mental institution so that the police can't question her. I believe she is involved. I give her absolutely no excuses whatsoever.
Bing
when
bong.
I saw her cajoling and cuddling and hugging that horrible person who was the last person to see her daughter, and laughing smirking and laughing. She did not act like a mother whose daughter was missing. But I believe the police are really taking their time so that they have an airtight, solid, 100% sure case, so that they don't have another little Kaylee Anthony verdict. And Madeline will hopefully get justice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the only one that wakes up and checks for updates on this case to see if there is murder charges pushed forward for the death of Madeline Soto. I know I'm not the only one.
No, I do every day as well. And it's been bugging me and bugging me and bugging me. Why aren't they doing anything? Why aren't we hearing anything? And this is the only thing that logically makes sense to me. Because they've got him. I mean, he's not going anywhere. And it's going to be, death penalty case for the murder charge. And I truly think that Lil Kaylee's case is still, a sore spot for Florida. And they have to have it right. They have to get everything right. And as hard as it is, as awful as it is, we have to wait so that they do get justice for Madeline. Because that disgusting, I won't call it anything. You know who I'm talking about. They've got him, and he's so afraid. He was such a big man and hurt Maddie, and but won't show his face in front of the other prisoners in court because he's scared of what they might do to him. they might do to him the same thing he did to Maddie.
Mm.
And it makes me sick. And like you and so many others, I want to hear, we're putting murder charges on this person. We've got him. I just really hope and pray that my theory is right, and that Madeline will get justice. This has been the most disgusting thing. And I've watched so many with you, and I've been through so much, but this just gets me to the core. It makes me absolutely sick to my stomach, what he did. And thinking that her mother also did it, and I'm sorry, I feel she is involved. And I give her no excuses. She's lied right there. She's a liar. It was her baby girl, and she didn't even act like she cared that she was missing. I'm sorry. I'm getting really hyped up on this.
No, you're
I
good.
really am.
You're good.
Really
You're good. I mean, it's just like the rest of us. Just like the rest. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
It's just so heartbreaking, and to think that this goes on, and it's probably going on right now.
Oh, guaranteed. There's no
someplace
probably. It's going on right now as we speak. And
Exactly.
somebody's going to catch a charge, and they're going to get a slap on the wrist. They're going to get a deal from a judge. They're going to be rehabilitated when they get out of that prison, whether it be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. They're going to be rehabilitated because our government thinks we can do it. We can protect these icky rickies and let them back out. You know, it's disgusting. It's
right.
disgusting.
I've called into you before, and I said, when it comes to children, there should not be a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance. First time, that's it. Put them away, keep them away, because they cannot be rehabilitated. They can't. And they do it again. And there's got to be truth in that sentence. You did this, you're going away for life. That's it.
Yeah.
Put an end to it.
Somebody said, who's on the pic with Maddie? That's her stepmom, I'm pretty sure. Stepmom.
And I don't understand where her grandmother is, or where anybody in their family is. Why they're not.
Well, I do know allegedly her aunt posted this.
I saw that.
You know, allegedly it's the aunt. I mean, I guess a lot of them are quiet and aren't speaking. The people we have heard from is Stephen Stearns, Jen Soto, the aunt, or not the aunt, I'm sorry, grandma. I'm trying to remember who else I've seen. I haven't really seen much after that.
Right, but I'm saying even initially when she was missing, they weren't out there. Help us find her. Let's look for her. Who's got her? Or questioning. Well, we don't know. Maybe they were questioning the mother. He was the last one to see her. What are you doing? What's going on?
Yeah.
I just hope that Madeline gets the justice that she deserves. I really do. And I thank you for putting this out there.
Absolutely.
And all the other cases, because it helps to be able to talk to people who are like-minded and are really into this and need to talk about it.
It's important.
So I really appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Madeline Soto. It's crazy that we're on day 19, no charges. I can't say that I've seen a case like this, or that I was covering anyways, that
right.
Somebody was arrested. They said they seen the body in the vehicle. They said that mom's lying. You know what I mean? I've never seen a case where somebody has been found, seen, all these different things. Again, every case is unique and has its own footprint, but this is one of the only cases that I've covered where, again, they said they seen a body in the vehicle. Nobody's charged with murder. but they have this guy in jail who allegedly did all these bad things to Madeline. So I'm just thinking in my head, are they trying to figure out if he was the one that took her life or somebody else? That's where I'm at with it, because it's so many days in.
Right.
So
And as
confusing.
the only logical thing that I can come up with is they want to have, because even though Madeline wasn't out in the elements as long as little Kaylee Anthony was, you know, we don't know what her body was like. We don't know. I won't get graphic what happened. So they really have to have everything so airtight and lock it down and make sure they get it right, so that there isn't an outcome like there was for little Kaylee.
Yeah, we'll
in my
see.
opinion.
Hopefully it does. That doesn't happen. I don't. Oh man.
Right.
I can't. I remember when they dropped that verdict.
I couldn't believe it.
Talk about a stomach
I could
sinking
not
and turning.
believe
Like
that.
woo.
Exactly. And so that's why I'm really trying to think of something, and it's the only logical explanation I can come up with. Please,
Well,
let Madeline get justice.
well, I appreciate you again calling in and being a voice for her. Thank you so much for that. And hopefully I hear from you again. Beautiful phone call. Thank you so much. And stay vigilant and lock your doors before you go to bed tonight. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Madeline Soto. Man, like I have no chance at all. 619. What's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Oh, wow. It worked. Okay. So this is like the worst thing that any parent could think of, or even society, but it truly happens. And I prayed a long time ago that the Lord would reveal all of these shadows. And I think that her life shouldn't be taken in vain. And perhaps they did bust a really big ring.
A big ring. Which one?
As in pornography, child pornography.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
And was it
Right.
connected because of all the charges, right? It makes you think that. Like with the Santa, did you see the Santa stuff? Do you think that that's connected?
I'm not sure about the Santa stuff, but I do believe that these type of individuals have their own little secret. It would be like almost when we were trying to the Underground Railroad to free African American people. The help that we gave them, it's the opposite. They have an underground, they have their own language, they have their own websites, and they have to have somebody to get the material. Right? And he got probably a lot of material. And for not having a job and having his own place and living his, you know, it's a really big operation. And I think that people with money, perhaps, it's my opinion, are the ones that pay the little guys to go get it. And they already know or have charges on him, but possibly they're waiting just so they can connect some more dots. Like, I don't understand why just on that day that gate was open where her body was dumped. The mother was probably in denial. I'm 66, so when I was young, I had friends. It never happened to me, thank God. But I had friends that were being molested either by someone in their family or by their stepdad, and they never said anything. They were afraid the family would fall apart. What would their mother do? They'd tell their mother didn't believe them. You're just trying to get rid of them. The denial runs deep. And my own personal experience was I lived in a condominium in a townhouse area, and this man happened to come up to my house and say, you know, like, well, he's an ex-sheriff and showed me a badge, and I told him anybody could get that type of badge. To make a long story short, one day my little girl was telling me things that I thought, this isn't right. And so I just kind of asked her, and so what else? And so what else? And where's this? Well, come to find out, he was an ex-sheriff. He lived across from the playground. From what I could gather, him and his girlfriend had a special room. She said that they would like get dressed for the beach or something. And when I called the police, they came to my house. They relocated me for free and actually told me that they probably couldn't get him on those charges. They would try to do something else. But the fact that they knew it, he lived across from the playground and nothing could be done, I had to move. I left the city and moved to the mountains, population 200. Now I can watch my kids because I lived on a dead end road and it was a half a mile long.
Mm-mm-mm.
And I dug into that to find out what the heck. And I realized that my kids would be missing. My husband had committed suicide.
Mm-hmm.
I was alone.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. Good gracious.
Well,
Good gracious.
I mean,
I'm sorry to hear that. You said your husband committed suicide. Wow. Wow.
They were 2 and 4 years old. And if you don't think that these people that want children or make this stuff, they find the right person. Now, I really didn't have a thing I didn't like anybody at that time. So nobody could get close enough. So it was a stranger. But like I said, to save my kids, I left the city.
Wow.
And it's a hard thing to even admit, and that mothers would be in denial or complacent about it.
Yeah.
Some of them do put money over matter. Some of them do not have a maternal bond with kids. Some mothers don't, even fathers. I don't think any stepdad could love your child like their real dad if he does.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just, yeah, it's big, but it's big. And I mean, I hope my prayers will come true and that they could really follow the dots. And if that's what it is, it's a ring of child pornography, then let them catch as many as they can. They do it with the drugs. They follow it to the big guy, let the little guy do the drugs, and then want the guy who sells it. It's all the same. It's all the same.
Yeah, it is really.
It is, and it's bigger than it'll blow your damn mind. I don't know why I'm even half sane right now. Actually. Anyway, I really have deep feelings about this case, and I know she'll get justice one way or the other. But if it is, and it does turn out, whether the mother's was complacent in it, let them bring that to the forefront. Mm-hmm. And I pray that if there's others involved as far as child pornography, take as many of them as you can. Follow the dots. Maybe that's why they haven't charged him yet.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I don't know, but I'll let someone else call while I catch my breath. And it's a sad situation when you have to be in that. I know that growing up, one out of 10 girls did not have a negative sexual encounter. Only one did not have a negative sexual encounter in their life, whether it be having a man doing something inappropriate in his car, whether a man lets the kids see that. Only one. And that's not good odds. That's not good odds.
No, it is, definitely isn't. That's for sure.
You know, I live in San Diego, and they all kind of get to go underground here. There's just so many people, nobody notices nothing.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, a lot of things in the world I'm glad are being brought out through social media. And I know that YouTubers are pretty good. A long time ago, it goes, I don't know, Mom, but they find out stuff before anybody. So I started watching it, and you guys do, and you're making a difference out there. That's all I know.
Well, I mean, it's about getting out, being active in this community. This is how you do it. You get out, you're active, you talk to people, you dig through things, you find information yourself, and or maybe somebody else, a viewer. I mean, people passing this information along and talking, like all the emails that are shared with me. There's so much valuable information out there from people like yourself and other folks who are diggers. They dig through everything. So it's going to be found and it's going to be put out before the media talks about it. It's just some things you got to figure out. Okay, do I believe this or do I believe this? And you look at things that come out after you find them out and you're like, okay, damn, that was true.
Yeah. Some of it you just got to kind of put on the side and focus on what the real issue is and see if it evolves. That's how I feel about it. But, you know, like I said, as far as the mother, she may just not be a maternal mother and really is complacent and thinks that her daughter, now that she's older, you know, maybe wanted her boyfriend or whoever he was. You know, I mean, complacency by parents or by a mother has been, when I, like I said, you know, I was a kid in what, 1960s.
Well,
I had one of my friends' mom came out and said, Elizabeth, come and wash your father's back. It was her stepdad. I didn't think much, but she came back and we just played like nothing happened. And I didn't think to ask, but now that I reflect on it, I'm like, that was weird. So we just need to keep being town callers. Don't stop talking until it's done.
Well, I appreciate you for being a voice in this community and sharing your story. I do. I'm sorry that you went through what you went through, but I'm sure it's made you who you are today and the strong person that you are today. And I appreciate you calling in and having the courage to not only talk with me, but tell your story in front of thousands and give your opinion on this case in general. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I appreciate you, T. Have a nice evening.
You too, man. God bless you. Shout out to her. Stay vigilant and lock your doors too. Just don't be shaking your legs like so toast. 219-885-9693. 724. Are you so toast?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Oh, I am. Okay. Yeah, my name's Deb Giuliani. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you T-REV?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Well, listen, first time I ever saw you, I live in Pennsylvania here, so you were covering the escaped prisoner.
Oh, Cavalcante. Woo.
Yes, and I was so impressed because that's the first time I saw you, and I thought, man, this guy has all these different, you know, you had the helicopter, you had JLR following him. I was just so impressed, and I'll never forget. You were still talking about that when I went to bed, and when I got up, you were still there, and the timing was really good because that's about the time they caught him. But that's not why I'm calling. But I just want to let you know.
Yeah, no,
I appreciated your coverage.
Yeah, that was what 18 hours the last stream we did, but we were doing like 11 during the day and going on, and it was crazy. It was crazy.
It really was.
I loved it though.
You did a good job. Yeah. Well, the reason why I'm calling is I know everybody wants charges, but here's the problem. If they don't have all the information they need, once you like charge somebody with something, I think there's what's called a statute of limitations. So you have to, within a certain period of time, have all the information you need. And if your case falls flat, that person can walk. So I know everybody wants, somebody to be charged, but you have to consider that you don't want things to happen too soon. You want them to have all the information they need in order to take that to trial and win. Because you don't want them to walk.
Yeah, we definitely don't want them to walk, or her, or whoever. Allegedly, again, nobody's charged yet, so we can't say him or her. But we know that Stephen Stearns is the prime suspect, and obviously she lied to police allegedly per reports. We're only going off reports here, so don't beat the messenger.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't look at anybody and say, you're the one in this case, because there's too much going on, I think, in the background if he is involved in any kind of trafficking. So anyways, I just wanted to say that and to congratulate you on your coverage, and that's it.
Well, I appreciate you. And we will see. Eileen, that cone from, oh my God, the cone. Don't get me started on that damn cone, please. We heard about that damn cone for so long.
Oh.
Cone in the Cavalcante case. Wow. The cone. Even accounts were coming up. The cone was coming in and commenting. It was crazy. But we'll see what charges come forward on this case. Again, it's just day 19. It's unusual for me, just on cases that I've been covering as far as looking into and talking to everybody with Idaho 4 all the way up to now. This is a unique case that I've came across in my 2 years of doing this on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen a case where a person again has been arrested, but they're charged with something totally different in the prime suspect in the case with again, her body being seen in that vehicle. And I know I keep saying that, but again, I have to go off of that because I haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
I just haven't.
Right. Yeah, I've been watching it, so yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I mean, I've seen weird stuff on, of course, when I watch ID, you see the craziest shit, and you're like, damn, I haven't heard of that. But actually covering a case myself and looking at the details inside of the case and what police has said, and nothing, again, no charges being pushed forward. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen that when I'm covered it. So it's so weird to me.
Well, they're clamming up, though, right? I mean, don't you think they're both clamming up? Like he wouldn't talk, and she's probably not talking either.
Yep, that's the common sense part of it to me. So it would make sense that she did lawyer up and that they don't have enough to arrest or put charges forward on anybody for murder because they don't know who did it. Allegedly, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with it.
You know, that's where I'm at with it. That's my thought process.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Imagine if we see in a couple of days he's charged with tampering of a corpse. Everybody will go crazy.
Yeah, right.
I'm serious. Everybody would go insane if they seen charges put out. Stephen Stearns charged with tampering of a corpse, but no murder charges. Imagine that. Good gracious.
I know. Yeah, and everybody's talking about fibers and things like that, but really, I don't know if in fact he was living with them or not, but it wouldn't be natural for fibers of him to be on her, so yeah, there's a lot they have to work through, I think, Well, I'll let you go. I know other people want to call in, but it was nice talking to you.
It was nice talking to you too, and I appreciate you. I didn't know that you had watched during Cavalcante. Wow, that was a while ago. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for calling in and being a voice also. God bless you, ma'am. Hopefully I hear from you again. Pennsylvania.
You
God
too.
bless. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Stay vigilant and lock them doors too. Man, could nap, y'all. That screwed up my whole entire day. Internet was off. Felt like the world was ending. Couldn't do nothing but from my phone. 423, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
I'll mute my TV.
I don't hear it.
T-REV, I just wanted to give you my little story.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm 59 years old. My father died when he was 56 of a massive heart attack. I am the 5th child of 5. We had the same mom and daddy. And my mama died a month ago at 86 years old. And I'm still in a major grief.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
I had a sister, my little sister, and a brother that both died. I cannot imagine the grief, and I was right there with her through it all. But to lose a child, that ain't something you get over.
No.
And this woman, there's not a tear in her eyes. She's guilty. She is so guilty. And people like that don't deserve to breathe the same air we breathe.
No.
I agree. As far as these type of predators, they don't deserve to breathe the same air. I agree. They deserve to breathe either prison air or be on the other side, which is in hell.
Well, hell is where they need to be because I don't think we ought to be keeping them alive.
Agreed.
You know, it's our tax dollars that gives them 3 hots and a cot. You know?
Absolutely.
So no, they need to be death penalty right up front and executed immediately. I know how I'm feeling just for the loss of my mama. I cannot imagine losing one of my sons. And she was a strong woman.
You said you just lost your mom?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry to hear that. Everybody's, our hearts go out to you. Wow. When I was told my mom was lost, you know, my world stopped. I didn't go live. I didn't do shit. And I was about to fly. Like, as I can only imagine, you lost your mom. Wow.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. My heart is with you. My
And
heart
I
is
would
with
like
you.
to just disappear.
My heart is with you.
I need to be held so bad.
You just need a hug, huh? I wish I could give you that hug right now, man. I wish I could.
But these predators on these babies, these little innocent children, they need to be euthanized immediately. I don't agree with death row for 50 years. They need to do it immediately. And this mama, she's guilty as hell. I believe she participated in it. And I believe they came up with the story because she was jealous when Madeline hit 13. You know, little girl becoming a woman. And I think Mama killed her. And this Stearns monster knew he had all kinds of shit on him. And he helped her.
Yeah, you know, I agree with what Rebecca's saying. Maybe you said you need a hug, and that kind of brings me back to you earlier, what you were saying there. Maybe do you have, I don't know, I want to say to you, maybe you should see a therapist or talk to somebody about this to help you so your mind's not spiraling. We're here for you in chat and the Revenue family, anybody. There's multiple people in chat that you could reach out to and talk to. Email me. You could talk, there's tons of people out here that you can talk to so you don't feel so alone and you're not so broken and you can let these emotions out. It's not to harbor them and you know, sit around and think like that because it could put you in a bad depressive state and maybe you are already there. I don't know if you are or not, but we definitely, you know, I definitely worry about people that are in a position who just lost somebody and is harboring their thoughts. So I hope you can find maybe somebody in the community to talk to, or like Rebecca said,
I do.
for your walk.
I do. I have a Christian counselor at church. But you know, I am alone. And I've got 2 grown, wonderful sons. You know?
Yes, ma'am.
One of them is an Afghanistan veteran and currently a police officer, which worries me to death. And the other one is RN. So, you know, one of them beats them up, you know, and patches them up. But I just can't imagine what I'm feeling right now over my little mama. How much worse it would be
to lose your child. And this Jen, she's not human. She has no emotion, no compassion, no maternal instinct. And she let it happen. And it just grieves my soul that there are people out here like this. You know, years and years and years ago where I lived, there used to be a guillotine down on what it's called State Street. If you did something, a murder or, you know, hurt somebody, they just cut your head off and be done with you. If you stole something, they cut your hands off. Well, you know where crime was? Zero.
Wow.
You know, that's capital punishment right there. You know, let everybody come to town to see it.
Yeah.
And it'll make somebody think twice.
Do you chat when you're on YouTube, or do you just watch?
I pretty much just watch. Sometimes I'll put a chat out there, but
Well, I'm just saying, there's people that are here that are here to available for you to talk to, and so you don't have to go through what you're going, and you could have somebody to talk to, maybe, you know, just to help you out a little bit, because it sounds like maybe you need that, you know.
I need help. I do need help.
We'll reach out. There's Vona in chat. We got Vona in chat. She's a professor. She talks to people. She's helped plenty of people in the Rev gang, and plenty of other people that are willing to talk to you also in chat and help you out with what you're going through, so you're not alone. You know?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. And I'm supposed to be executor of my mama's estate.
You're supposed to put your head up tall and make your mama proud, because she's going to be there with you every step of the way in spirit. Okay? Your mom's there with you now. You know what I mean? Like, she's with you now. That's your mom knows she loves you. Get what I'm saying? When we go to the other side, I've had signs from my grandmother. She just passed away a few months, or not a few months ago, actually about 7 months ago. But I've had signs of her being with me. And just know that's your guardian angel, and she's there with you. Don't, you know, she wouldn't want you to be sad and broken up, would she?
I know I'll see my mama again one day in heaven. I know that.
Mama's there with you. I'm telling you, she's watching over you. She is watching over you. And I want you to reach out again, type in chat, say, I was the person who called in. And I'm telling you, there's multiple people here that care. And also send me an email. Send me an email and I will talk to you, and I can send some other people to talk to you that are great, good-hearted folks.
You know what I really feel like I need a human being to stand here and just hold me and let me cry it out.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You know?
Yes, ma'am. And I want you, like I said, I want you to email and message. I appreciate you calling in and sharing that. And our hearts go out to you, and we're going to pray for you heavily. What is your name?
Scarlett.
You said Harley?
Scarlett.
Oh, Scarlett. Okay. Scarlett, we'll be praying for you. Reach out to us.
Please pray for me.
Yes, ma'am. Reach out for us, okay? Okay, Scarlett, you're not alone. I'm serious.
This woman, Jen, needs to die. And so does that monster. They don't deserve to be on this earth. They're evil. They're just plumb evil. And I hate that this happened to little Madeline. And many, many other children. I mean, she's not the first and she won't be the last. And it just breaks my heart. You know? And I don't know where to put my, I don't know how to handle it all.
Well,
And,
we'll talk. We'll talk more. I need you to send me an email, and we'll be there for you. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night. I will be looking for your email, so make sure you email me. You're not alone, and also comment and chat. God bless you. Shout out to her. I'm kind of worried about her, to be honest with you. I'm kind of worried about her. 219-885-9693. Hopefully, she emails at trev757pm or revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. 269, what's on your mind? Talk to us.
Hey, this is Barb from Michigan.
How you doing? Michigan in the building.
Good. Yes, I'm sending my prayers to Scarlett. I know that feeling.
Yeah,
but on the
she needs it.
Soto, yeah.
She needs
on the Soto, yeah, she's big time. Mom's guilty. Guilty all the way. My question is I heard something about him dropping off her computer in her school bag in the dumpster around 7:30. My other question is whose party was that? Because there's some men in that window, and I'm kind of trying to figure out who these people are, the shadows. You see the reflection of these men. And the other thing that I have for that sick man, how many other kids have he touched? Because you just don't start this. You don't pick that up at 30. So I'm wondering how many other kids he has touched. And to be 13, I'm thinking she either aged out of the group that he was attracted to or something. This is making me sick because this was a child. And I am just, I'm sick to my stomach on this. I have so many questions, and her body language and that shaking, I mean, it just shows that she's guilty. It just seems like it was all planned. You know, their little talk was planned. She was giving him more comfort than she should have been. She should have been out there with her daughter looking for her. You know, if she didn't know, I would have been out there. I would have been a crazy mom. I would have been out there. And my other thing is, you know, what you hear is there was 3 bedrooms. He had his own, she had her own, and the little girl had his own. So I'm just, you know, I got more questions now, like, where was this birthday party? Was that the mother's birthday party? Because there are some men in that shadow in that window. So you're kind of wondering who them are. And yeah, I'm sick to my stomach. Really sick to my stomach. I don't understand how somebody can do this to her. It's just sickening. I hope they all get caught. And if it's a ring, you know, I mean, I've gotten phone calls, like, I don't know if anybody's ever received text on their phone where it's, hi, I live in your neighborhood. You know, how do they get your phone number? You know, and then months later, we have a sex trafficking ring that, you know, they finally raided. You know, so how do they get phone numbers? But yeah, he's guilty, but somebody just doesn't start this at 30.
Yeah, I feel like is he connected to a ring? I mean, that's a good speculation.
Yeah. But you know, somebody that abuses children like that, you just don't start that habit at 30. He's had to have done that before many times. And to be around kids.
What if he had brothers, sisters?
Exactly. And I'm hoping, you know, that he's never touched another kid, but you just don't pick this up at 30. And I just sit there and think, you just don't start this at 30. And he looks for these kids, you know, and they always seem to go for kids that, you know, have low self-esteem or are going through some trauma. But I think mom was picked out and she was put into it. And I don't know. I think she's guilty. So I don't know. But I just wanted to say that you just don't pick this up and start molesting a child at 30. I think he's involved in some more. But if you look at that birthday party, there are men in that window. And I'm just kind of staring at that all the time, like, who is that? You know, was this their birthday party? Because there's like men in that background. So I don't know. My mind's just going on this right now because it's just sickening. I have 4 grandkids. I'm 59.
Yes.
I have 4 grandkids, and I couldn't think of. Oh no, I wouldn't want nobody touching anybody. I would be out there going after somebody. So I just wanted to call and kind of just say that because that's sickening. But my prayers go out to Charlotte. I've taken care of my mom, and I found out that my stepdad was having an affair, so I had to take care of her until she passed. So I was alone taking care of her. So my prayers go out to Charlotte.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll say a prayer for her after this phone call.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say that you just don't start that at 30.
And I agree. Like
involved in a ring
somewhere.
Yeah, he was involved in a ring. Mama was involved, and I don't know if this little girl turned out to be pregnant or what, but 13, probably she aged out of his age group because she's going to start talking even more now. So
agree.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, thank you, and thank you for doing what you've been doing. This is just sad all around.
It's good that we sit around, we can conversate and talk about it, and I think it helps push it out even more. Honestly, I mean, that's all I've ever seen was,
it makes me sick when she's holding him and comforting him.
Oh my God!
That's what makes me sick to my stomach. Yeah. No tears in her eyes whatsoever. I would be totally a nutcase if my child was missing, or my grandchildren. My youngest is 10. My youngest granddaughter's 10. Let somebody, yeah.
I mean, look at that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that. Sickening. Maybe this is attesting to how close he was with Madeline.
Yeah, it's sickening. I don't know why he picked her. It's sick. You don't know what's going on in their mind. I'm thinking he's involved in some other things. I used to get the text on my phone, hi, I'd like to get to know you. I live in your neighborhood, and you block the numbers. And then all of a sudden you get this sex trafficking ring that got raided, like 2 years ago. And it's like, wow, how do they get your phone number?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the scary part. So, but no, it'll all come out. There's God. God will get them. So, but Mom, she's guilty. This just seemed like it was an all-planned conversation when she was talking to the news people, and then the shaking, and then her eyes, and her body language said she was guilty, and then him sitting in the background cracking his knuckles. I'm just like, oh, I don't want to swear. I'm a big swearer when I'm upset, and this just makes my stomach turn that somebody can do that to any kid, any age. But thank you for doing what you're doing. Keep that going.
You're more than welcome. And we've been doing it for about 2 years now, almost. I mean, I'd say a year and a half, far as bringing like phone calls, etc. But we've been doing this for a while, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. So I appreciate you.
I think God brought me to your channel because I can't stop watching your channel. And I'm telling everybody about your channel, and I'm telling everybody.
Look, I was gonna come on today at 1 p.m. and when I came in, I sat down, I had everything ready to go, and as soon as I looked, I was like, what the fuck is the internet off? And I walked out to the living room to check the modem. Internet was clearly off. I was like, damn it. I went in the room, started looking up some stuff, watched the presser on Riley Strain, and passed out on the bed, and then wake up until like 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, but I believe God will get them.
Well, we're on it. Well, I've been looking at this case. I stayed up all night. I got a Riley Strain. I actually wrote like a whole entire timeline for Riley Strain and did a little docuseries script that I built on that. So I've been working on that too. That's why I didn't come back on last night, because I was working on trying to get the right facts for that case. But I appreciate you so much for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community for Madeline Soto. God bless you, man.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your love and light. Lock your doors and stay vigilant. Shout out to her. And we're going to gather and say a prayer real quick for our caller before Scarlett, okay? Again, dear Lord, we gather tonight. We come before you today, hearts heavy with sorrow for the loss of a cherished soul. The mother of Scarlett has been lost. And the community is here to navigate this through the valley of grief following the passing of her beloved mother. Lord, we ask you for your comfort to envelope Scarlett, to cradle her heart in your loving arms. Grant her the peace that transcends understanding, the strength to face the coming days in the light of your presence, to guide her through the darkest hours. May Scarlett feel your warmth of your love through support of friends and the Rev Gang family. Let her find solace in memories shared, joy in the legacy left behind, and hope in the promise of eternal life. We pray as a community surrounding Scarlett that they may be vessels of comfort and love, Lord. Guide them in their words and actions, that they may be sources of unwavering support and understanding. Bless them all, Lord, with unity as they come together to honor the memory of a life well lived. May this shared sorrow bring them closer, building bonds of compassion and empathy that endure. In your holy name, we pray. Jesus Christ. Amen. Scarlett, that's for you. We love you. Prayers for Scarlett. I hope she gets through that. I see a lot of people worried about her, and wow. Hopefully she can heal. Scarlett, if you can hear me right now, that's for you. We love you. 678, you're never too late. You were live. What is going on?
Okay. Hey, good evening. This is Ruth Hannah, and I'm from Atlanta. How are you?
I am doing good. I was just sitting here worried about one of the callers that just called in before, but we're talking about this Madeline Soto case, and it's so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking, and that's what brings us gathered here tonight as we're going to jump into the Riley Strain case here in a little bit. What is your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case, and what is your mindset right now with the way that the case is?
Well, there were two things that I wanted to point out to you. One was the guy who called in the other night who gave all the information with the receipt. That guy, you know,
mm-hmm.
the guy who gave you all that information about being taken as a child and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said that he had called her and talked to her, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, my question, but my question is, how was he able to call her? Are you telling me that the police don't have her phone?
Well,
I mean, wouldn't you think the police?
I don't believe that. I'm gonna be straight up and just say I don't believe it. I don't believe that he called her. I mean, it's insane. I've heard multiple stories. The dude's been up on other channels, so there's things that have been said and people have found and dug up on that person who told that story, and if it's debunked, like in my opinion, it's fully debunked, because he said I was chloroformed and I was this and I was that, and it sounded like a good book. You know what I mean? You know, one of them books that you get, and it has so much fictional tale in it. And, you know, and I never want to say that somebody's wrong until we go and look and do our deepest research on it. And after talking and doing our deepest research, passing this information on to other people to do research, my conclusion of that phone call is it's completely debunked. Of that, like, there's where's the proof at? Show me a piece of paper that shows that you've made these reports on Stephen Stearns and that you were a trafficking victim of that. Like, I don't like to call nobody a liar, but I have to call a spade and say, when I see enough, I see enough. I've seen enough to debunk what was said on the show.
Yeah, I kind of got the feeling he was trying to market or sell his book. It seemed like to me. But that's what I was bringing into question, with him saying he talked to her. I don't believe that. I don't believe he talked to her. For one thing, I would believe that the police would certainly have her phone. I don't get that. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up to you is that when she was doing that interview, the journalist asked her what was the last thing she said to Maggie and all that. And she said, oh, well, she was talking about her gifts that she got and how happy she was. And she said good night. And that was it. But then she turns around and says that the last time she saw her was at 8:15 that next morning. She didn't talk to her that next morning. So how could it be that she said good night and told her about her gifts, and that was all? That was the end of her conversation with her,
right?
According to her response to the journalist. But yet, if you're going to say you saw her off at 8:15, you didn't have no conversation then.
That's a good point. At 8, what was it? 8
I mean, that wouldn't have been.
She seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m.
Yeah, that's right. So she would have had words with her then. Yeah. Those were the words she should have told the journalist.
I agree. She definitely
in response to that question. So that's just another thing that I caught her in a lie, a straight up lie.
Right.
Because you know good and well. I mean, that adds more validity to me that she did not see her that next morning. That good night thing was the last thing she said. Because, there's a lot of truth mixed in with all their lies and everything. Because that makes absolutely no sense to me. Why would you not respond with, instead of talking about the night before and saying good night, why wouldn't you then say, oh, well, I saw her that morning at 8 o'clock and, we talked about school for the day or something,
Yeah.
I just thought I'd point it out. You hadn't heard anybody say it. But it just occurred to me how weird that was. And another thing is that Takamoto or whatever it is that guy plays with, those little animals he feeds or whatever.
They said Kakamoto.
Yeah, that thing. I heard it said that they were little handheld things he had, but my niece had that years ago, and it was online. She would go online and feed and water the little pets and put them to bed and all this.
Oh, you're talking about the Gigapets or something?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm trying to remember. Yeah. I know because I had one back in the day when I was a kid.
Yeah. I mean, I just wondered if
Digimon
he was telling. Yeah. And I wondered if he was telling Jen at times, oh, I'm online doing my, pet thing, I'm feeding him, watering my little pets and stuff like that so that it would give him privacy time to view porn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just something that ran through my mind. I don't know. But I don't know why he'd have little handheld things in this day and age of technology when all of that is available online. And I do wonder. I wonder if Maddie, the guy she had a crush on, was he at her party?
Tamagotchi.
Was she flirting with him?
Tamagotchi, something like that. That's
Yeah.
what chat knows. Yeah. Chat said Tamagotchi.
Yeah, and I just wonder. Yeah. And, I wondered if Maddie had her crush at her birthday party. And could Stephen have seen them, like, flirting back and forth or hugging each other or something and got jealous over it?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Interesting. I don't think I've heard anybody say that to me directly. Like, I wonder if her crush was at the birthday party and wow, interesting theory. Again, it's speculation. All of it's speculation, but wow, I haven't heard nobody say that yet. To me,
yeah, and if she had her little friends there, wouldn't you think maybe she'd invite her crush there? I mean, that would have really made him mad. Because then, everything would change then. She'd have a little boyfriend. She'd, not be wanting him to bother her and all this stuff. I mean, I just wonder. I'd really love to know the answer to that question. But anyway, that's about all I have to say to you. I just wanted to bring those things up, just little things that I had noticed that I hadn't really heard talked about. And anyway, I appreciate you very much, and my prayers go out for Scarlett. I feel so much for her. She's she's in a bad place. And, you know, I just pray that God will lift her up and strengthen her and, you know, give her brand new bright days, you know?
I mean, we got to look at it like this when people like Scarlett are calling it. And I can't say that I fault her because I would never, ever tell nobody, hey, don't call in when you're in a time of need and say these things. It's only about this. No, like that felt her story. And emotionally, I connect with that because I can only understand if, I mean, I'm looking at it as if I lost my mom. When my mom, when I got the text message from my dad saying your mom was missing, my world stopped. Nothing else mattered but finding out if she was alive from that point on. So I can only imagine what Scarlett is feeling losing her mom. And that goes for anybody. I can feel that for anyone. Your mom, your dad, anyone in your family, I can feel that. And that's why we're here today for Madeline Soto, because she's gone. No justice.
Oh yeah.
So again, like I said, I know like just I place myself in her shoes. If I lost my mom, I'd be broken.
Oh yeah.
That woman,
you know,
she needed the prayer. She needs the prayer from thousands. You know, she needs.
And you know, if the roles were reversed and Maddie was still here and it was Jen that he had done away with, oh, you better believe Maddie would be grieving and crying her eyes out for her mother.
Absolutely. Oh man,
you know, it's just a shame you can't say it about her mother where she's concerned. It's just pitiful. It was just really pitiful.
It's definitely pitiful, and I appreciate you calling, and thank you for being a voice for Madeline. Thank you for being a voice for Madeline and everybody who is calling and trying to get through and just say what their theory is, their thoughts are on this case. I appreciate all of you because all of you are being a voice for Madeline.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yes, absolutely.
I need you to do two things for me though, which is lock your doors before you go to sleep. Or actually, I would do it right now if they're not. But then again, also stay vigilant. God bless you, man.
Okay. All right, God bless you.
Shout out to her for being a voice for Madeline. We appreciate you. That woman Scarlett got me on my heart. She got into my heart. Oh man. God bless her. I can only imagine all that pain and hurt. I don't know. Are we ready to jump into Riley? Are we ready to jump into the Riley case, the Riley Strain case? Is that what we're ready for? Are we ready to dive into the Riley Strain case? I feel like it's time. Lord blessed with a great mom. What a very beautiful. Bless me with a great mom. Very beautiful. Faith says, I swear, losing my Gmaw, they needed to bury me with her. I thought I couldn't go on without her. I have known I will be with her one day. Yeah, you'll be with her one day. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to the Riley Strain case. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this case, we're going to be following it very closely. We won't lose sight of that, period. Point blank, period. We're not going to lose sight of that. There was a presser earlier on this case. Maybe some of you seen it, but I want to dive into something that I put together here. I'm going to read it to you guys real quick. Okay, so I called it Disappeared, the Mysterious Case of Riley Strain. Hi, my name is T-REV, and I am reaching out to all of you today with a heavy heart. A 22-year-old boy has gone missing in the community, and his family is desperately searching for answers. Today, I will be discussing the baffling case and the disappearance of 22-year-old Riley Strain. Who is Riley Strain, and what led to his sudden disappearance? Riley Strain was a bright and ambitious individual with a promising future ahead of him. He was described as a kind-hearted, outgoing, and full of life individual by his family and friends. Again, he hasn't been found. They do not know if he's deceased. So I want to put that out there to all of you. March 8th, he went missing. Now, the search of Riley has captured the hearts of millions, with individuals from all walks of life banding together in the hopes of finding him. University of Missouri student Riley Strain was in Music City for a fraternity conference with his Delta Chi fraternity brothers on March 8th when he went missing after he was asked to leave Luke Bryan's bar, Luke 32 Bridge in Nashville. Strain's family from Springfield, Missouri drove down to Nashville as soon as they got the call from his fraternity brothers about his disappearance. Riley Strain's disappearance drew widespread attention with social media platforms full of speculations and pleas for law enforcement to act fast. Some speculate that Riley may have orchestrated his disappearance to escape from his troubles. Others speculate that foul play may be involved, pointing to potential enemies or individuals with a motive to harm Riley. The speculation has run rampant as the search continues, although some cameras captured the soon-to-be graduate making his way downtown, heading toward the Metro courthouse. His family explained there are gaps in cameras pointed in the wrong direction that make it hard to know exactly where to look for Strain. The heart-wrenching pleas of his family, the unwavering dedication of law enforcement, and the outpouring of support from strangers near and far all painted a portrait of a community united in the face of adversity. Here's a look at the timeline of events following Strain's disappearance, including the efforts to find him and bring him home safely. March 8th, 2024 at 9:35 p.m., Strain was escorted out from the bar. The TC Restaurant Group, which owns and manages the bar, issued a statement saying its security team made the decision based on our conduct standards to escort him from the venue through our Broadway exit at the front of our building. According to the TC Restaurant Group, Strain was asked to leave after being offered only one alcoholic drink and 2 glasses of water. He was followed down the steps by one of his companions, according to the bar management. However, his friend reportedly did not leave and returned upstairs. Strain's stepfather, Chris Whited, stated that one of Strain's friends attempted to accompany him out the pub, but the security crew refused to allow him to go. 9:46 p.m. Riley was recorded on surveillance camera tripping and falling in a parking lot at 3rd Avenue and Church Street beside the downtown smoke and vape shop. 9:47, Strain was spotted on surveillance camera crossing 1st Avenue north to Gay Street. Now that's at 9:47 p.m. 9:52 p.m. Body cam film shows Strain having a brief conversation with Nashville officer Reynold Young on Gay Street. I don't know if that's how you say it, but it says Reynold Young on Gay Street, south of the Woodland Street Bridge, according to authorities, and no video of him has been spotted since that time. So 10:15 p.m., Whited rang Strain's phone. It shows that the location is opposite the hotel, or opposite of the hotel, near James Robertson Parkway and Gay Street. Detectives believe Strain's final phone chat with one of his friends occurred around this time. So at 10:15 p.m., they believe that. That's from what I was able to gather. On March 9th of 2024, Strain's friend contacted 911 after reporting that he had gone to the Central Police Precinct and called the sheriff's office to submit a missing person report. Strain's family drove from Springfield, Missouri to Nashville shortly after they heard from his fraternity mates about his disappearance. March 11th of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, the Metro Nashville Police Department announced on X, which is formerly known as Twitter, that they continue to search for Strain and are requesting help from the public. Police searched hospitals and jails without any success whatsoever. Strain had previously been on the same trip without any trouble, according to Whited, and would frequently communicate with his family 3 or 4 times each day. March 12th of 2024, Strain's family assisted officials in a search along the Cumberland River, which was less than a half a mile from where his phone last reached. However, nothing was discovered. Benton McDonough, is that what his name is? Benton McDonough, director of the mayor's office of nightlife, issued a statement asking tourists to be aware of their surroundings and to know your limits when it comes to alcohol intake. The TC Restaurant Group, which operates and owns Brian's Bar, also issued a statement informing the public of its involvement in the search for Strain. TC Restaurant Group, the operator and owner of Luke's 32 Bridge, is still working closely with the Metro Nashville Police Department to offer security cameras and any other video or any other possible useful information to aid in the ongoing search for Riley Strain. March 13th of 2024, the Metro Nashville Police Department publishes security video of Strain crossing First Avenue north to Gay Street. This is the 22-year-old's last appearance on video. The Tennessee Alcoholic Beverage Commission has announced that it has launched an inquiry into the situation. Nashville's Office of Emergency Management units investigated the Riverside area with sonar equipment but found nothing. Family and friends held a vigil to pray for Strain's safe return. Now, on March 14th of 2024, the MNPD's Urban Search and Rescue Team continued to search the area around Strain's last known location near the Cumberland River. During a press conference, police stated that they were also speaking with residents of adjacent homeless encampments. All right, so it says here. At the time, officers stated that there was no evidence of foul play or that Strain was engaged in any form of dispute or disagreement. The police were still seeking to collect all of Strain's phone records. However, they also stated that there is no proof of him taking a cab or utilizing a ride-sharing service. March 15th of 2024, the TC Restaurant Group issued another statement revealing further information on the inquiry and what occurred the night Strain was escorted out of Brian's bar. To assist the Nashville Metro Police Department's missing persons investigation of Riley Strain, we instantly submitted complete information following his visit to our bar on March 8th. This information includes all security camera videos and images of Riley at our location with timestamps, transactions data, and employee accounts. In addition, we proactively spoke with the Tennessee Alcoholic Beverage Commission and will continue to cooperate and provide whatever information is required to assist in their current investigation. Riley visited Luke's 32 Bridge and purchased 1 alcoholic drink and 2 drinks of water, according to our data. At 9:35 p.m., our security team decided to escort him out the venue from our Broadway exit in front of our building based on our conduct based on our conduct requirements. He was followed down the stairs by another member of his party. The guy with Riley did not leave and returned upstairs. We continue to pray for Riley's friends and family during this difficult time, as well as for his safe return. Now, TC Restaurant Group, March 16th of 2024, Strain's father, it says Ryan Gilbert, stated that the family has discovered that Strain's Apple Watch location services were never activated, destroying a lead that they had hoped would lead to answers. We're eager to get over this. We want some answers, Gilbert stated. We're a weekend and it's not getting any easier. Time appears to be running out, and we would want to implore anyone with information to please share it. The Nashville Office of Emergency Management says drones, canines, boats, divers were all utilized to search the Cumberland River on Saturday, but Strain's family believes he is not in the water. March 17th of 2024, Riley Strain's bank card was recovered near the river. MNPD said that Strain's bank card was located on a Cumberland River embankment. Strain, a senior of Mizzou, stands 6 feet 7 inches tall and has a slim body, blonde hair, and blue eyes, according to his family. Riley was last seen wearing a black and white collared shirt, blue trousers, and brown shoes. If you have seen Strain or have any information on where he is, please call MNPD at 615-862-8600. Billboards were also utilized around Nashville to seek information about Strain's whereabouts. And at the end of this, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that's the timeline that I was able to put together in different reports that I thought maybe you guys should hear. There was allegedly there was a male found. It's not allegedly. There was a male found in the Cumberland River. They said it was a Hispanic male, had tattoos, etc. It wasn't Riley. Pretty interesting. I don't know what that male or how long that male had been in the water, who they found in the water. I'm curious to find out about this other person that they found. Was there a scuffle between him and another person and they fell in the water allegedly? I mean, that's the thoughts that I had. Did this person who was found in the water, again, the person who was found in the water, was there a scuffle between him and Riley? Or was that guy in the water for a long time? I'm curious about that. I mean, we do know his bank card was found down there by the water. So in general, that I don't know. I think some weird stuff when I hear that. There's been a body found in the river, but it wasn't Riley. And Riley is missing right now. He's been missing since March 8th. We are now going on the 20th in about an hour. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? No relation, in my opinion. Yeah, you never know. Probably a bridge jumper. Interesting. I know 6'7", not someone you want to mess with or drink. Yeah, right? 6'7", 160 pounds. It was a woman. Was it? Oh, yeah. I seen a man. I read it. It said a man. It said a Hispanic male. A woman, the woman that you're talking about, Lee Michelle, from what I seen was from 26 years ago.
I do a live Facebook feed. I don't.
Yeah, I think you just have to go live.
Lisa, anybody here know how to do? I'm sure you do a live live Facebook feed.
Yes, sir.
Would you be willing to do that for me?
Yes, sir.
We can put it on our page.
Now, this again was another this was a presser from earlier with a lot of the most up-to-date information. It seems they were addressing on this. Thank you for the 15 months. I gotta know. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I pray people with guilt judgment up to God.
Y'all ready now?
Well, let's play these couple videos.
All right.
Let's scoot up to where they start.
We feel that we need the extra resources to come in and help us as we try to get more organized for our family.
Thank you, by the way. I appreciate it.
See if we can't bring some more clues to light.
Not that I've seen as far as, you know, I know that it says that they are in contact with some of them. No comments from frat. You mean the whole fraternity itself? I haven't seen that part. Like, I've seen that they've talked to friends, etc., that were near him that night. Now, as far as the fraternity making a comment out to the public, I haven't seen that. And it may be there too.
We're very grateful for everyone that's done everything so far. We ask that you continue. We ask that you work and help with us to become more organized, because we don't want individuals out there alone without us knowing, so that we want to make sure everybody's careful. Safety is the number one priority. We appreciate
concussion
more than you'll ever know the outpouring that we've received from the community, from the press, and everyone else involved. Our goal is still to bring Riley home. We feel that is still a very pliable goal. We feel like Dave and his team and the volunteers that he knows are very skilled and will help bring this for us.
That's a fact, Dietrich.
This time, I'm going to turn it over to Dave and let him kind of bring some information to light. If we have questions at the end, we'll be more than happy to address, but I do ask that we have a little bit of courtesy for what we're going through right now. And
I'm curious, because there's a video that I've seen, and I'm going to pause and I'm going to talk to you guys in general, because I've seen a video earlier that said something about mysterious text from frat, last mysterious text from frat, and we'll check that out too. We want to look at everything on this case. This case is another weird one, ladies and gentlemen.
Give us just, a few questions, and we'll again
12 days
as we have more information. Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, sir. My name is David Flagg. For those who don't have a spelling, last name is F like Foxtrot, L-A-G-G. And I am the National Director of Operations for the United Cajun Navy. Those of you who may not know, people who are in the audience that may not know, we are a disaster response organization. We respond to natural disasters, all over the country. We're formed during Hurricane Katrina, when New Orleans was flooded so badly. We had just a bunch of good old boys that had boats and took it upon themselves to go out into the waters of New Orleans and start rescuing people, taking in supplies, et cetera, et cetera. Fast forward to today, our organization has been to almost every major natural disaster in this country, to include Hurricane Michael, Hurricane Ian, the Texas wildfires. We have people there now, the fires in Maui. So that's kind of an brief overview of what we do. We also obviously get involved in missing persons cases. We do search and rescue, and focus on providing supplies of whatever nature the people might need them, food, clothing, etc. I was to touch on the reason that we're here today. We were contacted by Riley's family and asked to step up and provide some more resources to this search.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you were contacted by the family and they pushed you out in here to get a presser going? I mean, you should have. First of all, you should be out here every day giving updates, because there's a lot of people that want to know, first of all, where he's at, because nobody just leaves a bar and falls off the face of the earth. 12 days down the line, 12 days, their son that they talk to every day, they talk to him every day, 3 or 4 times a day, as I've read, right? They get a message from Riley. Not these last 12 days. Not since he left at 9:35 p.m. No, they haven't heard from him. Where's he at? This mom right here, good God, when I see her talk, she breaks my heart. This mother, when she speaks, I'm tearing up thinking about the shit right now, because every time she speaks, she is just broken. This woman right here. She wants to know where her boy is. She wants to know where her son is. And the fact that, I don't know, what happened 12 days down the line, this guy just walked out the bar at 9:35 p.m. He's kicked out. He had 1 drink and 2 waters. Did he get shots from other people? Maybe. We don't know that. Did he drink before he went there? Allegedly. We hear that. But he didn't just fall off the face of the earth. What happened after that body cam footage with that police officer? What happened to Riley Strain? What's your theory? I'm going to be reading them as we watch this presser and go through some other videos, and I will open up lines too and talk to y'all. But I think it's important to look at the information in this case around Riley Strain and suck in those details, right?
Activity, and we have been pretty much involved from the very first day that we heard about it, which I believe was on Monday, would have been the 10th, 11th, whatever day that was. We've had an airboat here on the river. We've had people involved behind the scenes and following this and understanding what's been happening here with regard to the search efforts of individuals. We felt that it was probably a real good idea for us to step in and organize a structured and organized search activity for this. We also have today we have a hovercraft coming in and a pilot to run that craft. If he gets here early enough, we will be on the river today, and if not, we'll start early tomorrow morning and spend a good bit of time on the river here assisting in that search. We had an airboat here, and that individual will be returning, I believe, Friday, possibly Saturday. I would reiterate what Riley's father said. Our main focus, obviously, is to find Riley. Our secondary focus is to ensure the safety of the people who are out here searching. If we have folks just out on their own on these very steep and treacherous terrain on the riverbank and other treacherous aspects of this search, we don't know. We don't know what's going on with you. It's not safe. It's real dangerous. So I would encourage any volunteers who have been.
Who is Riley Strain? He's a 22-year-old missing Missouri student who went out to Nashville and was at a location. Okay, hear me out, Lily. He went to this location, was kicked out at 9:35. The only thing, and allegedly he was overserved and all these other different things. But let's look at this, right? He falls out. He hits his. He gets kicked out at 9:35 p.m. Let's get that right. That's the first thing of this bar. Allegedly, one of the people were behind him, and they didn't let him go out with him, which doesn't make sense in my head when I hear that. That's what it said. It said allegedly one of his fraternity friends or brothers or whatever was coming out behind him, and they didn't let him come behind him. I call bullshit on that. But 9:35 p.m. he had 1 drink, 2 waters. Okay. So technically 3 drinks, 1 alcoholic beverage. The other 2 weren't, but he's clearly wasted when he comes out this bar. He hits his head on a sign. He's seen on a few cameras. The last time that he's seen on camera is at 9:52. Okay. 9:52 body cam footage. He is walking. He says, "What's up?" to the officer. He doesn't appear to be too, stumbly anymore. Maybe he notices it's an officer and let me just try to get myself together so I can get past this guy. What happens after that? They find a bank card. I think this was yesterday or the day before. They found a bank card and also a body in the same Cumberland River that's right there by these bridges, right? But still no sign of Riley. No sign. Stories from homeless people. I don't know whether that guy was telling the truth or not, but Again, a 22-year-old missing Missouri student there on a fraternity conference, and now he just vanished off the face of the earth like like disappeared. You ever watch Disappeared on ID? And you see those weird stories where these people come up missing and they're never seen again. This is what is reminding me of it right now. I'm hoping that this mom gets some damn justice, or this whole entire family. They're all grieving, obviously, and everybody grieves differently. But this mom is shattered. She wants to know where her boy is.
Here and are searching to please come under the umbrella of the United Cajun Navy search. We will be putting together a structured and organized ground search at some point in the near future. I don't have the specific information on that yet, but I will make that information known once I have it. If you do intend to come out and search with us or to continue to search on your own, there are some safety aspects that you need to know. Number one, you need to be wearing some sturdy shoes. You need to have some heavy gloves on and some nitrile or rubber gloves as well. There's a lot of garbage and debris and needles and bodily fluids of one kind or another that are on these riverbanks that you really don't want to be exposed to. So that's what I would ask of you, just for your own safety. And I would also reiterate what Riley's father said. If you all do have questions for the family, please be very, very sensitive about the nature of this incident. As you can imagine, those of you who have children or don't have children, I guess the best advice I could give would be don't ask a question of the family that you would not want to be asked yourself. That's pretty much all I have to say. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
No, she's about to lose it.
Just one thing I wonder for you and for the family, the police have been steadfast for at least several days in saying that they don't suspect any foul play. Have you seen the evidence to that? Do you believe it?
At this point, there is no evidence that I'm aware of that would indicate foul play. You know, y'all know how it goes on Facebook and social media. There's been a lot of chatter on there about the fact that Riley's debit card was found on the riverbank, and that is prima facie evidence of criminal activity, something of that nature there. I don't agree with that. You know, obviously I'm not the investigator. We have a couple of representatives from MMPD here, and I'm sure they have something to say about it, but I would very seriously at this point doubt that there's been any criminal activity.
Yes.
Only child.
We feel like they've handled it well. We know that there's an excessive amount of information coming into them that they're having to dissect. You know, it's hard as a parent, as we are now 10, 11, 12 days into this.
Thank you for
and
that
we're trying to,
Denise.
you know, find Riley, come up with, you know, an outcome here. And so, yes, as the days drag on, we are frustrated. We know they're doing their job. We've seen what they've got, you know.
We know they're doing things that we haven't been informed about. That's probably with any investigation like this.
Thank you,
there's
Sugar
details
Leaf.
that they're not going to share with
Appreciate
us
you.
that we're sure they're working on too. We don't know what all for sure exactly what they've done as far as searches goes. We don't know some of the information, but that's not to say they haven't done it.
Exactly. And, you know, Dave is kind of an extra resource for us, a point of contact with his foundation, his group, to be able to help us so that we can focus and make sure that we're doing everything as best as possible. It's been hard being from out of town, being from 6.5 hours away, to put a structured program together when you don't know everywhere that you're at. You don't know the lay of the land as well. You don't have your family and your resources that are in your hometown to be able to help guide you and lean on to build a organized search. And that has bothered us, and Dave is our answer.
Kind of rewinding a little bit. I know that y'all saw the bar footage for the first time potentially. Is there anything
Using their missing cases as a diversion?
The only thing really that we have seen with our own eyes is in the bar footage would be Riley and his friend going down the stairs just before he exited the bar. And his friend turns around and goes back up the stairs. You know, we're not focusing on a lot of the stuff that happened earlier. We're still pushing forward, and we're trying to figure out where he's at now.
I am not able to comment on that at this point. I know that they're still digging through information, so hopefully they'll be able to provide information here, as we move forward.
Thank you, Bridget. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
We know that Riley was possibly texting and communicating with multiple people. Again, we don't know the exact people. We don't know the exact timeline, or who the last person was.
Anything right now would kind of be speculation.
I'm gonna share. I want to share this with you guys, dude. And this is what I was able to gather. Let me know if it's accurate from what you've guys heard. For the people who have seen this case, this is kind of like the timeline that I was able to gather. I just wanted to jot down fast when I was going through research and different things. I got 9:46 p.m. Riley was recorded on surveillance camera tripping and falling in a parking lot at 3rd Avenue and Church Street beside the downtown smoke and vape shop. 9:47 p.m. Strain was spotted on surveillance camera crossing 1st Avenue north to Gay Street. 9:52 p.m. Body cam film shows Strain having a brief conversation with Nashville officer Mr. Young on Gay Street, south of the Woodland St. Bridge. According to authorities, no video of him has been spotted since that time. 10:15 p.m. Whited rings Strain's phone. It shows that the location is opposite. It shows the location is opposite of the hotel near James Robertson Parkway and Gay Street. Detectives believe Strain's final phone chat with one of his friends occurred around this time. So that's the times that I have on as far as like when we see him on camera and what detectives had said about the last phone call. Again, 10:15. Does that sound accurate to you guys from everything that you've seen? You can tell the difference between his mom and Miss Soto. I heard from good sources he texted his girlfriend a weird text stating good lobs. Wasn't he pinged after the bridge? No, they said it was by the bridge, allegedly. Squirrels on Fire says one doesn't just vanish. They need to do thorough scans of that river. Yeah, I'm kind of I don't know. That river gives me vibes. 261 City Billy says, does anyone else notice that Riley's dad has the same hat on Sebastian's stepdad, Shamrock? See that? I am telling you, homeless people that hang out on Church Street area are into heavy drugs and other criminal activity. I have seen it live.
On our part, exactly what that was.
No need to muddy the water. I'm sure the detectives, as information becomes available that is pertinent like that, they will provide to us, and we will share as we can.
And again, we have a couple representatives from the police department here, and that may be a question that you could ask them before they come up. There's just anybody else have questions for the family before I interrupt?
Thank you, Tara.
What have those conversations been like since?
With the boys, I mean, they're heartbroken also. I mean, he's their best friend, and we love these boys like our own, and it's just as hard on them as it is on us.
And right now, we really are focusing on
bringing Riley home.
His last point.
He's my best friend. He's everything.
Is that it? So we are an all-volunteer organization. So people who work with us, volunteer with us, have jobs, have families. And so there's at any given time, that number is going to fluctuate. Sometimes it might be 2 people and sometimes it might be 200 people. At this point, I am the only boots on the ground for the United Cajun Navy, and that is going to change here very shortly. We're going to get as many people who are associated with our organization involved in this search. The ground search is what I'm referring to. We have a couple representatives from MMPD who'd like to speak with you, but before they do, there's one thing I do want to say, and if I hurt somebody's feelings out there, oh well. I'm a retired Pennsylvania State Trooper. There has been a lot of chatter on social media about the police are or are not handling.
It's like, dude, you're a dickhead. I don't know. I'm sorry. When I watched this interview with this cop, he's like an asshole.
on this investigation properly. They should have done this. They should have done that. If you're not a trained police officer, your speculation is just that, just speculation. I've been in constant contact with Detective Chandler, and I know that they have been making every effort that they can to bring this investigation, this search to a close. So please, you folks out there on social media, think real hard about what you're going to post before you post it. And that goes as well for posts about the family and about this investigation. The family doesn't really need to see posts on social media that say, well, maybe there's a serial killer out there and that's where he chunked him in the water. That's not cool. Anybody got a question for me? Yes, ma'am. Give me the first part of that again. I missed it.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am. Well, like I said, we have 2 boats coming, and that's going to be obviously our water search. This terrain presents a very, very difficult challenge for a ground search. I'm sure y'all have seen on TV that, when there's a field or a wooded area that you have a line of people 2-3 feet apart, everybody just walking through. This is not going to be that. Also, the terrain is going to be very difficult to use any sort of tracking dog. Again, just because it's going to be very difficult to walk. So my goal, and part of the reason that I came down here early today, is so I could get my eyes on the terrain. I hadn't seen it yet, and formulate.
No, I don't understand why he's pissed. Like, people are going to speculate. I mean, people are going to speculate. You're not going to be able to stop public opinion or public opinions in general. People are going to speculate on this case. Just do your damn job.
Get a plan for that. The plan right now is very loose and informal. We want all the volunteers to meet up with me before we go out, and probably about the only way that we're really going to effectively be able to do this is put people in 2s and 3s, potentially 4s. We are working on getting some supplies, ropes, etc., that are going to enable these people to safely traverse this terrain. If there's anybody out there who would like to contribute to that effort, please feel free to go on our website, thank you, which is unitedcajunnavy.org. And there's a donate button. You can feel free to donate there. But that's my next step, is to get the supplies and the equipment that's needed to be able to conduct this search safely. And that's, as far as the plan goes, that's all we have right now. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah. Yes and yes to your questions. At this point, we're going to focus on the riverbank area and the water, because that appears to be the last place where Riley was seen. We have the last video footage that we have of him, I believe, is from this camera. Is that right? From this camera on this building here, and the video footage from surveillance cameras all around the area do not indicate that he ever came up this way or up the steps by the courthouse or anything of that nature there. The last video is of him going underneath this bridge right here, and that's pretty much it. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't do some canvassing of the homeless encampments and the downtown area where there may be other homeless people, simply to see if we can pull out any other information. Speaking of which, if there is,
this is the officer on the case, correct? One of them. Didn't 2 people actually help? Because he says in this interview, and I watched it earlier, guys. I'm just watching it with some of you who may have not seen it. He says in this interview, okay, word for word, that pretty much I'm the one out here. I'm the one. But 2 ladies had found Riley's bank card. Yeah, 2 volunteers, by the way. Give them their credit. There is people from the public that are out there in that area that are helping or trying to help or do whatever they possibly can.
Anybody out there that has any information about this,
he's a volunteer.
Please step forward and get in touch with me.
That makes sense.
You can reach out to me on our Facebook page, which is simply United Cajun Navy on Facebook. If you are scared or concerned about the nature of your information, come and get hold of me anyway. All right. Our main goal here is to bring Riley home.
Chip on the shoulder.
Yes, you can message us on Facebook, and our email address is info@unitedcajunnavy.org.
Makes sense.
And that's United Cajun is CAJUNNAVY, UnitedCajunNavy.org. Anybody else? Gentlemen?
I'm Detective Anthony Chandler. This is Sergeant Bob Nielsen.
Now this guy is working the case, but that dude is a volunteer. I get it.
We're with the Homicide Cold Case Unit for Metro National Police, and we've been heading up the investigation into Riley's disappearance. As Mr. Flagg said, we've been in contact with him since the very beginning, coordinating what we could as far as with the family's active participation in locating Riley. That has been, and to this day remains, the top priority. There has not been any evidence that has come forward to change this to an ongoing criminal investigation at this time. Regardless of what else has been put out there, there are several leads that we are following up with on a constant basis and an influx of information that is coming forward at all times. We are going through every single piece of that information, but the priority remains locating Riley.
As he said, I'm Sergeant Nielsen. I gave a briefing to our chain of command all the way up to Chief Drake yesterday. They're well aware of where we are with the investigation at this point, as well as the resources. We do have our boat going back in the water this afternoon, along with members of the Urban Search and Rescue Team that will be combing the area, researching the area. It's been mentioned already today, and it's also been asked, things like, why was that card found and why didn't we find it?
He gave me LE vibes earlier. When I watched it. I'm like, this dude LE, but then again, Occasion Navy, I caught that at the end. I must have missed that part earlier on. I watched the whole entire thing, but I must have missed those details. I only watched it once. You know how when you watch something once, you miss details. I missed that whole Cajun Navy thing, so that went over my head. But in general, there was people out there, volunteers out there that found his card.
As Mr. Flagg pointed out, there's a lot of variables in these investigations, and if you've not been skilled or trained or experienced in these investigations, you don't understand a lot of these things.
I get that. That makes sense.
As
That would make sense.
Don Aaron put out the other day, when we start a missing person investigation, we're looking for a person. We're looking for a body. We're not looking for small pieces of evidence. Can we miss some things? Sure. But our primary goal is to find Mr. Strain and bring him home safely. Think of it like a large crime scene. A lot of times you have to deal with the victims first before you can go back and start looking for those precise pieces of evidence. Okay. That's kind of our focus here. We're looking for Mr. Strain, then we go back and look again. And because these two ladies over here were kind enough to volunteer their time and helped us by finding that, now we can do a more refined search with our Urban Search and Rescue, which is what they're going to be doing this afternoon. And as Mr. Flagg said, with a lot of volunteers, if you're coming down to volunteer, understand it is very treacherous terrain. That's why we're using Urban Search and Rescue and not just anyone on the street, because our people are trained, they're equipped, they have everything that they need to conduct these searches. You won't even see a patrol officer go to some of these areas that are more treacherous. Why? Because they don't have the rappelling equipment and things of that nature. So we're utilizing all the resources we can. We've also going to be reaching out to Office of Emergency Management. They've been helping us quite a bit. Over the weekend, they've been back out with a boat, divers, cadaver dogs. They run sonar. Our boat has sonar. It's the same stuff. People have asked about TBI. It's the same resources they have. So there's not been a need for us to get additional assistance from these other agencies. However, like Mr. Flagg, Cajun Navy, they have that experience. They want to volunteer their time. They've been very gracious in talking with us, saying they're going to help us out. Not a problem at all. But again, if you have a structured organization like United Cajun Navy, you have the safety protocols in place. You have the equipment and the resources to utilize to conduct that search, as well as to make certain everybody's safe doing that. We're going to continue to search. We're still filtering all the Crime Stoppers tips, as Detective Chandler said. I cannot stress enough the volume of information we've gotten. We've had people get frustrated with us because they'll call us, say, on a Monday, and they don't know why we haven't gotten back to them on Monday. And I've had to explain to them, we have to weigh every piece of evidence we get, or information rather, evenly. We can't just jump to the top, because quite honestly, there's a lot of tips that we're getting that are not tips. They mean well, but they're not tips. So we have to prioritize what's actually providing information.
Like speculation.
And some of the other things I have my detectives doing today is recanvassing the area for video. And while we don't think Riley may have been in any of these homeless camps away from this area, those are areas that we're going to be working on this afternoon ourselves. In regards to, we've had questions about some of the behind the scenes things we're doing, search warrants, that kind of thing. Please understand it's an open investigation. We cannot share that information with the public because it's an open investigation. It can, if it were to turn into a criminal investigation, well, obviously now we're negatively impacting that situation. So please understand, if you call us and you're asking us questions, there may be some things we cannot answer, and it's to maintain the integrity of the investigation, as well as any potential evidence should there be a criminal component to it. I would also ask, as Mr. Flack.
One, either he fell into the river. Two, he's somewhere out there in some type of terrain. Or three, something criminal happened. I mean, we're day 12 that he hasn't had no water, no food, no nothing that we know of, at least. I mean, where's he been seen since that officer on body cam? He hasn't been seen anywhere. So he definitely, something's wrong. I think we all feel that in some way. We don't want nothing to be wrong. We don't want nothing to, we don't want him to be dead. But at this point, for somebody who contacts their mom and or just their dad, mom, dad, family, even other side, step brother, whatever, somebody who is so close in contact with their family like that every single day. And we've seen something was wrong on every single piece of footage that has came out besides the body cam with the cop. And I kind of feel like I could see him even stumbling in that video a little bit and seeing that it's a cop and straighten it up like, hey, how you doing, sir? You know what I mean? Like one of them things. And it's only for like half a frame that you can see. It kind of looks like he might be stumbling a tad bit, but that's the last time we've seen him on camera, or they've seen him on camera in general, was that body cam footage. So 12 days, something's wrong here, ladies and gentlemen. Something is absolutely wrong here. He would have contacted his mom. He would have contacted his dad. He would have contacted whoever. And he hasn't done that.
Flag and everybody has. If you have questions for the family, you want to help the family, that's great. But please also respect their privacy. These kinds of incidents that happen, sometimes people with the best of intentions don't know the best way to approach people, and it can cause more stress for the family. So please be mindful of that. What am I missing? I don't think.
One of the other things I wanted to make sure everybody understood, all the businesses and everybody we have asked for assistance as far as video or any other information, we have had absolute cooperation from everybody involved. There has never been a time to where anyone has had any issue in giving us any other information. To go along with what Mr. Flagg said, I know earlier I said this is not a criminal investigation at this time. Should we uncover something that would change that, it's important that we go through one centralized source to where we know we can then change the manner in which we're searching and can start to conduct that in the proper manner. So if you do want to volunteer, we welcome all eyes to come help try to find Riley. But if we stumble across something to where we need to change the direction of the investigation, it is important that it's through one coordinated source and they're able to get the information back to us so we can adjust accordingly.
I think the only thing I would like to add before we open up the questions is one of the concerns people have called in multiple times about is that Riley was being chased, he was being followed. We have seen no evidence of that. We've been through the video multiple times, and that is the reason why we released that.
Who's seeing that? Who's seen Riley being chased and followed? Did somebody in here see him being chased and followed on camera? Because I didn't see it. I seen somebody say that on the first camera footage that had came out, or that I've seen anyways, was the one where he hit his head and then somebody was pointing out something in the corner, like somebody grabbing the arm or something. I don't even think that was him.
Body camera footage, because that officer had an interaction with him, and we've talked to other people that have indicated to us there was no injuries on Mr. Strain when they observed him, and there was no indication that he was running from anything or he was in fear. There's been a lot of misconceptions, a lot of misinformation out there, and we're putting out everything we can to dispel all of those misconceptions. We're happy to answer those questions, but again, people are taking what has already been put out, what the media's put out, and then putting their spin on it, calling back with Crime Stoppers tips that are not actually tips. They're their theory on what happened. We love people calling in and helping us, but we need actionable leads that we can follow up on. So please understand too, when you don't see us, like my detectives out in the field constantly, it's because we're trying to prioritize those tips that we're getting to find what's actually useful information that we can follow up on, because sometimes we get tips that we can't follow up on. It's just a statement somebody's making. So with that, you have a question, ma'am?
Yes, sir. So the credit card being discovered separated from wherever Riley is and potentially separated from his wallet. Some would say that could potentially go either way. Sure, maybe it just fell out and you didn't even realize, or maybe it was forcefully removed. So how do you decide which it is and which side to lean on, whether missing person versus criminal? Because a lot of folks would say, well, that could certainly indicate, or lay people would say.
That's a good question that she's asking. So basically, if you can't hear, she's asking, you know, what's the difference between criminal, etc. I mean, I get the question she's asking. There's a lot that she's saying, obviously, but to put it in a small patch so you guys know what she's saying is she's asking about the card and how could it not be criminal versus it being criminal. That's what she's basically asking.
That could certainly indicate criminal activity.
Once we recovered the card, it was secured and processed properly to where it can be examined as far as going into a criminal matter at a later time if it's so needed.
How does the United Cajun Navy fit into NYPD's command structure?
We pretty much allow our people with the emergency contingency section and USAR to coordinate with them because, you know, we do cold case investigations. We don't handle that part. So our job is typically to get them in touch with them and let them coordinate between the two because they have the knowledge and expertise and they know how to communicate with one another and schedule with each other what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. It would be kind of a moot point for us to step in the middle of that other than to act as a liaison to get them in contact with one another. With one part of our department that handles like the urban search and rescue and the boat searches and everything, we get that unit in contact with Mr. Flag.
So they're coordinating their efforts.
That's what we plan on because our resources are coming back out this afternoon, and that's kind of our goal is with Mr. Flag here today is get him in touch with the supervisors over in that unit so they can make that coordination.
And then at what point would your office decide to no longer continue?
Until we have no other actionable leads, but because we work cold case, we continue working it until we just have nothing. And as new information comes in, we continue to pick it right back up and go right back to it. This is not going away. This is not going away anytime soon. And I have detectives that work cold case homicides that are decades old, and we continue to work on those. In fact, one of my detectives has been able to close 2 of them last year. So I say that to say this isn't going away. We keep going until we have absolutely nothing, no new tips, no traces of anything to follow up on. But until that happens, we're still going to be out here doing everything.
How would you describe the actionable leads in front of them?
In what regard?
You said we're going to keep going until we have no action.
Meaning if somebody calls in with a theory, okay, that's one thing. But unless they're giving us information like a name, a location where they saw a suspicious person, thought they saw a piece of an item that belonged to Riley, that doesn't help us. So we have to filter through to look for the things they're saying. Hey, around this time I saw John Doe at this location. He might have been wearing a similar shirt, or maybe he was talking to Riley. That's actually.
So for the people who are asking, cold case, they work with the cold case. I guess they're the cold case investigation unit. So I guess they're assisting in this. I'm kind of confused with that with you guys, but at the same time, I get what he's saying too. He's saying that they help with these things. I don't get why it's already with a cold case detective, but I have the same questions as all you, but maybe that's what he does in this town. Maybe he does assistant searches for missing people, and we are just coming across it now, and this happens to be a big enough case where they're standing in front of us, and when we're seeing this homicide detective up here talk about assisting in the search for Riley. So that's what I think it is. Maybe that's part of his job.
Well, that's something we can follow up on. We can look for video cameras in the area. But when they just say, I just saw a homeless guy in the area, that doesn't help us because it's nothing we can follow up on. Does that help?
So enough of those actual leads are still coming in right
Yes, sir.
now?
Yes, sir. And actually, that's why we were late coming up here is because we've been following up on more of those.
When we last heard from you guys on Thursday, you were still waiting on cell phone and Apple Watch data. Have you received all
He said we're still following up on leads.
What have you been able to find from them?
At this point right now, what we have originally from Apple is what we're working off of, and all of the location data is what we've already released. So at this point in time, that's the same information we're going to be working off of.
I have a simple question. On the video that I saw, a lot of people were around, and they could have done something to help this young man. And maybe you should push the national. If you see that happen, don't be afraid help somebody. I mean, literally, on that video, I saw a lot of people that saw how drunk I got. It could have been stopped. Somebody could have said, hey, man, you need some help. Are you okay? Especially once you see somebody falling.
You're 100% correct. And unfortunately, that is the state of our society.
I know everybody's
today.
scared to help somebody.
And I agree with you 100%. You know, Nashville population, if you see something, say something or do something.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Because I watched that and I'm like, nobody did anything to say, hey, man, this guy shouldn't be walking around.
Right, right.
So,
any other questions?
God bless you guys.
Can you guys say your names and spell it one more time in your title?
I'm Detective Anthony Chandler, Chandler.
I'm Sergeant Robert Nielsen, Nielsen.
And you're with?
Metro National Police Department, cold case unit. You had a question, sir?
Great questions.
We'll just go over again what it is that's going on.
Great questions.
Is it a lack of evidence to the contrary, or do you have other information that suggests that?
Well, right now it's a lack of any evidence of a crime being committed. A lot of people have come up to us with various items claiming that it's indicative of it. And please understand, as a supervisor, I've been working homicides for 10 years. He's been working them for a long time as a detective. And we're skilled in criminal investigations. What, evidence can be, different possibilities, whether physical evidence, whether it's digital evidence or whatever. And if we don't have anything, like we don't at this point, that indicates that there's any indication of foul play,
They need to take
then if we go down that rabbit hole, then we're wasting resources and time from possibly looking for him, because now we're looking for evidence of a crime. And while we're open to the possibility it could be a crime, I mean, obviously there's always that possibility, right? But we haven't seen anything. And just because his bank card was found there, just because somebody heard something, until we have more to shore that up, we can't say that a crime occurred. So as soon as we have anything, if it exists, that indicates a crime occurred, assault or whatever the case may be, we immediately follow up on that. But we have to have evidence or probable cause. And a lot of people don't understand what probable cause is, but we have to have probable cause that crime even occurred. So that's why it's easy to jump to those conclusions. But that's where we have to tell people, this is why we don't do things at an accelerated rate. We have to do things methodically, like Mr. Flagg and his team, they do methodical searches, right? Our urban search and rescue, they do methodical searches, because if we just jump to conclusions every single time, we could actually miss more evidence, whether there was a crime or not, but still evidence of where he had been or what happened to him, if we're just running all over the place going, oh, what crime happened? But now we're not looking over here anymore. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Bouncers and
not that I'm aware.
In which regard?
As far as physical evidence, is that the only?
No, outside the debit
Yes,
card,
sir.
that's the only physical evidence we have right now.
Oh, and somebody did find a phone, but I just want to put out there, it is not a phone that he had. He had an Apple phone. This was a Google Android phone. So I know that that's been a question that's come up as well. I just want to go ahead and clarify that.
Sorry, you said someone found a phone.
Yes, ma'am. They found it in the vicinity. They brought it to us immediately while we were out there Sunday. We did collect it just because we don't know who it belongs to. Don't know if it is in relation to this case. But right now, it's not his phone. We know that because we know he had an Apple phone, Apple Watch. This was an Android device.
They were all on Broadway.
wow, that'd be interesting. Nice to see you, Alan.
Well, we're not, but we're searching everywhere. Last Friday, we got a call that they thought they saw him up towards the Titans practice field somewhere, and we went out there and looked. So we're not just limited to here, but when we have somebody go missing, you have to start with the last place they were seen. You can't be that you know for a fact that they were seen. You can't just go, well, I thought I saw him over here, because a lot of people think that the video cameras everywhere catches everything, and they don't. We have people claiming there's video across the river, but some of them don't reach this riverbank. So if we start searching over there, but we don't know he was over there, but we know he was on this side of the river, this is going to do us more good, because that's going to allow the people that are trained in doing searches to have a starting point and have more tangible things to look at, as opposed to just going around and speculating which areas he could be. Obviously, if we have something that leads us further down, we will. But right now, that's why the areas that they're focusing on is this immediate area, because we know for a fact that was his last known point of contact with anyone.
Thank you, sir.
We know Riley's asked to leave tomorrow around 9:35. We've seen
subsequent videos, but can you give us a timeline of where he was at on Broadway or other places in the city prior to the crime farm?
Prior to that is he was here with his friends enjoying a night on Broadway. Our focus begins when he leaves from that location, and then he starts going up 3rd Avenue to Church Street and proceeds over the Gay Street corridor right below us, because that's where he went missing.
But there was a big question of whether or not he was overserved on Broadway with Brian Park came out and said he had one drink. Were there other bars that he was at that you guys are looking into on whether he was overserved?
We're pulling.
I love that question about the other bars, and I'm locked into this interview right now. I'm trying to hear everything, the questions that they're asking. So he basically asked, was he at other bars? And some people in chat are saying that he was. I'm curious about that too. Was he at other bars, or were they drinking at the hotel? How much did he have to drink? Obviously, he was drunk. He didn't just have one drink at that bar. He was he was probably already wasted. You know what I mean? They were probably out hitting different places that night. There's places all over Nashville. But come on, one drink and 2 waters. He was probably trying to drink that, or, sober up a little bit with those waters. From what I can see, he had one drink, probably wasn't feeling it after that drink, and had 2 waters, and then was removed for some reason. Maybe he was having a good conversation. They thought he was hype. Who knows?
Video surveillance from every location that we're aware that he was at. As far as this time right now, like I said, our focus is on locating Riley. Anything subsequent from that will be followed up once we've concluded.
What's wrong, Tiffany?
And unfortunately, we're going to have to kind of end it there for us. We have some follow-ups we have to do right now, but our PIO office will definitely be putting out more information as we get it. The family, we've been in contact with them and updating them as soon as we can. So appreciate your time. And if you have any other questions in the meantime for our department.
Okay, so that's going to be the end of that interview, right? I don't know what to take from that. This one, no. This one, let's check this one out. Exit that, bring this one up, and this one. Okay, here's one that we were watching
Yesterday,
last
the
night.
Nashville police held a special briefing for Riley's family. They were able to look over evidence and ask the police officers questions. Riley's parents join me live now. His mom and stepfather, Michelle and Chris Whited, and his father, Ryan Gilbert. Thank you to all 3 of you for taking the time tonight to speak with me. And may I just say, I am so sorry for what you are all going through. I can't imagine the stress that you're under and how traumatizing this must be. So let's get right to it. Let's help to drill down what we know and get the public working hard. So Michelle, you met with the police yesterday. Were they able to share anything with you that was at least satisfying? Anything that you're able to share with us or not able to share with us?
No, they just let us know where they are in the investigation and the videos that everybody has seen.
So what the media knows and what the public knows is the same as what you know, right?
Just a little bit. They, just so you know, we requested the meeting Friday afternoon late that we get to see the video footage. We had not seen anything or really heard from them too much throughout the previous week. So we were getting frustrated. We wanted to see what they had. So it's not like this was one of those deals. It came up after we called them to tell them that the TikTokers had found the debit card because they didn't know that it had been found. Supposedly, they didn't know that the call had came in. We arrived before the police.
About to open up the lines in a minute too.
So I'll tell you what, I understand the sensitivity that you all are under. You do not want to criticize the police because right now they are your lifeline to continuing this investigation, to finding Riley. On the other hand, I can. And I am steaming mad that I interviewed a woman who works with the homeless who says she could have sworn she saw that shirt on a homeless man who was acting in an unusual way, had an unusual behavior, and that he had a bike, which is not normal, didn't ask for food, which is not normal, and that the shirt was perfectly clean underneath his dirty hoodie. And she has not been questioned, even as of today when we checked back with her. So, Chris, I'll just ask you if you were able to talk to the police about this, if they mentioned anything about it, if they've discounted it in any way, and why.
They have not mentioned that to us at all. We are aware of that. We've heard the same comment. We've also heard multiple people that have tried to call Crime Stoppers and leave tips and been told they don't know anything about a Riley Strain case. So lots of confusion. We're struggling. We're 10 days in, it's
Yeah, I can
disheartening.
imagine. And I'll tell you what, like I said, I can criticize the
You're
police.
welcome, Mason.
I agree that you guys just have to keep your heads up and work with them. But Ryan, I will also say this, to have TikTokers who volunteered to look for Riley, find that bank card in what looked like a homeless mess of discarded clothing and junk on the riverbed, made me really angry, because I feel like it was right in the vicinity where Riley's phone pinged, and that there should have been a grid search done. This was found days and days after perhaps it should have been. Ryan, are they saying anything about that card and about the fact that it was TikTokers, not the police, that found it?
No, there hadn't necessarily been anything said about that. One would assume that since it was found in the vicinity of his last known whereabouts, that should have been canvassed pretty good. I think it just shines light on the B- job that the police force may be doing and following through and being detailed on this case. I know
He said the B- job police are doing. My man ain't playing no games.
Overwhelmed, but it was at the location.
3 bars. Okay.
It's maddening. It's absolutely maddening that a member of the public who just wanted to help was able to find a critical piece of evidence that had the police done a grid search in that exact same area, might very well have seen it too. For instance, they're a lot more trained at searching than, say, a TikToker. But Michelle, it came to our attention today that Riley had been on the phone with, I think, either a girlfriend or somebody he had maybe started seeing. I'm not sure. Maybe you can characterize the relationship. And I think she asked him that night, "Are you having fun?" And the only text that she got back said something like, "Good lops," LOPS. And she couldn't understand what that meant. Can you shed some light on that communication, when it happened, what the circumstances were, and what happened afterwards?
I'm not able to. I don't know the communication that happened between him and her. I'm not sure which. He's got several friends that are female, male. I mean, I don't know who that individual was that he talked to at that time.
Yeah, there's a conversation that went on even when you're crossing the street. You could see he's like talking to this person and that person, because they're both like, he turned around and they're kind of exchanging words. Not in an argumentative way or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general, they were having a conversation. As if anybody is buzzed or anything, you're walking, you might conversate if you're a people person. That's normal. Hey, how you doing? Hoping you're having a great night. I'm not saying it was nothing nefarious. I'm just saying in general, I'd like to know what was said to these two.
Thank you for watching.
Okay. I'm about to open up these lines straight up. Let's open them up. I want to hear from you guys on this case. What have we haven't heard? What's your thoughts? What's your theories? Where's Riley? 219-885-9693. Where is Riley Strain? 252, what's going on? You're live. That sounds great and awesome. How you doing, 865? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Mary. Got a couple of things to share with you that I heard earlier. One is that in the intersection where he was running and fell in the parking lot, in that area, there was a fight going on in the middle of the street. And I think it was the friend of the family was saying earlier in an interview that I saw with him that he's just a really sweet guy and he doesn't like violence and he's a big guy and he didn't want to be involved. So they think that he was running from that. And they have footage of that fight, whatever, from a food truck that he passed by. So that he wasn't running like for his life or anything. He just didn't want to be around the fight.
The food truck.
And yes, there was I mentioned the other night, there was a fire truck that pulled up into that intersection. And then I heard either from a police officer today or it might have been the guy again, a family member, say that indeed there were 3 police cars in the vicinity right there where he was, and they have 2 of them on film passing by him. They think it was. He kind of steps out of the shadows. It's kind of dark to see him. I tried to find that to send to you, but I couldn't find it. But the video where the cop is talking to him, and he's at the red truck.
Right.
That was a smash and grab. So somebody had broken into that truck, and that's why the cop was there.
Interesting. So there was some criminal activity going on.
Yeah, and so what's interesting though is if you go back, if I can remember which video it was, I think it was the one after where he's kind of staggering when holding his head, and he's walking and he turns right around a corner. You will see a bicyclist follow him. So my question
Oh yeah,
is,
I've seen that one. I've seen the bicycle that comes right behind him. I've seen it.
Right. Well,
I don't know if it was following him. It was going in the same direction. I can say that just based off the footage. I can't say if that person was following them or not. But when I watch it, I mean, he's coming, he definitely is coming from behind him.
What makes me wonder is a lot of the smash and grabs are on bike. So I'm wondering if it could have been. Yeah. So I'm just wondering if that guy was kind of just. He reckoned he could see that he was unstable on his feet and looked well dressed, and I mean he could be a totally innocent person in that, but I just kind of wondered about that. And then the girls who found the card at the very end of the first interview you were running, where the parents were there with the police officers and stuff. The guy from the Cajun Navy is a retired trooper, so I can see his stern like debriefing. The way he talks is very much like how they do a debriefing and get facts out there and to the point, nonchalant. But the girls at the end were talking about that when they went down the embankment, it's extremely unsteady. The rock's very loose, dirt's very loose. There's crap everywhere. You could fall really easily. And they said that just within feet of each other, like 15 feet of each other, if they yelled to each other, they wouldn't be able to hear each other. Like, you have to go back and listen to what they say at the very end. So she said if he fell, the cop wouldn't have heard him fall and hit the water because of the acoustics down in that area. My question keeps coming back to, though, if that parking garage is across the street, I wonder if, they people park and leave their cars like they do here in Florida for months at a time. I wonder if anybody checked those cars. If there's a car that's been there that's, stays there year round or whatever, or months at a time, and it's unlocked, could he have made it in one of those cars? Nobody's talked about the parking garage. They also said that the cameras on the stairwell above, the homeless person said he heard him up on the bridge. Well, they're saying there's a camera up that way. They would have caught him on the bridge. They didn't see that, which I thought was interesting. And then also down the river, several miles, or maybe a couple miles, Marathon has a industry out there or whatever, and they have a camera that looks up the river. So they've said they've caught many bodies floating down the river that way. And that camera hasn't seen anything as of yet, but the river was also 4 feet higher than what it normally is. So if he fell in that current, and that's a very fast moving river, I know that river, he would be miles away. He would be, unless he's stuck underneath something, he would be pretty much miles away. And the last thing I wanted to say was being 6'5", 6'7", I don't think he would be a really easy guy to grab a hold of and shove into a car. I know they're wondering about the red Jeep. They were looking to see if the red Jeep had pulled into the garage. If it was pulling in the garage and trying to help him, maybe, yeah, but somebody would have said something unless it was foul play. So those are my theories for the night.
When I thought, when they mentioned that they found a male in the water, which I've seen multiple times, I was reading it. It was a male, had a Hispanic male, etc. I was thinking in my head, damn, was there a scuffle down by the water and people fell in allegedly? I don't know. I wonder how long that body was in the water.
I had heard that too, and they said that he had been there a little while. So I don't think it was a scuffle between them. And the other thing too is that they were saying that Riley was just such a really sweet guy. He didn't want anything to do with.
Well, no, I get that. I'm saying in general, but you could never stop someone else. I mean, we could be like that, but you could never stop someone else from trying to have an altercation with you. You get what I mean?
Well, Yeah, and my two things, and it's total speculation, is they said down at the end of that bridge it dead ends and there's a crossover, like a beam or something you have to cross over. When I don't know,
Why is this
whatever
pink
you
card on the ground? That's why I'm speculating that, because maybe somebody, like you were just talking about with that red truck, there was a call. Was there
Well, the
somebody in that area that was trying to rob it? Maybe tried to rob him.
Right. And
Allegedly.
so
I'm only speculating. Just like
allegedly, yeah. So I'm thinking one of two things. Either as he tried to cross over at the end there, he lost his balance. Maybe he went to reach for his card and lost his balance because he was already off anyway from his head injury and being intoxicated.
Yeah.
Or maybe that person on the bike, because you wouldn't hear it. A bike is silent. Cop's not going to hear a car. I mean, the car's driving by. It's going to be easier to see. So I'm just kind of wondering. They said there was where the cop is standing, I think where he's at the truck where it got broken into, and you're looking at the video down the street. It may be another video off, but you can see somebody. They're wondering if it was him running down the street. If you look at the back of his shirt, I can't remember if it's white or black, but it looks almost like his shirt, and a person's running down the street. So they don't know if somebody was running after him or if that was him. It's very hard to see, but they do point it out. So, and two cop cars did pass by him, and I mean, to have three cop cars, he was also down there, they said, right near the courthouse and the police station, of all things. So, and he was heading into a dead end area. So I don't know if the cop thought maybe he was going to get in a car or what, but something happened down there in that dead end area.
Yeah.
In that parking garage or the river. One of three things.
That's why that's a good point. Something down that way for sure, because that's where we last see him going.
Exactly.
And
if you listen to the girls from the TikTok thing, at the end of that other interview, they kind of explain where they found the card and where he was and where he would have been. I think it was on that interview that they explained a little more, but anyway, they were just saying that if he was down in there and he was drunk, he could have very easily lost his balance, and there was really difficult terrain to handle sober.
It's crazy that they
I don't know.
found that and nobody else did.
Well,
You know?
I'm the same way. I'm kind of like, first of all, when they found it, they shouldn't have touched it. Number one, and I don't blame them. I'm great that they found it. Second of all, that place should have been quartered off.
That's actually a good point. They shouldn't have touched it. But then again, maybe it was turned over and they couldn't see the name and they picked it up and the name was there.
Right. And I think they were wearing gloves too, so that wouldn't have put fingerprints on it. But still, if that's a crime scene area, a potential crime scene area, why that place is not cordoned off, I don't know.
That's a good point. Because it could be something
if you
else
have
in that
people
area.
Yeah, if you've got people other than police searching everything and stomping on things or whatever, not meaning to,
Right.
you could be screwing up your whole evidence trail. I don't know. That's just my thought.
I was going to call in and say the same. Oh, I was going to call in and the same thing about the red truck. Allegedly, they found Riley in a crime of convenience.
Yeah, that the cop was working with the truck situation, and as he's paying attention to that, he walks off, and then the allegedly perpetrator either grabs him or he falls, and they just didn't hear him. They said there was a little kind of like after the cop says something to him, or he says hello, good evening, or whatever, they have that nice exchange, which they said that's Riley, that he was really nice. You'll hear a little kind of a noise in the background. You have to listen to it closely. And somebody said it almost sounded like a yelp or something, like a yell, but don't know. You have to listen to it. Maybe you can pick up what it is that you're hearing right after that exchange with the cop.
Yeah, I need to take the audio, extract it. Definitely mess with it and see what I hear on it.
Yeah, it's right as he passes by and the cop starts to walk the other way. I thought maybe it might have been the cop's radio, but it may not have been. But anyway, I don't know. I'm kind of voting for him. I hope he has amnesia. He just doesn't know where he is and he's okay. I hate this for this family. It just makes you sick to your stomach. It's just terrible.
Something's wrong. Something's
Yeah,
wrong with this young man, and I don't know. I just get that feeling in my stomach. Something's
yeah.
wrong. When you look at it, I mean, when we go back and revisit the video footage from it starts at what about 9:35 or I'm sorry, 9:46 to
Mhm.
9:47 to 9:52. That's the last time he's seen is on that 9:52 body cam footage, and then
Mhm.
the 10:15 ping pretty much with it, and the last time he tried to reach somebody was around that time. So what happened to Riley Strain from 9:46 to 10:15? What
Right.
happened? Where'd the phone
And if
go?
you look at the video too, I think it's like 9:56 to 9:52 to 9:59 time frame, somewhere in there. You'll see him kind of in the shadow with the cars passing by and the red Jeep and all that. So again, if that's a dead end area, why was a Jeep going down that way? From what I understand, it's a dead end area. Because you have to cross over to get to another. I think it dead ends and there's a street and there's another bridge or something. You'll have to look at it, but the girls talk about it. So you go back to where the first video you had where the Cajun Navy guy's talking and the police are talking and they say we're done. Give them just a couple of seconds because they bring the girls up to talk about it. Maybe give you a little more information. But yeah, tragic all the way around. And then did you hear about they found Elijah Boo's blanket
Yeah, I
today?
seen that. I seen
Yeah,
it.
so another one, right? So anyway, thanks for doing such a great job.
Man, this is crazy. I think I fell asleep at the end of this interview earlier and watching it on my damn phone internet because the internet was out
Yeah.
here, so I couldn't go
I
live
know.
like I wanted to. So I was like,
It went out
man,
here. But yeah, watch all of it because it's you're not at the end yet. So I mean, just catch up to where you were, and then like there at the very end with the two cops, and then you can hear the rest of it. But
oh, I see
anyway,
you're talking about with the girls right here.
yeah.
Yep, we'll watch
So-
the rest of that. I appreciate you, Mary.
And hope your mom's okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. God bless, Mary.
Take care.
Lock your doors.
Bye.
Shout out to Mary. We appreciate it. Hold up. She said at the end of here there was girls talking. I didn't see that.
Please focus in to RPI for today. Thank you.
Potential searchers.
I guess hi.
These names. We're
Oh, here we go. Let's
doing
see.
some extensive searching. These are the young ladies that found Riley's debit card.
Okay.
We're not going to use names. We're going to just let them be anonymous. But they have some suggestions and some information for other potential
Love that
searchers.
question, Grammy.
I guess hi. I guess the most important thing that we want to make sure everybody knows when you are joining us to search is I have layers under these jeans. I have boots. We have masks because when you are moving stuff, there is stuff flying everywhere. You have to have gloves with grips. There will be rocks falling. So you have to be very careful. If you want to wear a helmet, that's something we really might suggest. We haven't done it. It's very difficult to go down this embankment, but it's extremely possible, especially if you're able. You're just going to have to be very careful with your footing. And we really, really recommend gripped gloves because we have been using that to grab onto branches to either bring ourselves back up or to move around. Once you get down there, you are going to be walking across the river on rocks, and they are wobbly. And as we said, there's other rocks that will be falling down. Be very, very careful and do not go alone. I did not go until she came with me because we knew that it would be very dangerous if something happened. Nobody would be able to find me then. It's very, very hard to actually hear each other down there too. Even if we're just like 15, 20 feet away, I can yell to her and it's hard to hear. I guess if you guys have any questions, I can answer it, but that's about all I have to say at the moment. Perfect.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, that's, I think, pretty much all we have, unless there are other questions. Okay, once again, yes, sir.
That's a good question. Huh? You need to hear it.
I don't know if MMPD has done a grid search. To my knowledge, none of the volunteers have done.
There we go. I opened it back up after we heard that. 225, you're live. What's going on? That's beautiful. We love you. Said boop, boop, beep, beep.
That, and it's again going to be very, very challenging to do any kind of a grid search
It's okay.
in that terrain. We are going to try to do something that approaches a grid search, but all I can tell you is going to be is the best we can do. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I would go.
You're on the show. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Okay, so this sounds really far-fetched and crazy, but when I first heard about this case, do you ever think about like the smiley face killer, like the college kids that go missing near the river?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that hit you, right? Like you think about Dakota James and Paul Koshu and stuff from Pittsburgh. Those are just some names to throw out there. But that's what I was thinking. I'm like, is they always get drunk, they get separated from their friends, they're wandering around a big city, and then poof, they're gone.
That's what you think? You think there's a serial killer out there right now?
I would hope not, but that's like a whole theory because there's a lot of cities that have these college-age kids that go missing, that get separated from their friends.
Yeah, he was thrown out that bar. Allegedly, a friend was following him out and was stopped. Allegedly, from what I've seen, but it's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird. Look up like Pittsburgh. Look up Dakota James, Paul Koshu. There's been several of them, and then it's crazy because it's all near a bridge. They go missing near a bridge, and then they're found months later in the river. But it's weird because when they're found in the river, they hadn't been in the river for like months and months and months. It was like they were freshly found in the river. Like they were missing for months, but when they find them, it's like they, didn't decompose and, everything that you do when you're in the river. I hate saying this because who knows if family's listening and stuff, but I'm like, he just fits that profile. College-age kid, big city, goes missing, gets separated from his friends. He's drunk.
Sad. It's like, come on, he didn't disappear off the face of the earth. No way.
No, but then I watched like the cops video and stuff because, and I had watched another YouTuber and he put it in like slow motion and everything, and you can hear him scuffle, you hear him like straighten up, he talks to that cop normal. But then as he goes by, you hear a couple voices, you hear some conversation. As the cop turns back around, he's poof gone. Like aliens didn't take him. And I mean, his debit card was found near there. But then it's almost like, okay, what happened? There wasn't like a cop would know if a scuffle went on, something crazy.
Cops make people disappear also?
Yeah, they do that. And then I go back to the whole fact that there's been people missing in Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? Like the guys that went, I'm sorry.
What about the body in the water?
Well,
the
that's
body
what I'm
that they
saying. Like,
found.
right. The unsolved. Well, my sister even brought that up to me. She was like, they found this body. Was there nobody covering that case that somebody was missing, or the fact that they found a body? And then it's like just in Pittsburgh, like that stuff went on for years and years. It's been since like 2010 and stuff. That stuff's going on. And they're like, no, there's nothing to see here. Accidental drowning. No. And those families have fought and can't get anywhere.
Somebody said, is the video of him falling and hitting his head before or after? It's before. It's before the encounter with the officer, John Doe. It's 100% before. And when he hits his head, that's near right around the time I guess he was out the bar, a few minutes right after.
Yeah.
9:46, I believe.
Yeah. But then here's the other thing that's weird is like, okay, then they see like that black car keeps appearing. There's like some cars that keep appearing in videos.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a guy. Somebody brought up. I think it was Mary. Just brought up a guy on the bike, came behind him, and the officer allegedly was called there for a break into a vehicle. That's why I was in my head like, damn. So there was some criminal activity going on in the area. Was it somebody? Well, it's obvious somebody was trying to break into a vehicle. Did somebody try to rob him?
Right.
Did somebody
Well,
try to rob him and his bank
here's
card is
what
on the
I'm
ground?
thinking.
Like, what's
Well,
going on?
another thing I'm thinking, T-Rev, is okay. You have a truck that's being robbed, a cop right there on the scene, busted out windshield or whatever's going on with this truck, and you have this guy come scuffling down the road, and the cop doesn't like go up to him and talk to him, like, did you see anything? Like, what's going on here? Because he looks a little shady and suspicious. If he's scuffling up the road, the cop wasn't concerned about him being in the area. He could have been involved, right? He doesn't know who he is. He's just some random stranger scuffling around. Why didn't the cop go, did you see anything?
Oh, damn.
Yeah. You think about that, but I'm
That's a
just saying
good.
it's
That's a.
weird.
Actually, I've seen that in the chat a couple times. Somebody said, or a couple people said, why didn't he stop him and ask him any questions?
That's what I mean. Like, if I'm out there and I'm patrolling something and I'm out there and I'm seeing something, anybody around me, I'm going to be like, do you guys see anything? Like, what's going on? I'm going to gather people around me to do more investigating. Where'd you come from? Where were you at? You just walking up on here? Like, what? Do you see anything? Do you hear anything? Yeah.
This is one of them ones where
Yeah,
it's
look,
like,
somebody, you're just posting it. Like the last person you just posted that said they never caught those. No, and the smiley face thing, it goes on from like different cities and stuff. Like it's a thing.
I mean, the logical answer for me here is that if he's not anywhere on land, then he's got to be in that water in case something happened to him. Like I said, the 3 earlier, he didn't just walk off the face of the earth. He's either 1 in the
Right.
water, 2 on land somewhere, and obviously at this point, hopefully not deceased, but more than likely would be. And I'd hope he's not for the sake of the family. Or 3, something criminal happened to him.
Yeah.
I mean, he did seem to have a buzz. I mean, what if somebody did try to push up on him? I mean, there's no telling
Well,
how he'd react with a buzz.
that's why this is so crazy because I go back to that smiley face thing. Because if you look, I think there's like Michigan, Missouri, there's tons of states that have these same cases. They're like college age kids. They're drunk, leave a bar in a city. They're near a river. They get separated from their friends. Poof, they disappear. And then months later, they find them in the water. And usually when they find them in the water, they're not, do you know what I mean? They're not like like, I don't know what they do with I don't know. There's so much sick stuff that happens here in this U.S. It's hard to say.
It is.
It's hard to say, and I hate that for the family. But like, I even told my husband, like, it's so funny. For years, I've always cracked jokes when we go to a city. I go, "Don't ever get lost from me because they'll probably abduct you and take you because they look for men these days, not women." You know what I mean? I tell my kid that. I said, when you get older, don't ever go out drinking in the big city and get. I've said this for years. I mean, that's the thing. Not saying this is the case, but it's a thing. There's a river. A college kid gets separated from his friends. Look up that Dakota James. Look up Paul Koshu. Look up the Pittsburgh cases. I'm only saying that because I live near Pittsburgh and I know, these things that have happened. Yeah, people can Google that. They've never solved them.
I hope it's not nothing like that. I really do.
I hope it's not either, but you never know. It's weird because that cop turns around and poof, he's gone. You don't hear another car pull up, him get in. You hear nothing.
He didn't just walk off the face of the earth. You've seen the show Disappeared, right? Please tell me you have.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is like, maybe he just either he crossed the road because people are saying maybe he went to the other side and you don't see it when he spins his camera around. Like maybe he went to the other side and by the time he turns his camera around, he starts walking the opposite direction. Do you see what I mean? Like where he's not caught in the camera.
Right.
Or what if he did step over the other side, like maybe to hide from the cop because he's thinking, oh my goodness, I just made it past this cop. Let me go hide. And then something bad happens.
Or what if he
You know,
fell off that terrain where those TikTokers were, and
that
and that damn card fell out his pocket on the way down, and he's in that damn river.
I agree. That is a possibility too.
You know
That's
what I
it.
mean? Like
That's,
that's my thoughts right now at this point. Okay, so was there any sign of him falling where they found this card at? That should have, and I
well,
agree with
that's
what
what I mean.
Mary
When they
said. They should
found
have
that,
blocked
when they
this
found the
area off.
card,
They should have blocked
when they
this
found
area off.
exactly when they found that card, and those girls were down there looking, and it was crazy, and it's right in that area. Did they find blood? Did they find anything? And then there's like all this stuff about people wearing a shirt and everything else. And I'm thinking, well, did he hop over the side of that? Maybe he laid down. Maybe he got sick and puked. Maybe he took his shirt off and just passed out there and then rolled down and fell in. I mean, that can happen.
Yeah, they should have blocked that damn area off. Why? Like right after you found that, that's an indication. All right, I shouldn't be touching anything else.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be moving. You know what I mean? Like this area needs to be blocked off.
I agree.
Is there a sign that he rolled down that hill whatsoever, or wherever they found it at? I would love to see the whole terrain there, just to see if it's somewhere that he could fall and roll in.
Yeah, but T-REV, let me go at this, okay? So if you think about like Nashville Metro Police, okay, their police shortage, right? There's just a shortage of everything you can do. They've invested all the time. They're like, oh, we're pulling back, whatever. And the family's getting upset. Okay, look up what's happening in Pittsburgh because it would blow your mind because there are only police, enough police to patrol within certain hours of the day. I mean, I'm serious. Like, look this up. It's a thing. Everybody needs to look it up. And it's been on our news and everything else. There's police that can only patrol certain hours of the day because there's such a police shortage that it's almost like, okay, well, if you call for this, don't call for this unless you have video footage or somebody does this. And it's like, okay, there's like no patrol and it's sick. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, yeah, everybody wants to get on the police, but there's only so many of them.
Right. I mean, I don't know. There should be we could hop on the police all day long. They should have been out there searching day one.
Well, yeah, I agree, but look it up. There's a police shortage. It's a thing.
Oh no. I believe that. Come on, we know that. Just like there's job shortage all over America.
Yeah.
And then you got some jobs that you can't get into. There's jobs like fast food. They're constantly hiring because nobody wants to work that shit. So you're going to be able to find a job there. But at the good paying jobs, you're not going to be able to get in. And when you do, it's like, you better keep it.
Yeah. You know what? Amen. You're exactly right. Because I've been working and I have a career and everything, but in the field forever. But yeah, you're exactly right.
Look at this. Look at this right here. If he falls off here, and we're going to watch this video as soon as I get off the phone with you with sound so we can see, because it shows the terrain. Look at this. This is insane.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that's the thing. He could fall down there easily, and that's why his debit card fell out of his pocket, da-da-da. And I hate to say it, but like if somebody does drown, they sink for a long time, right? And then they resurface.
Yeah.
And the river runs like super fast and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That could be a thing. That honestly could be a thing. But the sad thing is, I want to go back to the fact that this is why when you go out with your friends, you don't get separated.
Right. Yeah.
Don't ever get separated from your friends. Ever. Buddy system.
That's how it always been. But if you're all trashed, it's hard to keep up. Like if you're all just flat out trashed,
it is.
You need a sober person.
You do. And then, like the bar, if they kicked them out of the bar, ask him, where are your friends? What do we call you an Uber? Like, can bars be responsible a little bit? Because you think about it, bars are responsible. If you overserve somebody and they leave and get in a car accident, they're responsible, correct?
Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, will you throw them out of a bar and they go missing? Can bars be held accountable? Like there's Ubers, there's taxis. You're in a city. Can't there be something they're responsible for too?
There ain't much to that body cam. But before I move on to the next caller, do you think that Riley, something bad happened to him, like as far as criminal or somebody injuring him, or do you think this, it was an accident, whatever it is? Or
You
do you
know
think he's
what?
out there missing still?
At this point in time, I hate to say it, but I think something, unless he hit his head so hard, has the amnesia. But somebody would have figured out this person doesn't know where they're at, and his picture's been all over the news. They would have figured it out, right? Or unless he's either just missing somewhere, which I doubt it. I really doubt it. At this point, somebody would know if he was laying around somewhere, right? I think something happened to him. I think it was shady. Regardless, if he, somebody did something to him right there, or my whole conspiracy with the smiley face thing. But then again, it could have been an accident. So, I mean, look at like what you're showing right there. That could obviously happen, and that's where his debit card was found. But then what do we say about like the supposed things of people wearing his shirt? Do we know that for sure?
That's a good point too. Yep.
Or was he like laying on the shore somewhere? He fell down the hill. Nobody knew his debit card was up there. They checked his pockets. They were empty, and they took his shirt and rolled him into the river.
I agree with that right there. What he just said, Jeremy said, his fraternity bros really let him down. I mean, I agree. As soon as you see him, allegedly, it's alleged that, or not alleged, actually, it's reported that one tried to follow him out, but was allegedly stopped. So, I mean, I guess it would be alleged if,
Stopped.
But that's what that's what I read with my own eyes, is that one was stopped from following him out. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why would you stop?
And then one went. I forget what it said. Hold up, I'll tell you exactly what it said, so I'm not misspeaking.
Yeah.
It said specifically that a friend like followed or went down, but wasn't seen or didn't go out the building. He returned upstairs or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, hold up, I'm looking at it. Strain was escorted out the bar. I have it written down in here. It says, okay, here it is right here. It says he was followed down the steps by one of his companions, according to the bar management. However, his friend reportedly did not leave and returned upstairs. That's the part right there. So he didn't leave. He went back upstairs. Crazy.
Well, then his friend was aware there was something going on.
I'm not gonna be the one to say it.
I'm not. I know you ain't got to be the one to say it, but I'm like, I would be feeling really guilty right now if that was my friend, and I don't want that person to. We're all dumb. We all do dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And you're never thinking something's gonna happen to your friend.
Yeah.
So I don't want to like come at his friend like he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm thinking, there are so many things that could have like prevented that.
Yeah.
That's why, like, my kid, like my daughter, for instance, she's 13.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to go to the mall with her friends. And I'm always like, and I'm like the helicopter mom, but I'm like, is there like 15 of you? Can your brother go with you? Yeah, you know what I mean? Because I know how the world is. It's crazy. You don't know.
Overserved allegedly, but I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna have to check this footage out. I want to look more at this terrain. I haven't seen much of it, so I'm definitely interested to check.
Fred, real quick, are you going to be at Crime Con?
I don't know. I don't know about this year.
Why?
Because
You need to go to Crime.
I don't think I'm going this year.
You don't think?
I could if I wanted to, but I don't want to.
I'm going
because I have some stuff that I have to do. So at the same time, like it's either do this or do that.
No, you got to make important choices. But they coming.
Yeah, no, there's something I need to take care of. So I'm gonna do that. But I wanted to go. Like I can go if I want to, but there's two choices, and I have to pick the other one because it's more important.
Hey, you got to go where God wants you to go.
I wanted to go. I was gonna go. I really was on the fence about to go, and then something came up that I need to take care of. So, but it's
And
there's
there's
always
always gonna
next
be.
year, the year after, the year after that, the year after that. I can make every single one, so that's no problem. I'm
So
definitely
that's
going to
what
be
I'm
going
saying.
to crime time.
They have them like every 6 months or whatever. So you're good.
Yeah, I'll be at
You're
them.
good. Well, listen. God bless you, and thank you for listening.
Absolutely, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community. And again, we'll see what happened to Riley as this story keeps unfolding day by day.
Yeah. Yeah.
God
All
bless you.
righty.
Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I want to see this video real quick. I want to see this video. Thank you for sending it in, by the way.
In the case of missing University of Missouri senior Riley Strain. Welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Kenley Hargett. Volunteers discovered his debit card as they were helping search along the Cumberland River. News 2's Nikki McGee shares this discovery 9 days after Riley was last seen.
Here it is. Let's
Yeah,
look at
Kinley,
this.
well, I can tell you this has been a long and grueling search for Riley's family. Many
Thank
of
you,
these
Lady
search
Cat.
efforts being concentrated to right here where Riley's phone is believed to have been last pinged, either on top or below this bridge. But as you mentioned, today, a major break in the case right behind me here. Several women out searching discovered his debit card at the very bottom next to the Cumberland, and they hope this will lead police to a more narrow search and hopefully get answers for Riley's family.
I just met up with Brandy today. Like, I found her through TikTok, and it doesn't make sense that something so public, like, I feel like people should be here. People should be looking.
On Sunday, social media connected two Nashville women in the search for missing Mizzou student Riley Strain. And it didn't take long for them to come across a major discovery, his debit card.
She yelled, "I found his card."
Yeah, I did.
And we
And
immediately.
my stomach dropped. And then my innate reaction was to be like, let's keep looking. Like, I didn't know what to do. She's like, well, let's call somebody. And I was like, well, let's keep looking.
Police confirmed on Twitter Sunday afternoon the bank card did in fact belong to Riley. Brandy Bainan, who has been searching the area since Tuesday, hopes this will lead to an even bigger search.
Oh my God. Look at those rocks, y'all. Oh.
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I mean, if he fell down here, right? If he fell down there, like, I mean, there would be some trace. Come on. Look at all this.
On the Cumberland.
I want the Tennessee
Thank
Bureau
you,
of
Hicks. I
Investigations to be
appreciate you.
involved. This needs to be involved as a criminal case right now, not just a missing person, in my opinion, just to make sure we are crossing off everything that we need to cross off.
Both of these searchers encourage others to do what they can to assist in the search for Riley.
The fact that I could come out here in one day and myself find the card.
And look for a blue wallet, look for brown boots that are flat-toed, a size 15. Those are big boots. That's going to be hard to miss, you guys.
Above all, they don't want to see the case go cold.
This is
Bainan wanting to
crazy.
share this message with Riley's family.
Their faces and Riley's face, I'm seeing every time I close my eyes. I haven't been able to sleep the last few days because I know his mom is not sleeping.
Oh.
And I just need them to know that there is people who do care as much as they do. And even
Round of applause to these two. Round of applause to these two. Shout out to them. Shout out to them.
about Riley and about them themselves, and that we really, really hope they are able to take care of themselves through whatever this outcome comes to.
Now, this evening, I did speak with Riley's parents here on scene. They were on their way to go talk to police, and that was a meeting they originally had set up for tomorrow morning. In the meantime, if you have any information in this case, of course, you're asked to give them a call right away. Reporting live in downtown Nashville, Nikki McGee, News 2.
Thank you so much, Nikki.
So sad in this terrain, like the terrain. Wow, like right here, and then looking off. It shows a little bit off there. This spot is wild looking. Just the dip right here. Riley Strings bank card found right over here. Look at this. And they were talking about the terrain, and wow. Imagine being out here at night and walking this at night, and especially being wasted, right? Imagine that. Not knowing where you're at and hitting and walking out in this location is dangerous as hell. especially if you don't know it at night, like Riley. Obviously, Riley's been here, it said one other time or maybe a couple times, but probably not here. Probably not this spot. Yeah, very brave. Very, very brave. That's interesting. Yeah, hell nah. He said, what the fuck? Let's build bars near cliffs. Why is this legal? Uh-oh. 434, you're in the door. Talk to me.
T-REV, it's Dana from Virginia calling. I was calling because I know right much about these rivers, unfortunately. It's a lot of kickers for me if you really think about it, but that last camera in the series down there, where they bring in and out trash and stuff on the bottom of that jail, he never passed that camera. Also, his phone, there's a tower just past that. His phone never pinged on that tower. But for something to knock off that iPhone, and he had a newer model one, and that Fitbit watch he was wearing simultaneously, I mean, there pretty much can't be another explanation, unfortunately, other than going in the water. And it is highly likely to slip and fall and go in that, whether it be him, accidentally himself, or maybe he had to duck out and go to the bathroom because you've been drinking, or even foul play or not. But it just seems like the more likely cause. People saying, oh, he's probably been abducted. Well, that Fitbit would have went off for a while, or the phone would have pinged, or something like that. But the fact they both hit, people say, well, they're completely waterproof. No, they're not. They're water resistant. But I just had a friend ruin a brand new iPhone 11 and dropped it in my sink last weekend, and she was like, "Don't worry, it's what." No, it was dead. It killed it. So, sounds like that device and that one. And this is off based of what his mama said. It sounded like it all went in that water at one time. Well, the problem with that river, the Cumberland River flows west out of Nashville. The night he went in, it was up a little higher. It was at 321 feet is what they call it, 21 feet above flood stage, which is 321 feet above sea level. But it's now down 5 foot lower. So what you're seeing on this footage now is 5 foot lower on those rocks than it was the night he went in. The higher the river, the faster the flow. So even, I just checked the website today because you can monitor these gauges. And like I said, I do this, so I know how to do it. I just checked the river gauge in Nashville, and it's flowing basically like a couple miles an hour. So that night it was up, which is probably flowing close to 3 miles an hour. But if you take that into consideration, if someone went into that river, and you're looking 2 or 3 miles an hour, well, at a minimum at 2 miles an hour in a 24-hour period, a body's going to go 48 miles. And that Cumberland River is long. It does have 2 stops in it and some dams like we saw in one of the last cases. But hopefully that's where the Cajun Navy comes in. I don't feel like I'm wrong hearing you talk. I think you kind of lean into that too. But I'm just mighty afraid that's how this is going to end up.
Yeah, I don't know if he fell off where near where his car was found, or what's going on. Like, why didn't they block that area off either?
And that's a plunder, and I don't care what anybody says. That's a bad on the Nashville PD. The fact that all of those YouTubers were able, I mean TikTokers, and don't get me wrong, I'm one of them. I'm all about some TikTok, and I go places too. But the fact that they were the last place both of his devices pinged, and he was seen, and yet nothing was secure. The fact that TikTokers found his card, that's an embarrassment to the cops. So I don't care who they are. That's an embarrassment. And they should have combed that area. And you heard that investigator in that, when he had that interview press conference, he's like, well, we don't do that until we have probable cause. Well, isn't 2 devices going off grid and a missing body, that's not probable cause enough to damn seal up a possible crime scene? Like, what the hell? That's jacked up. Like, that's their bad. And I mean, it may not would have changed anything, but that is slack on that department. But it's easy. You can fall off. I live back on the river, and looking at this, it's very similar to it. And like I said, I've worked with them and dealt with this flood and river flow. That's just been one of my jobs my whole life. So, but it is very easy. That brick wall did not go all the way around. And if you look, there's footage of a boat out there it's filming back up and shows how steep it is. And in certain places, it's like 3 tiers. It's like this big wall and then this huge drop off, and then like another ledge and a huge drop off. And if it had fell off there, you would think like, yeah, you just hit and get caught. But you're intoxicated. It's in the dark. You get your equilibrium's out of sync and your directions, and you don't know where you're at. Yeah, it would be nothing for him to fall in that. But that brick wall does not go all the way down. Where those TikTokers were going in and out, and they found that card actually up under that first bridge. And like I said, he never passed that second bridge. That video footage is online for everyone to watch. The whole time span. He never passes that camera that sits at that second bridge, which is at that other tower. He never walked by there. So it's cut and clear. He disappeared between that cop, and you can see how close he is to the person and that second bridge. He went poof right in there. It's nowhere he could go left. I mean, there's nowhere else to go but either in a vehicle, but if he did, that phone and that watch would have worked. So it's almost common sense. He had to go in that water, and he could he didn't have to get on the ledge. It's a path right there. Like, you've been drinking all night. You done walked all that way. You went past the law. You gotta pee. You're drunk. It ain't nothing like, I'm gonna dip right back here, and easily could have happened, whether it was foul play or not.
That shit's steep right there. Look at that.
I'm willing to bet that's where they eventually find him. I mean, I hate it. I don't want that to be the outcome. And like I said, you figure out how many days he's been missing at 24 miles a day, and I'm guessing that could be a minimum, unless, I mean, bodies do get hung up in places, but 24 miles a day, and you take the days he's been missing, he could be all the way down at that first stop, or dam, as you call it.
That's a big boy, too. Tall wise.
6.5 feet.
Yeah, I heard 6'7", 6.5", still tall, regardless.
A big dude, right?
It's a big guy. I mean, it'd be hard to miss or find. The reports about a homeless person wearing a shirt, there's just been a lot of stuff I've heard. Like, what's accurate, what's not. It seems like the police officer said earlier, there's a lot of misinformation out there.
Always, and always a lot of speculation, but it's just, like I said, going off of it just with his family alone, just watching what they've said, and then me getting on computers and researching rivers, flows, gauges, all of that. I mean, it's almost common sense. It's almost like we're willing to bet. They didn't say it, but it was like they bit their tongue not to kind of say no body, no crime. Like, they need to find him before they can see what was, that just seems where it's going. I think that's what they're looking for. I don't believe the Cajun Navy would be. I know they wouldn't have the Cajun Navy coming in there if they did not think he's in that water.
That water is rough too.
Yep, and it is a rough spot down there. I got a buddy that works in the music industry, lives right there, and it's rough down on that bottom. And I guarantee you, word on the street is that little spot now, and homeless was cleared out. They're not camping up under that bridge right now. The cops got them out from down there, I believe, after all of this went viral. But I mean, it's only so much you can do with them anyway. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they did anything, but they did have that one, the last person that said, and he didn't say he saw him, he said he heard him alive. And that was one of the homeless guys that said he heard the commotion and the ruckus and the wood, which could be him falling. I mean, it could be it may not be foul play, but that and I'm sure they know who that is and all of that, but I believe that's what it is. I think everything's going to be about that water and about that. That's a lot of area to cover to try to find a body in that Cumberland River.
Yeah, 9:35. I see that. That's the timeline right there. There's the video right here. Detectives today continue to pursue tips. Okay, this is that one of him walking across the street. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a camera footage. If you can't find it, I can send it to your email. But it's the whole long, probably hour and a half of this one camera. That's, like I said, everybody keeps calling it like it's a police department. Why didn't they see him? But if you look, it's a facility like that, but it's basically like two garage doors, and one of them shows like incoming, like a loading unloading zone, and one's like trash or something. So they're just two old garage doors, but it has a camera, and it's right just at that second bridge where that tower is. He never went by that, but you can pull that footage up online and watch the whole. You can watch it regular speed, you can watch it, and you can see the cars that pass the cop, and then you can kind of count the sequence and add 60 seconds, and then you can see him go by this other camera. He never ever, even if you let that play, he never walks by that last camera, which says he never made it to that tower. So between that first and second bridge, that was it. That's where he goes out. And that phone, watch, and everything, his family has checked it, and it all went out at the exact same time. And there, what other logical reason would your iWatch or Fitbit and your cell phone, what else would make them all go out other than being submerged in water? Even if someone stole them, they'd still pick up.
Did these two people come forward? Do you know?
I have heard nothing. I have not even heard they have been identified. You would think, as viral as this is, that anybody that was in Nashville would look at it and go, "Oh my God, that was me," and would contact someone, unless they thought, well, maybe people will judge me because he was drunk, mumbling, saying something retarded, and I kept walking, and if I could have saved his life, but I thought he was just a drunk man, so they may remain anonymous. But no, I've not seen it anywhere, heard anything about their identity.
Okay, hold up. Jay Bird said the couple on the right of that vid spoke with the news.
Okay, cool. I hadn't seen that. So
Yeah, me neither. I'd like to see it though. Nancy says, Trev, look at the pics I emailed you or I sent you today. I think at least one of Riley's frat brothers tried to help him.
Well, they said that one of them was trying to go, but they had open tabs, so they couldn't. They had to go back and pay their tabs, and then he just kind of wandered off. So, I mean, they had to. They're not going to let you walk out of a bar in Nashville where there's $24 drinks, and that is like a mixed drink's $25. They're not going to let them roll out with their buddy that's getting thrown out without paying that tab. And that too, people said, well. His family even said, well, I know not my son. His card was always in his wallet. I get it. But I've been drunk in college and stuff shows up in the wrong places. That you do all kind of stuff that's not normal when you're that, and that intoxicated. And more than likely he'd whipped the card out, paid for a drink. He might have just stuck it in his pocket or stuck it in his shirt. It very likely could not have been put back the proper way as normal when you're that inebriated too, which could explain if he did take a tumble down the bank. Perhaps that's why the card was there.
I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing what they said.
But anyway, just some river stuff. I'll be watching the water, and I converse some with some of them in the Cajun Navy. So if we see anything about the water or them lowering the levels or blocking dams or doing anything, I'll definitely hit you back up, leave you a message.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Again, I don't know. Where's Riley? Day 12. Right now it's day 12. So he's been missing since the 8th. Today's the 20th. Day 12. We're going into day 12. Will there be any findings today about Riley Strain? Are we going to find out where he's at, where he's located? I don't know. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Riley, though. Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and keep on being a voice for the voiceless. Thank you so much. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. And I did see that super chat that asked about the pictures. Can you send them again? Because I'm not seeing them. Thank you, Angelina. I appreciate the support to the channel. Small Town Girl, thank you so much. I appreciate the support to the channel. She said, unfortunately, people like Stefan never go missing. This is one of those cases, man. Please, it's like I'm watching an episode of this just develop in front of my eyes right now. And I'm here to see it and caught it like what? I think I looked at this case first, maybe on the 11th or the 10th. Maybe it was a few days in. Could have been earlier than that, but he didn't just vanish off the face of the earth. I mean, you found his bank card down close to the water, somewhat, right? He couldn't have got much farther than that. Yeah, caller, great info. Caller did have great info. Shout out to the caller. And good theories too. I feel bad calling 911, but if I see someone that looks like they can't take care of themselves, I will call for EMS. I mean, that's the right thing to do, right? Or at least be like, hey, buddy, you know, even as a person on the street, I'd be like, look, man, you all right? You all right, buddy? Sit down here for a minute. You know, let's have a conversation. Sit right here, calm down. You shouldn't be walking like this. You see there's a bridge over there. You could fall. There's a lot of different things. Sit down here real quick. Yeah, I get what you're saying, G. I know people just like you. I know people just like you. And that's the right thing to do when you see somebody like this heading towards that direction. It just is. It just is. 615, you're live. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hi, T-REV. My name is Rose, and I've lived in Nashville all my life, and I'm in my 70s. When I was growing up, I lived on that riverbank. Now, the Cumberland is not a common.
The Cumberland. Can you hear me? Are you still there? I think you're muted. You might have accidentally muted yourself. I don't hear her. She started to get into something, but I can't hear. She must be muted and right into the conversation. You know, when you accidentally hit the mute button, like me, when I'm live on stream and I start talking for about a good 50 seconds, and then I realize I'm muted. I do that all the time. She probably did that on accident. 615, you're live.
Okay, T-REV, it's me again.
You got right back through.
This is Rose, and I live in Nashville.
Yes, ma'am. No, you were muted. Like I heard you start your conversation, and then it was like you went mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, I lived on that riverbank growing up.
Okay, so you were actually on this riverbank right here. So you know this whole area.
I do. I've
Interesting.
grown up. I'm in my 70s, so I've lived here all my life. And I lived on that riverbank growing up. And there was people went in that riverbank, went in that river, on those riverbanks around there, year after year after year. Even if they went in purposely to swim across the river, they never made it. Some of them didn't. If they weren't, they'd swim the currents or so. That's not a calm river. I mean, it never has been. And especially if it's above the levels that it's supposed to be, it's rolling. I mean, it's rolling fast. And I just feel like the boy, maybe he staggered and fell down that riverbank and fell into that river. Now, how those girls found his card, I don't have a clue. But not everybody in Nashville is what they seem to be. So you don't know if they were involved or if they weren't involved. I'm not saying they were, but you just can't trust people. I've been here. I know. I went downtown a lot when I was growing up, and even as a teenager, and even as an adult. I would go down there once a week. I don't go down there anymore because we do have a lot of crime. as any big city would have. And what I'm concerned about is those bars down there turning people loose by themselves if they're drunk. Now, they need to either call them an Uber, make sure that they're with friends, and if you are refused to leave with that friend, you need to call the police and report that, because they will be on your case like crazy, because they are for fighting crime.
Right.
And I do believe that they think that boy fell in that river, and he's in that river, and he could be almost to Memphis by now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just how bad that river flows. He could be at the first dam, you know, and I'm sure that they're looking in those areas. But you have people that come into Nashville, like that guy that the family called in, and I don't blame them for calling in extra people. I would too. I don't blame them for that bit. But you have them come in and try to take over the investigation that the police are already on top of. They know this town. They know that river. They know what happens. And if they feel like that it's not a criminal act right now, there's a reason for that. And when people come in town like he did and try to take over, he's trying to take over the investigation. Is what he's trying to make himself above the police, and that's not so. They know exactly what they're doing, and they have all of the information, and they're sorting it out. They just move a little slower down south down here than they do other places. But believe me, I've lived here all my life, and there's so much crime down there now that the people that actually live here don't even go down there anymore unless they have to go down there on business.
So, I mean, as far as this water, right? Is it how
Right.
strong is this current? If somebody was to fall in, say just sober, say I'm walking and I fall in this water, how hard is it going to be for me to get out? Is it depend how far I'm in?
It's going to be where in the river you're located when you fall in, and how fast that river's flowing. Now, we've had a lot of wind here, and that river is above. It's not as high as it was the night he fell in, but it's above where it should be, and it flows fast. Now, those two bodies that they found in the river, they probably didn't even, they're probably not even from Nashville. They probably came from upriver somewhere. It happens a lot. When they find people in the river, they come from another place. They don't even come from Nashville. And all they can do is know that somehow or another they got in that river. Now, they'll know when they discover that body, and it's a deep river, too. It's a deep river.
You know how far it goes down?
Pardon?
You know how deep it is? 100 feet, 250?
Oh, I think at its lowest point, it's like 29 feet, 30 feet. And so in its deepest points, I mean, that river has been flowing forever. And those homeless people live down there, and they've lived there forever. And they get in trouble all the time. So the police know who they are. And they know when one of them has done something because they snitch on each other. So I'm telling you, they know exactly where they are in this investigation. And they don't, they don't mind people coming in. We're courteous down here. We don't mind people coming in and helping with an investigation, but don't take it over. Don't act like you're better than they are, because it ain't true.
Oh yeah, here we go, Landry. Yeah, one body was a female from 26 years ago. That's all I could find. I found one body was a Hispanic male found on Sunday, and the only other body that I could find was a female from 26 years ago. I think maybe they thought it was a good time to bring it up since a body was found, and a lot of people are thinking that it's two people that were found. That's what I keep finding too. I can't find two bodies found on Sunday though.
Not on Sunday. No, not on Sunday. There are people found quite often in the river, like there is in any other place that has large rivers. But like I say, sometimes they come from, a lot of times they come from further up than Nashville and come on down before they float back up again. Because like I say, that river is deep, and if you hit it with a force, and when you roll down those stones and down that riverbank, you're going to hit it with a force. Because I've seen people do it. I even seen my brother fall halfway down at one time, and he was just a little thing. And of course, my dad made sure we didn't go down on the river bank.
Wow.
We stayed in our yard. But anyway, it's just please be courteous to this mother and dad, because I don't blame them for calling in anybody that would be willing to help. And the people of Nashville don't mind if they call in anybody willing to help. But don't come in here acting like you're better than what they've already. Like, you can find out more than the police can, because I'm telling you, they know exactly. They know the people. They're down there every day, and I guarantee you there's a lot of police down there every day.
Familiar with faces and people that they see out there. And of course, you got some stragglers, but yeah, I get what you're saying for sure.
Exactly. And if somebody new comes into the camp, then they're the first ones to know it, because everybody
You're right.
tells it.
I'm glad you're
Except
saying that, because they
tell you.
work these streets. You're right. That's a great point.
And they have people in the homeless camps that actually talk to them and tell them what's going on, and they know. They have particular police officers that just work that area day and night down there. Just walk those riverbanks, just looking for stuff. They know what they're doing. If you come from a different state, I'm not saying that you're dumber than we are, by no means, no. But if you come from a different state, just go to the police before you get up and make statements. Go through them and listen to what they've got to say. Don't stand up there and say this, that, and the other like he did. That's stupidity. That's somebody with wanting power that wants to make themselves more important than the people that are already here and know exactly who these people are that wander around down there.
He didn't just fall off the face of the earth, and that's just that, right? We know that.
No, he didn't. He fell down in that river, I'm telling you.
We're talking about a young man that is 22 years
Exactly.
old that calls his mom or dad 2 or 3 to 4 times a day, or messages them, and this is what they're saying. I believe them. Look at it. 3 to 4 times a day, 12 days, and nothing. No, something's wrong.
Exactly. He's in that river. I guarantee you.
Something's wrong. And that's why we're covering this case. I have a feeling something's wrong. I want to hold out hope for the family, and my heart goes out to them. And I hope that he's found alive by a miracle, but something is absolutely wrong for him to hit them up all the time like they say he does, which I believe them 100%.
Exactly.
And he's been silent all these days, 12 days.
Right.
Nothing.
So he's there. If there was, and I'm saying there's a lot of crime down there. I'm saying there's people that go around down there and they do mischief. They do bad things, and bad things happen to people down there, rapes and all kinds of stuff. Don't let any of your friends leave a bar alone when you know that they're drinking, or even when they're not drinking. You see that the people walking beside him in that picture, walking along with him,
conversating. Yeah.
You see that there's two of them in every one of those. They know better. They know better than to walk down there by themselves.
That's a good point.
Don't let your friends leave any place downtown, any place, alone. I don't care if they're drunk or if they're not. I worked down there for years, and I didn't walk out on the streets alone in the daytime. We always took 2 or 3 people with us. We didn't go anywhere alone, because you never knew when something was going to happen. And that's just the way it is in any big city that you're in. But that boy fell off that riverbank. Now, I don't know how those girls got a hold of his card. I know they said they found it, or maybe they did. But it strikes me as funny that they're on the riverbank and then they're saying nobody else is out there looking around. That's because the police asked people to stay away from there so they could run an investigation.
That's a good point.
So if they were on the riverbank searching for something, and all of a sudden they picked up a card, I don't know. My husband says I doubt it.
Your husband's been down there too, huh? He knows about this water?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I've walked that riverbank a lot of times. Down there on Gay Street.
Can I ask you a question? When the spot that they shown on this interview that I had pulled up, this little spot where we were looking off the edge, have you ever been there?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's down below if you fall there?
Riverbank. There's a homeless camp in there, but it's so steep that the homeless camp is on the side of that. It's not showing exactly where he fell off at as how steep it is. But that place is steep, and it's just, I mean, rocks float down this river all the time.
What's the possibility of him going into the water if he fell off the side? What are the chances of that?
He probably kept tumbling. Yeah.
I'm just curious.
It's that the river was so high that night that he possibly fell. That he didn't have a lot to fall to get in that river.
I just can't tell from this shot right here when it goes straight down.
Right.
I can't tell what's in the way.
It goes like, it's really steep. It's really steep all along that riverbank. All the way through town, it's steep. No, you just don't walk on those cliffs like those girls did for nothing.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they find a card. I don't know. I'm not saying that they're involved, but you never know about people here. We have traffic rings. We have it all down here. But the police are on top of that. That's why they work that downtown area like that. They know exactly what to look for. So, bring all the help you want, but keep them off that riverbank. That's for sure, because you won't have help for long. And what good is it going to do us to go down there and look on the riverbank when you can't get on the riverbank without falling in most of the time? And as far as blocking streets off, you can't block streets off just because you think it's a crime scene here. The traffic is so bad here. It takes hours to get home from work. And it's just congested like that because we weren't built to be a huge metropolis. And people are moving here, 80 people, 100 people a day from these other states. And the traffic, I mean, right there, it looks light. But that's because it's late at night. And people don't go down there at night. But the traffic is horrendous down there. And there's no way that a bunch of people could be going up and down that riverbank on them cliffs and not fall in and get hurt. And that's what the police are trying to tell you because they know that river. I know that river. I've lived it.
So before I move on to another caller, actually, I'm gonna check out there's a couple videos right here, new ones from tonight. I'm gonna have to check them out. Okay. Of the water and the terrain, and I appreciate you calling in and informing us about what it looks like and etc. and just your thoughts and theories on it. What do you think is going to be the final outcome here with Riley? Before I let you
think eventually he'll float up, or a barge will drag him up while they're going down the river, or or we have a lot of boats on the river here on the weekends,
Yes, ma'am.
and I imagine that eventually he'll float up, but it might not be here. I mean, it may be way down the river from the place he fell in.
Mm.
So if they're not looking way down the river, I guarantee you our guys are. So I guarantee you they're looking down there, and they've probably got boats out there right now looking with lights on them.
Mm-mm-mm.
But they're looking way on down the river too. They're not looking just around this area. They're looking way on down.
Well, ma'am, I appreciate you calling in again and giving us insight on this area, what it looks like, and just sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. I appreciate you. I hope you and your husband have a blessed night. Make sure before you guys go to bed that you lock them doors and stay vigilant.
Yes, sir.
God bless
Yes,
you,
sir.
man.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. And I thank for somebody in chat who actually pointed this out. I didn't even know. We can get a look at the land, the water, etc. Let's take a view at this. Right? Let's take a view, a gander. Good phone caller. I like to hear from locals, especially who know the area.
His friend was trying to go out with him, but they would not let him at that point. He finally got out, and when he got out, he was no longer there.
How you doing, sir? I'm good. How are you? Good.
There it is, right there. That timeline. I don't know about that. We'd have to.
He was seeing a young lady. She is literally the last person that we know that had any communication with Riley from the family. She texted him to see how he was doing, if he was having fun. He sent kind of a scripted text back to her saying good lobs, slops, or something like that. She said she even had to Google it. She didn't understand what that slang was.
Riley's debit card was discovered on an embankment of the Cumberland River, his last known location.
We're trying to be as patient as possible, but time is of the essence as of right now.
Okay, that's
And I want to bring in David Flagg. He's the Navy's National Director of Operations. He was an
Let's take a
organizer
look at the lay of
today's
this
press
land.
conference with Riley's family. David, thank you so much for being with me right now. Let me ask you this. I have been so curious
I'm not sure
about that river behind you. Can you give me a feel for what that river is like? Is it deep? Is it dark? Is it murky? Is it wide? Is there a heavy current? Like, bring me up to speed on what you're dealing with.
Pretty much, yes, and yes. It is deep. It is dark. It's rather murky. The water level has dropped 4 to 6 feet since Riley went missing, and the flow rate has significantly reduced as well. But as any river, a reduced flow rate is a relative term. It's slower than it was, but still capable of sweeping somebody away if they weren't careful.
Well, that's my next question. When you say that the river's down, is that helpful? Because there's presumably more embankment that you could see, and if there is a body, it might be easier to spot.
That's correct. Theoretically, yes. It's exposed some more of the rocks, some more of the brush, things of that nature there. If there were a body in the river, it potentially could have surfaced and come ashore where it would be more visible now.
And how is it that you're determining? I'm looking at the pictures of divers in the water. I understand they started diving Saturday. Where do you even begin diving? Like, what is it that would plant that flag and determine that's a good spot to start looking?
Well, some of these divers are private individuals, private volunteers who have, of their own volition, showed up to try and help locate Riley. The police department, Nashville Police, has also had their dive team in the water. And primarily it's where is the last place that this person was seen? You have to have a starting point. In this case, the last place that Riley was seen was along the walk on Gay Street here. And, with his debit card being found where it was, that gives a logical starting place for dive teams, boats with sonar, potentially cadaver dogs, anything of that nature. But you do have to start somewhere.
I'm seeing some pictures also of a canine that's in one of the boats. How does that work? I mean, I can't imagine a canine on the water, but is that canine just being transported to different areas of the embankments and then doing a quick scan of an embankment and returning to the boat?
Look at that water. I mean, it doesn't, I guess the current doesn't have that
No,
in it.
not necessarily. A lot of the cadaver dogs, matter of fact, most cadaver dogs are capable of picking up a scent of a cadaver that is in the water. So it's a little bit of both. The dog is, trained to pick up that scent in the water, on the water, as well as on land.
So that's fascinating. First of all, I wanted to ask you if there are any other dogs other than just cadaver dogs, maybe a scent dog looking to follow Riley's scent on land. I'll get to that in a moment. But back to the cadaver dog. If the cadaver dog is in the boat on the surface and there's a cadaver many feet down, can the dog actually detect that?
Well, I don't know what the dog's specific limitations are, but the short answer is yes. If there is a body in the water, cadaver in the water, the dogs are capable of detecting that scent.
Do you know of any other canines who might be tracking? Family might have been able to provide something of Riley's with Riley's scent so that they could let them loose in that very small area. This is what, I mean, I'm so frustrated. The area where Riley disappeared is small, and it would seem to me you could flood the zone and accomplish a lot on land as well. Have you seen any evidence of tracking dogs?
Well, I personally had some discussions with the investigator from Nashville PD on this, and we discussed the possibility of using tracking dogs. And I also spoke with a local dog trainer who also trains tracking dogs. And it was determined that because of the time lapse between when Riley went missing and the circumstances around it, that a tracking dog would probably not be effective.
Right.
The other part of that equation is that this riverbank, what you're showing in your picture there, looks relatively flat.
Oh, those are those rocks we were looking at right there over the side. Whew. Man, that would hurt. Imagine rolling off those into this water. Oh my goodness.
Relatively easy to traverse, and nothing could be further from the truth. I went down the riverbank with
The
two
sonar?
girls who found the debit card today, and it is absolutely treacherous. I doubt that you could get a dog down that embankment safely with a handler. As a matter of fact, we've had people come forward to volunteer to do a search in that area, and I've decided to turn them away unless they have specific search and rescue training, because it's that treacherous. I mean, I'm not the best guy that's in the best shape in the world, but I had trouble staying vertical down there.
It is distressing to hear that, David Flagg, because it makes me think if you're inebriated, it would be very easy to tumble down into that water. And as you mentioned, faster moving at the time that Riley disappeared. David Flagg, thank you so much. I hope I can get you back on the program to update us as you continue the work.
Sure thing. All you have to do is ask.
Thank you for watching. Go to
All right.
newsnationnow.com to.
What was the next one?
Maps are important, and security cameras and critical witnesses, all that's invaluable. But to really understand the last known wander.
I do like seeing this map. So bank card was found at this little square. Final phone ping right here by the bridge. Sighting 3 here. Sighting 2 there. Okay, so from here, it shows the actual picture of it. Luke's 32 bridge. So you would have to walk down here, make a right. I wonder. And this was the opposite way of where his hotel was, by the way. So 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. He's got to be, downstream. You would think downstream.
Wanderings of a college student who hasn't been seen or heard from in 11 days. You have to be there. And my colleague, Evan Lambert, is. He's live in Nashville tonight. He spent part of the day retracing Riley Strain's steps. Evan, I'm so glad you're doing this, because even with the maps, I get confused. Can you walk me through Riley's path?
Yeah, Ashley, with those several data points on the map, it is confusing, especially if you don't know the area. And so we did spend a good part of the day walking around. And what I can tell you from the area here by the river where we are, where Riley Strain was last seen, to really where this story starts at the first bar that he was asked to leave. It's really only about a 15-minute or so walk if you're walking directly. Of course, we don't know the exact route he took because we have little pieces on surveillance video, but it is not terribly far away. But we took a look at all of those points a little bit earlier. Check it out. 9:35 on the night, Riley Strain goes missing. According to Luke Bryan's bar here on the corner of Broadway and 3rd, he was asked to leave after being served 1 alcoholic drink and 2 waters. Then 11 minutes later, a surveillance camera at downtown Smoke Shop catches Strain running and then falling near a pole in the parking lot. He gets up and continues out of the frame. A minute later, another camera catches him cross First Avenue North to Gay Street. At this point, he's less than half a mile from Broadway. And finally, our last pictures of Strain are here. Body camera video catches him interacting with a Metro Nashville police officer and appearing to be fine.
How you doing, sir? I'm good. How are you?
Good. This is just across from the Cumberland River, and take a look at how steep this is in this area. It's basically a cliff, some 30, 40 feet down to the water's edge. This whole area is covered with litter,
You're welcome,
debris,
Dave.
trash, homeless encampments. This is where TikTokers say they found Strain's.
Hold up. That's interesting. So that's where they found his card. Look at right here. I mean, it's really actually not that. I need to see that again. Hold up 1 second. Let's run that back. Give us the highest quality too while you're at it.
How steep this is in this area. It's basically a cliff, some 30.
What do y'all think about that right there? His card was found right here in this area. Was it up top or on the side, first of all? And second of all, if he fell in, I mean, wouldn't he be right around this area? I don't know. Have they searched in this little area over here? I'm sure they have.
40 feet down to the water's edge. This whole area is covered with litter, debris, trash, homeless encampments. This is where TikTokers say they found Strain's debit card. It is nowhere near, about a half mile away from his hotel, which is off in that direction. Nowhere near where he's seen walking and his last cell phone pings are.
Yeah, Brandy.
And so it's very clear, Ashley, where the last pictures and the last cell phone pings are. Riley was not anywhere in the direction of the hotel that his friends thought he was going to make it to. Ashley?
Okay, Evan, I have this one question for you. In that last part of your stand-up, you're standing under a bridge, right? And that's typically where a lot of people would congregate because there's shelter. So there's a lot of homeless people who use, areas under bridges. Was it a walkway though? Like I was struggling to find out, would Riley have ended up walking under that bridge, or would he have had to decide to leave a walkway, scramble down to some people down there to have a chat? Like how would he have ended up in that spot if he was?
Yeah, so where we are, there is a sidewalk that goes around and there's a balustrade and then essentially a cliff, as I showed before. 30, 40 feet down to the riverbank. Now, there are a couple other areas of land a little bit over that guardrail. So maybe 15 feet down, there's some land, and then you can walk further down. But it's not designed really for people to go down there. But some people do, and that's where some of the people that are experiencing homelessness, that's where their encampments are, in those woods just over the guardrail. So you would have to be very intentional, or just really not having coordination at all, inebriated to the point where, you might be sitting up and potentially fall and then possibly, roll down even further. But it is really a dramatic. When I got here, I didn't understand, just how far it is from where we are standing, where Riley was walking in that body camera video to the river embankment all the way down. And it's almost like you'd really have to try, but there is a way that if you were so inebriated that we saw him falling, it is possible that he fell and continued to go down that direction. Under the bridge, there is another bridge that he would have potentially crossed underneath. after that video. But that's just along this sidewalk right here.
You know what gets me about this case right here is that he could be right there and the water sunk right in. I wonder if it's like muddy right there. You know how if somebody stands in the water, you can get in some of these rivers and your feet or your legs will sink into the mud. I'm just curious about that. Like, what if he did fall over and fall in and he was drunk and he stood up and started sinking in and he was trying to get out but panicked and you can't see, it's so dark out there at night. I'm just thinking in my head. Because I've been in some rivers before where your feet, your legs will start to sink into that mud and it gets dangerous. It's just not a smart thing to do. It's the smart thing to do would be get out of there quick. But with somebody who is drunk, I mean, imagine that.
So you're not, no stairs or anything to get down there.
Yep, that sludge. Exactly.
It's mysterious. I mean, just perplexing. Evan Lambert, thank you for that. Just want to let our audience know it's 20 minutes, like less than 20 minutes from the moment he left that bar to where his cell phone, went out.
That area don't look that deep right there.
Minutes. If you have information about Riley's disappearance, I'll say it again. Call the Metro Nashville Police Department, 615-862-8600. But then I'm going to give you a backup because that doesn't seem to be working for a lot of people.
I feel like they need to check right near there. I wonder if they probably have, but again, they need to check near there. At least I mean, come on. He could have sunk in there with his boots for sure. They probably have. But damn, he falls right there and get all the way down river. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it'd be that deep there. But then again, I don't know that. I'm not there to look at it or see. But it just looked a little shallow under that bridge right there.
Who are calling with tips right there. Banfield tips at newsnationnow.com. Drop us a line. Banfield tips at newsnationnow.com. Call the police first at that number I gave you, 615-862-8600. But then back it up and let us know. And we will, once again, do our best to put the pressure on the Nashville police to call people back. Thank you for watching.
That's just the vibe I get on it. I don't know
Why
what it
does
is.
Seem to be so hard to report relevant, credible tips about Riley's disappearance to the Nashville police.
Hold up. Did it just say, hold up. New. All right. New. Couple saw Riley stumble on riverbank. Huh. I don't think we've seen this one.
Tips about Riley's disappearance to the Nashville Police Department. Multiple witnesses, including Riley's family, have said that their phone calls go straight to voicemail for the cold case unit. One of those witnesses is Sabrina Martin. She works with an organization called Souls United that helps the homeless. And she says she saw someone wearing a distinctive shirt just like Riley's 2 days after Riley disappeared. And yet getting the police to take her report was like pulling teeth. Sabrina Martin joins me now again. Sabrina, this is, I think, now the third time that we'll have spoken. I asked you last time if you had had a call back from the police, and now we're at day 11. I'm going to ask you the same question. I'm going to cross my fingers. You're going to say, yes, they've called you back and taken the detailed report that you gave us on this program, including the description of the homeless man that you saw wearing what looked like Riley's shirt. Have you heard from the police yet?
I have not heard from them yet.
It's astounding to me, and I know you made multiple attempts after being shuffled into voicemail. You went and circumvented Nashville police. You called Crime Stoppers, and you were at least able to give the report. What's your next move? Are you going to keep trying? Are you going to go and bang down their doors at headquarters?
I'm hoping that by getting this out, that they will follow up. I have emailed local news stations.
What?
Oh my God!
Tips are getting, I mean, you got people that are trying to give you some valuable leads here, and they're getting ignored. That's crazy.
As well as the police station. I searched multiple posts. So the first post I saw was from a local news station with the telephone number. And I called, which was our non-emergency number, and they transferred me to a voicemail. After leaving a voicemail, I called a different number that the lady had given me in case I was disconnected, which went straight to another voicemail box. The next day I went searching I live about an hour away. So I went searching the next day on another social media post and then found the Crime Stoppers line. That lady did seemed to take me seriously. She did take all of the information, but I have not heard anything back. She didn't seem to be aware of Riley's case when I first spoke to her. I did have to spell his name, give her the date he was missing. I read it directly off of the post that I got the phone number from, but she did get all of the information. I did leave my name and telephone number on 2 voicemails as well as with Crime Stoppers. Even though it was anonymous, I gave my name and phone number and still haven't heard back.
It's making. Thank you for watching.
All right, that's wild. All right, here's another one right here.
So the family of Riley Strain, the missing Missouri student, speaking out today as they continue the desperate search for their son. He's been missing now for more than 10 days. Let's bring News Nation's Evan Lambert in from Nashville. He was at the news conference, and what can you tell us about it? Obviously very emotional, Evan.
Yeah, hey, Connell, very emotional, very frustrating for the family of Riley Strain. Just about an hour ago, they wrapped up a news conference just not far from where we are at the riverbank of the Cumberland River in downtown Nashville. And this is the area that the 22-year-old Mizzou student was last seen in. That was on Friday night, March 8th, after he had been asked to leave Luke Bryan's bar on Broadway here, long street with many bars here, country music themed. And so police just yesterday releasing some surveillance video, additional body camera video, I should say, of that night, and an interaction that Riley Strain had with a police officer here in Nashville. And in that video, it's really striking because he had been seen stumbling and falling on surveillance video just a little bit before then. But in this interaction with the police officer, he appears to be fine. The officer asks him how he's doing, and he responds and then keeps on walking. The biggest update today is that there is no update on where Riley Strain is. The search still is focused on the riverbank, on the river itself.
He's not in frame enough time for us to really observe if he's stumbling crazy. Because I mean, if you go back and look at some of the footage, he kind of straightens himself up for moments of time. Just from what I'm catching, you see him wobbling, and then you see him, kind of correct himself a little bit and try to rebalance. So is that what we're seeing on frame for a couple seconds? We don't see much of him on that body cam. And if that officer seen him stumbling like we're watching him stumble across the street, he would have stopped him. Point blank, period. What officer would not stop anyone who is wobbling and falling like that? Right? I mean, any officer is going to stop somebody who is wobbling like that and really probably bring him to jail real fast to sober up. That's what they'll do.
Police boat is expected to be back out here again today. The U.S. Cajun Navy, that group formed after Hurricane Katrina of volunteers with boats, they have joined the search today and expect a boat to be in the water. At the news conference, Riley's family was asked about Riley's friends and why it appeared that they did not help him on that night after he was asked to leave the bar. The answer from Riley's mom was extremely emotional, and she kind of defends them. Take a listen.
I mean, they're heartbroken also. I mean, he's their best friend. And we love these boys like our own. And it's just as hard on them as it is on us.
And Connell, I just want to show you this area here just below to the riverbank. It is extremely steep. That is one of the problems with police and volunteers.
Yeah, look at that. It is steep. It is steep. But we did get the angle over here. Remember that it's like muddy and land right here to the right. I wonder which way the current's going. Is it going this way? Would it take him out if he did fall in? Would it push him out this way? That's what I want to know. Would he get pushed out this way, or would he sink into this mud? Because if it's 3 feet right there, somebody said it was something about 8 feet, but wow.
Volunteers who are trying to walk down the riverbank. This is where Riley's debit card was found on Sunday by those TikTokers who were here searching for themselves. But the search continues to focus on this area. Police saying there are no signs at this point of foul play. They're treating this as a missing persons investigation, not a crime at this point. Connell?
Oh, man, tough stuff. Okay, Evan Lambert live in Nashville, Tennessee for us today. Okay. Thanks so much for watching.
I'll tell you what, if you're going down here and if you were in Virginia Beach walking like this, Yeah, they're taking you in for public intoxication, 100%. And probably in any big city, right? In any big city, they'd be doing that. You said flows from the east to the west in depths to 60 or to 90 feet. Interesting. Maybe he suffered head wound on rocks. That's a good point too. That's very possible. Monarch says yes, and I feel like the cop was preoccupied with searching the cars. That's a good point too on that one. Andrea says that's a crazy part of Cumberland River. It runs east to west, not north to south. Brittany, under that, there's a platform, then another drop off. It's like layered. Gotta get a good look at this area. 100%. Penny said 100%. Mama Fee says that cop should have asked him, where are you going tonight? I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, where does that path lead to? Has anybody showed that actual path of where that body cam was? And the little path that he was taking right there? Where does that lead to where he was walking? Because I can't see the other side of that. But where that red truck is and where he was cutting through, where does that lead to? Right to the trail? Or I gotta look at that. The current goes, you said the current goes to Ohio. Jay Bird, yes, East Coast, you're getting detained. That's a fact. You're getting detained. Your ass is going in for the night. You are going in for the night and you are not coming out. Cindy says, and people wonder why so many don't trust the police. There's tons of cases, but they're ignoring one in national news constantly. Teresa says the cop was there because the red truck got broke into. You can see the back window broke out. So he was handling a situation there. But still, though, if he was stumbling crazy and he seen that, he would have stopped him. Any cop would stop anybody stumbling, you would think. No more footage after this per the map. Carly says, I heard them say it led to under the bridge. Cowgal, like the name. He obviously was impaired. What is the procedure when they kick somebody out of bars? Don't they haul them in or call an Uber? He should have been taken in. Usually they would make sure you get an Uber or you have a ride. Like, just from my experience, I've seen people that care like that at bars. So, and obviously if I'm with a group, we either have a car, somebody sober in that car driving, etc. It just doesn't make no sense. But I don't know. I don't know what to think about this one. I'm gonna have to sleep on it. I'm tired again. So I'm about to hop off here. I appreciate everybody who came by tonight's stream, chatted, etc. This case is wild. We'll be following this one. Waiting for updates on Madeline Soto. Day 12 on Riley Strain. He's been missing day 12 and now 19 or actually 20 days. Damn near 20 days today for Madeline Soto. No arrests, no charges, no nothing. Again, I appreciate everybody who came by the stream. Shout out to y'all. I'll be back on tomorrow. My whole day was messed up today because I was about to come on at 1 o'clock and that got ruined. The internet was off, but it's all good. It is what it is. I ended up taking a nap again after sleeping 8 hours and then slept another 5. Crazy. Catching up with that sleep that I need. Shout out to all of you, though. I appreciate you. You know how we end it. Love and light to everybody. And I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they trying to take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not trying to be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Dear Jesus,
cause I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life for sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one to give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain.
This one's for that little
You gotta
girl.
stop doing this.
Kylie Rodney.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family.